on love so easily, 'cause I don't wear my heart up on my sleeve. Yeah. I don't know if you feel the same, but every time I hear your name, my worries disappear. It's all because of you, yeah. I feel the way I do. You make my dreams come true, yes you do. It's all because of you, because of you, because of you.
Did we ever stop and wondered why
We let our love shine all through the night. Just you and me, babe, until the morning light. The morning. Come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do. Just what to do. On the beat, keep dancing through the night, keep dancing. Stay up until the morning light. The morning light. Baby, you're out of sight. On the beat, keep dancing. the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Wait a minute, work hard for the car, so that's why it's all tinted. Wait a minute, had a real late night, woke up with my head spinning out in Nashville. It's been mad real, I need sunglasses, I need Advil. I like fake boobs, and my cash real. I like first place, you're in last still. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them niggas stop it. Whoa, it's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow, and these haters love to watch me like Tebow. Look, I don't take L's, I just learn a lesson. Before I count the M's, always count my blessings. Look, I'm too short, never second guessing. Got some money, put up for the rain, so I'm never stressing.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Hey, I'll tell you what to do. Hey, need to pay your dues. Oh, don't be wasting any precious time now. Gotta shake it off. We all face the bad intentions. Up to you, oh you. Don't be giving them attention. Up to you. What don't you want now? Oh,
If I can't be with you, I'd rather be by myself. No, I can't lie, I don't want anybody else. Those happy days that we once knew, so long ago, they still make me blue. I want you right now. If I could show you somehow how much you mean to me. If you could only see, baby, you know I don't want anybody else. No one but you can make me feel the way I do. All that I want is to have you all to myself. No one but you can make me feel the way I do, the way I do. Yeah, the way I do. Yeah. I lose myself when I think about you. I search within and I want you to find me. I want you right now. If I could show you somehow how much you mean to me. If you could only see, baby, you know I don't want anybody else. No one but you can make me feel the way I do. All that I want is to have you all to myself. No one but you can make me feel the way I do. Baby, you know I don't want anybody else. No one but you can make me feel the way I do. All that I want is to have you all to myself. No one but you can make me feel the way I do, the way I do. Yeah, the way I do.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your whips and your wicked games. Yeah, always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah, with you the summer came and went in a day, and I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. And I've been.
Every step of the way, I ain't losing this race. I'm ready to go. And it can be legendary.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Aloha, I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans. Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Geoguessr World Cup partners are Opera GX, Alienware, Shiba, Google Pixel, and Michela.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Geoguessr Wildcards and Open Major. It has been a lovely weekend of games so far, so much excitement, and we have made it to the final day. I am one of your hosts today, Project Bloom, or Bloom, joined by Ziggy. Ziggy, talk to me. How you doing?
I mean, I'm feeling amazing. 2 days down, and now, finally, the best of them all, curing 2 winners.
Yep, 2 slots on the line for the 2025 Geoguessr World Championship in the KB Holland in Copenhagen are on the line today, and we're deciding both of them. We're going to start it with our wildcards, and then we're going to get to the Open Major. But before all of that, we're going to first have to, of course, talk about what's been going on this season, what's on the line, and what does the road to Copenhagen look like for all the players who have competed so far this season. As we can see here, it started off with that World League. It was 40 of the best players in the world battling to try and make it to their majors. Then we had the APAC Major in Tokyo, then the Americas Major in Dallas, and the EMEA Major at Glitched in Jönköping. That decided us 13 players. But we still have slots from wildcards and then the Open Major, which 2 of them are getting decided today, Ziggy.
Yeah, so basically 15 players will be locked in after this day, and then only a single spot remains, and that's reserved for somebody from Denmark. So if you're not from Denmark, this is your last chance to make it into the World Championship.
Great point. Yeah, and we can look here at those majors and how they all went down and played out. Eamon winning APAC, Radu C winning Americas, Debre winning EMEA. Some crazy impressive performances. Players very deserving of making it have made it through there, and we can see after that what the world ranking does look like. That top 13 right there is decided. They are through to the World Championship. And the wild cards, that 14th through 29th, Ziggy, talk to me about them.
Yeah, those are the players, or some of the players we will see today. A few have been knocked out already. We see somebody like Harrier, like Kratzu, who has already been knocked out, even though, despite finishing in 15th and 16th place after this whole season, they're already out, but a few people are still battling for it, so they're still in it.
Yeah, as of right now, 6 of those players are still left over in our wild card. We're going to have 2 more quarterfinals, then the semis, then the finals to decide who of those last wild card players will make it through. But guys, what even is Geoguessr? If anyone happens to be new at home watching Geoguessr for the first time, and you're thinking, what even is this? Ziggy, talk to us about Geoguessr.
I mean, the concept of Geoguessr couldn't be more easy. It's very easy. You're dropped somewhere in our beautiful planet. In Google Street View, you have probably some clues around, like a tree or a house, maybe even a road, some road lines. That's basically what you use to make your guess based off, and you put your pin down on a map that is provided by the game, and then, you know, the difference in score will be dealt to the opponent in damage.
Yep, that's how it works. And within that, we have some competitive game modes that we play the game of Geoguessr in. The way we do it in a best of 5 is the players start off in a moving mode. They can move around freely, no restrictions, find whatever information they can, and use that to make the best guess possible. Then our game 2 goes to no moving. The players spawn in. They have one 360 panorama to make their guess, and that is it. If we make it all the way to that game 5 tiebreaker, that's that NMPZ, the no moving, panning, or zooming one still image. But guys, this is the schedule. This is what we have left to go. We're going to be starting the day with that zigzag malfunction game that you can see up in the top left, and then we're going to hit the spaghetti pan game to decide our semifinals.
Yeah, especially starting off with that zigzag malfunction game. Every single time I think we started off with a zigzag game. Obviously, a lot of people are very excited to see him play, and you know, he just barely finished outside the top 13, 14th place. It was so close, but he's still in the race, and we're starting off with his game.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. He was sitting in a unique position because he was in 13th before the EMEA Major, and depending on how the EMEA Major went, Zigzag could have auto-qualified and not had to play today, but he does. He just got bumped out by Lenley, and now he's sitting here up against Malfunction. Such a tough opponent. Talk specifically to me about that matchup there, like how these two players compare playstyle-wise.
Obviously, it's probably the most opposite playstyle we've seen so far. And what we saw in Zigzag's first matchup against Kirania is not a good sign for what's to come, because he already lost both moving games against somebody like Kirania. I think they're a bit more evenly matched in that one, so he could have maybe shown his strengths in moving there, but it didn't really shine through. And against somebody like Malfunction, who is very proficient in moving, it's going to be very tough. But he did prevail by just moving, doing 2 wins in that no-move game and the final game in NPZ. So it could pan out the same way, but we have seen Malfunction play amazingly in no-move as well. It has to be said against Trichter.
Yep.
There were some crazy guesses there, and also NPZ. We do remember that switch to Canada in the last second. Honestly, I didn't see that switch happen on the screen. It just was there at the end, and she was on it.
And she was on it. That was an insane game yesterday. If anyone happened to miss some of those games yesterday, worth going back and watching. Yesterday was arguably maybe the best day of Geoguessr games in Geoguessr history.
Don't say that before today.
Before today. Good point. Good point, Ziggy. Good point. But guys, with all of that said, a great wrap-up from you, Ziggy. Thank you. And now it's actually finally time for those players to do it. It's time for them to battle it out and see who is going to actually make it to the semifinals. So with that said, let's send it on over to the casters.
It is time indeed, Bloom. We are going to be kicking things off in quite the fashion with Zigzag versus Malfunction. My name is Parla. Right now, still in the casting booth with the legend himself, GC. GC, how you doing?
I'm very good, thank you, Parla. Day 3, don't want it to end, but
no,
it has to, I think.
It does. We have to crown 2 more winners that will be moving forward to that World Championship in August. And yeah, we have another amazing quarterfinal ahead of us now, Zigzag versus Malfunction. GC,
yeah.
What are your thoughts going into this matchup?
Well, Ziggy and Bloom introduced it very nicely. I would agree. I think Zigzag, he doesn't have moving as his favoured format.
It does not.
Malfunction, however, really strong moving player, but actually very good all round. So yeah, losing both moving games could hurt Zigzag, but there's always a chance.
Yep.
Always a chance. He's a great player. He's right up at the top of the rankings of these wildcard players.
Indeed. I think a factor that our audience should look out for is if Malfunction gets rolling again as she did yesterday, that is trouble for Zigzag.
It could well be. She played exceptionally as she lines up a spit of land here in Sri Lanka. Just outside Negombo.
Getting round 1 out of the way very quickly. Is this South versus North?
It is. Yeah, it shouldn't be too costly in round 1, but Malfunction possibly using that area code. Sri Lanka does have regional codes, so that possibly helped to find the right stretch of coast there, dealing about 350 points.
Yep, strong first guess out of the gate for Malfunction. Zigzag got to start warming up soon, or perhaps that momentum is going to start to build on the side of Malfunction.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have some Argentina plates here. And actually there was an advert or a billboard that said something about Iguazu right near spawn.
Malfunction's found it straight away, GC.
Yeah, it would make sense. It feels like there's water close. It feels like there's a slight redness maybe to the soil. Even though, well, not that there's much soil around, it just has that feel to it. Zigzag has gone close to the Corrientes Misiones border, and Malfunction's downtown Iguazu.
Indeed. Still spending the time here, perhaps looking for that 5k and ultimate accuracy. Just how close we are about to find out. And it is Zigzag, in fact, coming ahead with a 1.5x, a solid 600 points of damage dealt to Malfunction.
Yeah, strong guess from Zigzag. I'm not sure if it was quite lining up for Malfunction in Iguazu there. Ended up being Posadas.
To round 3 now. Malfunction, that is extremely fast, very general in terms of a lock.
Yeah, fast lock in there, going Odisha with this script. Zigzag considering a more specific guess.
That is indeed what he's done. The location is actually further west. Malfunction just slightly closer. Small bit of damage dealt back to Zigzag. Malfunction, I mean, we're quite even here, but Malfunction bring the lead back in her favor.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth so far. Nothing too major.
We have got a crazy pace here, GC. I love this.
Yeah, I think this is what we're going to see. We're going to see Malfunction with some quick uses of info, Zigzag with the odd insta-guess. Probably gambling that there won't be info too close here, but Malfi is in Slovakia too.
Got to play the game, GC. We've been talking about different strategies over the course of the event so far, over the last 2 days. And yeah, perhaps seeing this fast guess strategy being employed by both players right now, alternating, taking turns.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Zigzag is using this as a strategy. He won't be doing it in every single round, but he'll know that when the opportunity is there, he should strike with a fast guess. It's probably better odds than going round for round 1 minute against Malfunction moving.
And locks in again, not quite as fast as the last round. Like, similar region to, what, 2 rounds prior?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same script.
Malfunction, brilliant guess. And with the 3x multi, all of a sudden, a big swing at Zigzag.
Yeah, really good stuff. Found the town there, showing how big India is with that much damage on a 3x in the right state.
Zigzag, though, not looking perturbed. Took that on the chin. Maybe stumbled briefly, but straight back into round 6. Going fast, zooming in on that west of France, a bit north of Bordeaux.
Yeah, I like this guess with this architecture and these trees. It has that Atlantic coast feel. I could definitely see Zigzag being quite close here. It is quite a long stretch of coast, and actually Malfunction is going Mediterranean, so we'll see a big difference.
There is going to be a big difference, sort of a almost countrywide distance, and it's Malfunction. That could be enough for the 3.5x. Yes, it is. Malfunction up 1-0.
Yeah, really good stuff from Malfunction there, responding to the fast guess. Zigzag, I think he played that okay strategically. I think West Coast vibes there worked quite well in my opinion. I didn't hate his guess at all, but Malfunction keeping her composure there and making the better Mediterranean guess.
Indeed, but we move on to no move now. We know that Malfunction is no slouch in no move either, but this is the strong preferred game mode of Zigzag, a chance for Mr. Oscar himself to bounce back. He's going to be looking forward to jumping into this no move, no doubt.
Yeah, no, he will be going into this match knowing full well that he may have to take both no move games and an NMPZ to beat Malfunction.
That could be the clearest route to victory for Mr. Australia. You're right, GC.
Have a Donetsk guess from Malfunction. That'll be the only part of Ukraine with this black car.
Zigzag also taking a peek at the car, then turning his attention to the local area, the buildings.
Yeah, Zigzag in Belgorod, Malfunction switching between Donetsk and Belgorod. We had this fairly random looking mountain there which can fit. There are some strange bits of elevation in this area around this border. Both in different countries, but not too far from one another.
Indeed, 2 countries not too far from each other, but it's Malfunction that gets the winning guess in round 1.
Yeah, good start. Both players thinking on similar lines there, with Malfunction switching between her guess and Zigzag's guess, but ultimately sticking in Donetsk.
Donetsk to win out the round 2. Zigzag looking towards the sky.
Yeah, I thought this was Tumbes or something.
Going very northern Chile there.
Yeah, it's
Max North.
Max North, yeah, Max North, Peru.
Peru, sorry.
Yeah. No. It's just, yeah, this part of Peru has this distinct feel with these low trees. The white car in Gen 3 can also make sense for parts of Peru.
Malfunction in a similar region the actual location slightly further south. Malfunction once again. Just that little scratch closer.
Yeah. Just
Tiny mark closer.
Yeah, small scratch. Both players in the right area there.
Here we go. No move, stuck in the mud on this dirt road.
Yeah, I think that
The car ahead of
stuck
us
in the
might
mud.
literally be stuck in the mud. Zigzag prompted to open his map, already scanning regions. Malfunction still observing the details. Now she opens her map as well. Zigzag on the lock, wanting to push the pace. Maybe got a good guess here.
Yeah, both players in perm.
And it's Zigzag a bit closer. Good job, good guesses by both players.
Yeah. Solid Russia knowledge from both. Zigzag just slightly closer with the more northern hedge. We have this malfunction going Sri Lanka, Zigzag following suit.
Yeah, we've got 2 Sri Lankas coming in. Zigzag just wants to get this round done. Malfunction could use this time here to refine her marker. And yeah, it does pay off, but it will not pay off too much. Just a little bit, 2.5x, making it over, just over 200 points of damage, going the way of Zigzag.
Yeah, no, nice guess from both there. Quite flat, but fairly lush, so not too far north, I suppose.
Here we are now, round 5. Both players zooming, Zigzag locking. Malfunction with a very good guess. I was going to say she, you know, based on the gameplay, she was looking confident, and yeah, once again, winning round.
Yeah, both players knowing that coverage off the 30C in Peru. Come into this Uruguay coverage. Uruguay, a country that Zigzag has practiced a lot in the past, but it's not always easy to make an accurate guess. I think they're both quite close to each other.
They are. They definitely are. Rory, we will very shortly be getting into round 7. Yeah, I mean, it's a winning round once again for Malfunction, but it's not too of a disastrous loss for Zigzag there, just receiving 300 points of damage. And yeah, now, round 7. Malfunction with that 1.4k lead.
Yeah. Building a bit of a lead in US now. I believe we have no front plates, so both players going to Pennsylvania, which has no fronts. Again, both very close to each other. So far we've seen Malfunction take a lot of these rounds by a small margin. It's just starting to add up a bit with the multis.
Indeed.
But both players very much still in it.
I mean, yesterday Malfunction was so close so many times, and sometimes you only need to be that little bit closer than your opponent to steadily build a lead.
Yeah.
Zigzag now winning a round.
Downtown Philly there.
And now we are in the final 3 rounds of this second game. It's been a fast matchup so far, I think it's fair to say, Rory.
No, it has, yeah, these games have gone quickly. The really impressive thing though is Malfunction still has 5,400 health.
Indeed,
Both.
yeah. Barely taken any damage over the course of the 7 rounds that have transpired so far.
Yeah, both players just trying to work out what hedge they want to make here in northeastern Brazil.
Yeah, sort of juggling the states, right?
Yeah, juggling the states. There seems to be this yellow marking on the pole, which can apply to a few states in Brazil. Zigzag seems a bit unsure. I'm not sure if it's a reliable marking or not.
Well, he's got 5 seconds to make his guess, to find his final location, his final placement, and it's right in the middle. Malfunction again, a bit closer.
Yeah, both players probably happy not to lose too many points there.
Now into 5x multi-territory. Malfunction definitely going to be looking at preserving her life. Zigzag sort of needs, it doesn't necessarily need a massive round, but a reasonable win, and for that multi to push, you know, the win in his direction.
Yeah. Both players going into Atacama area, eastern part of North Chile. You have to really practice these roads to know them. Malfunction.
There is a
considering
difference.
few-
No,
yeah.
there isn't. Malfunction, if she were to switch, we would see a big difference.
There may be a bit.
Oh,
yeah,
there
there's
is
a big
still quite a
difference.
difference. Zigzag bouncing back in round 9, 5x multi. That is the round he needed.
That is the round he needed. I mean, thankfully Malfunction had kept her health so high throughout the previous rounds, or that would have been game. It's only because she had such high health in round 9 that she was able to survive there.
And lucky for Zigzag, it's impossible to lose in Dubai.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Paula.
Game 2 goes the way of Mr. Australia. We're tied up now, 1-1. We mentioned, GC, Zigzag would need to win these no moves, and he gets that first. Very important.
Yeah, no, he does. He needs to win these, and he's won his first one. First step done for Zigzag. Malfunction, probably quite frustrated there. She committed really far north in Chile, and those roads can actually be quite, well, they can be very similar looking unless you really practice them.
Yeah.
So she may slightly be frustrated at not having hedged a bit more.
We would assume now that Malfunction back in the driving seat, likely to take this moving, but the flip side of this is if Zigzag can now take this moving, he's in a very strong position. But we know that Zigzag, not the biggest fan of moving, of course an expert in it, but just not as much of an expert as some of our other Geoguessr pros.
Yeah.
If you can squeeze out a victory here though, it would be huge.
Yeah, no, this is a huge game. I think we recognize this town name, La Roche-sur-Yon. Both players quite close. Maybe Malfunction slightly closer.
Maybe a 5k, Rory. Let's find out. Oh, can't quite see.
Close.
Oh, very close. As close as possible without it being a 5k.
Yeah.
Great guess. Malfunction.
Very good. I should probably say as well, the last round of that no move game, I think Malfunction was actually, I think she hovered towards the area where it actually was. So maybe had been considering switching guess to there.
That would be frustrating. Would be frustrating indeed.
Zigzag's gone into Tohoku. Fukushima Malfunction's found on the sign. Fukushima Station, so it should be downtown Fukushima. Zigzag really close though.
Yeah.
I think he had a phone code, 024.
Now inside.
Yeah, 024 phone code there for Fukushima.
Good round by both players. Zigzag very, very close.
Yeah. No, he's happy. I think he kind of saved that. Well, he was in the right area anyway, but he adjusted himself last minute to get really close.
Exactly. Happy to win the round. Happy to not lose any points as well.
Yeah.
Those little victories, they can mount up. They can add to confidence. They can give or birth momentum.
Yeah, I like this fast send from Zigzag here. Santiago del Estero definitely makes sense, but Malfunction's there too.
Malfunction is there, Rory. Chasing Zigzag down, saying, no, 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 I'm here as well.
Yeah.
Zigzag, though, just slightly closer. 2x, hitting the old 420, the way of Malfunction.
Yeah. Malfunction, I think, possibly had a town name there, but not really enough time to find it.
We've got an even first 3 rounds. Let's see now how round 4 plays out.
Yeah. So
Zigzag heading off to the casinos of Las Vegas. Whoa!
Wow, good. Yeah, good from both players there. It said Western Navajo, and the reservation is in that kind of northeastern Arizona area, but very nice, quick play from both.
Indeed. Very fast round of moving, that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely solid guesses by both players. GC, we're in New Zealand now, you said?
Yeah, we're in New Zealand. We've got quite a lot of big mountains around. Phone codes as well, maybe. Street signs, all these things, useful clues for the players to work out where they are in New Zealand. Malfunction considering Nelson. Just trying to work out if these mountains make sense direction-wise.
Malfunction
Tasman province, yeah.
With a trash can there. Was that province name on that can?
Yes,
okay.
Tasman, yeah.
Crucial information gets Malfunction to lock. Zigzag.
We haven't seen what Zigzag's thinking yet. We've not seen him go into the map.
Map not open, 5 seconds left. I can't really see where he placed his marker, but it is Malfunction quite a bit closer. 3x multi, that's going to be a solid amount of damage dealt to Zigzag.
Yeah, no, that's a big round. I think Zigzag...
Big round.
Yeah, Zigzag made a decent guess, so saved himself from losing too much health, but good stuff from Malfunction to find that bin. I think she was considering that area anyway, so good instincts too. We have Switzerland now.
Lovely Swiss round here.
French on the street sign, so further west will make sense. Malfunction lining up some valleys.
Wow. Both players getting, again, extremely accurate guesses. Malfunction used that time wisely, getting just that little bit closer, winning the round.
Yeah, they were really close. They maybe had some info that I hadn't spotted because they both got really, really close. We're in Mexico now, and Malfunction zooms straight into the map into... I'm trying to work out what she's seen here. They're both around Tabasco.
Yeah, they've both seen something. They've both got similar information of sorts because they both ended up, as you said, around Tabasco. This is round 7. After this, just 3 rounds left. And big multis. Malfunction. Great guess.
So good.
With a 4x, it's going to be another solid amount of damage. Just under 1.5k dealt to Zigzag. Big lead now with these final 3 rounds.
Yeah, she's so good with the map there. We didn't even really see her scanning. She just zoomed in, found it really, really quickly and sent. And that pace is just too much to keep up with.
Zigzag, fast lock, wants to try to bring this game via brute force back in his favor. Perhaps smart, given the deficit, given the multis.
Yeah, insta-send will be a good strategy here for Zigzag. Malfunction.
Right on the doorstep, though.
Yeah, just about.
Next door to Zigzag, and it's actually over in Monaco, or next to Monaco.
Wow. I don't know what we had. Wow, that's surprising.
Both players, you know, having... Oh, look at this!
This is
Rory.
London.
We're in London City!
It's London, surely.
This is absolutely London City.
N1. So we'll be around Islington.
It will indeed.
Go on, Malfunction. Get the 5k, please.
5k in London for me and Rory would be very appreciated. Nice to see London. I haven't seen, I don't think, too many actual, you know, like London rounds in my couple years in Geoguessr.
I know, it frustrates me. We never see downtown London.
It doesn't come up. London. And it's just, slightly west of, in between Islington and Hackney.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool. Just off Essex Road, maybe, if I'm not mistaken.
Shout out to all our London enjoyers, but forget about enjoyment for a second. Round 10 of 10. Final chance for Zigzag to swing this in his favor. He's going to lock it in fast.
Yep.
There is a bit of a difference here. I don't know if it would be enough, even with a 5.5x.
It's big on a 5.5x this.
Okay.
Very, very possibly.
Potential here, but there's confidence in Malfunction's play. I doubt that she is too far off. We're going to find out. Has Zigzag done it, or does Malfunction maintain?
I think she's okay.
I think she's okay.
Yeah.
And she is.
Yeah.
Great work by Malfunction. Now up 2-1 as we head into our second game of No Move.
Another really, really quick game.
Yes.
Malfunction with that really quick map work. Zigzag with some of those insta-sends. Just powering through them at this point.
Yeah. Definitely not a bad game of moving from Zigzag.
No, not at all. Not
like it was a bad performance, took it to the 10th round, but yeah, there were just a couple of those crucial rounds, like 1.5k rounds for Malfunction where, yeah, there was just too much of a lead in the end.
Yeah. Both players looking in the northern part of Argentina. I don't think, yeah, they're very close to each other right now. This should be reasonably light damage for one player or the other. Zigzag going a little bit more east. Malfunction switching up a little bit, but deciding to stick.
15 seconds left on the clock. I think what you are saying is absolutely right. GC, nothing too much to expect from this round 1.
Yeah, just a bit of landscape. Maybe the blue car, if you know the coverage, can guide you towards certain areas more than others.
And Zigzag's very disappointed there. Perhaps he was considering the actual location. Yeah, he's very frustrated by that.
Yeah, he switched to go a little bit more north there.
And yet, if we look back at our prior games, letting these small rounds steadily build up, that can also create eventually a substantial lead that's sort of hard to overcome.
Yeah.
Maybe that's playing in his mind.
Yeah, both players going for a relatively similar guess in Peru. Very nice from both. Quite a tricky country to guess based on landscape Peru, but these players have clearly been working on it a bit because they're both right there.
No move. Zigzag took the first. He needs to take this second to stay alive, to keep his wild card and world championship dreams alive.
Yeah, looks like Brazil. And are these Goiás cows? Both.
Goiás cows.
Yeah, it's an old...
I think I heard about that a very, very long time ago.
Yeah, it's an old meta. I don't know how reliable it actually is, but they're both actually ending up in Minas here. Again, pretty close, but 2x in quite a big country. We could see a bit of a chip away. Let's see.
That might certainly be the case. Zigzag using the extra time here, trying to refine his guess. Did it pay off? Just barely winning the round.
They were Goiás cows.
They were Goiás cows. Shout out to the cows. Round 4. Quite an even match across the first 3 rounds.
France now with the blue pole stickers. I think we had maybe a D road on that waystone there.
There's a difference here. It looked like...
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Malfunction's
gone to Corsica.
Yeah, Corsica. I was going to say an island. Thank you for giving it its proper name. Whereas Zigzag is just in the south of France. GC, 2.5x multi, it might not be massive, but it will certainly be a solid amount of damage going towards one of our players.
It will be.
Does Malfunction have some special read here? No, she doesn't. Zigzag there with the better guess, and it's a huge amount of damage, almost half HP being chopped away from Malfunction.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Zigzag. Always a gamble going Corsica, and Malfunction does lose half her health as a result.
Does want to bounce back quickly though. Locks within, 10 seconds? Forcing Zigzag's hand. Zigzag, again, using that extra time, trying to be as accurate as possible. Doesn't want to let go of this lead. Wants to build points, even if it's a small amount of points. But it's Malfunction's guess that's better. 3x.
Yeah,
almost
good.
400 points of damage.
Yeah, nothing major, but good to get a few more points back. Both players going Northern Austria there, based on the direction of the mountains and how it looks slightly flatter towards the north. We're in Denmark now, I believe, which it's not normally known as a big country in Geoguessr, but when you're on a 3.5x, the various islands and things do span quite the distance. So if you can make a really precise guess and your opponent just hedges, you can gain a lot of points. Malfunction.
Indeed. Malfunction looking for the 5k here.
Malfunction, I believe, is half Danish and has maybe used some information here because she's lined up something that looks really, really good.
Looks really good. Right on that right angle, and it is a
amazing
guess. Huge 3.5x there. 5k, 2k points of damage, and taking the lead back.
That's huge. Yeah, there was a sign there with some information, and Malfunction knows her stuff clearly and found a little marina there that lined up nicely.
The half Danish lore coming in.
Yeah, it helps.
All right, Zigzag, that's tough now going into round 7. Just 4 rounds left. And now, on the losing side of this matchup, perhaps a chance here already.
Yeah, we have a difference. Oh no, sorry, we don't. Sorry, I thought Zigzag was looking somewhere else.
Bit of a distance. Zigzag closer. Could it be enough to pull back the lead? It could be. Yes, it is. Wow. Very even, but the lead being bounced back and forth between our competitors, now in the court of Zigzag.
Yeah. Again, it's a fast pace. We're already in round 8 again. Malfunction looking really far south here in Colombia.
This
with
is a
the marker near
difference,
Pasto.
GC.
Yeah, and Zigzag's just near Bogota.
This is the difference, GC.
It's a massive round. They're both even on health. We're in a 4.5x, and they're both in very different parts of quite a big country.
Yeah, I mean, if it were to stay like this and the location didn't split them in the middle, then someone's going to go away with the win. 4.5x. Zigzag kicking Malfunction out of this no move. We will be going to NMPZ.
Well, we saw it plenty yesterday, didn't we?
Oh my, yes we did. What was it, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10? We saw all the NMPZs, almost.
Yeah, I think 8. Malfunction looked frustrated there, but she needs to just lock back in. Because it's NMPZ again. Both these players, I believe, had NMPZ games yesterday and won them, of course, which is why they're here now.
No move, no pan, no zoom. Everybody at home. All that separates Zigzag and Malfunction from the semi-final is a series of still images.
Yeah.
Southeast Australia for Malfunction. If it is Australia, surely we would expect a Zigzag advantage. Also going sort of southeast, maybe a bit more central.
Yeah, Zigzag, very good Australia player. Most Australia pros are
thinking
very
Taz.
good at... Could be a big start here.
Oh, Malfunction. Dotting around there, GC, kind of going further, much further north, but then coming back down south.
No, it's tough. This is just pure vegetation here, and Australia, NMPZ with vegetation can sometimes be challenging. I think... yeah, I never considered Taz here, but I don't know anything about Australia compared to somebody like Zigzag or somebody like Malfunction. Both will be staying mainland.
They've both been playing with the idea of Taz, and in fact, Malfunction rewarded for sticking to her guns.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Fair guess there from both, but Malfunction quite a bit closer. And what do we have here? We have this dark dirt road. Okay, Zigzag going straight into southern Chile around Torres del Paine.
This looks like it's confident gameplay by Zigzag, GC.
Yeah, it is.
Look at this. Look at this. He's looking at specific mountain ranges.
Yeah, he'll know these roads pretty well, I think, and he really is finding something there that looks pretty nice. I mean, the road direction works, the bends work, the mountains.
And Malfunction, I think... No, well, actually, no, similar. And going much further north there, though.
Yeah,
even further north.
She likes... I think... this road looks good. I think I could see them both being on the road here.
Yeah, they definitely could be. And they are. Zigzag. A bit closer. Malfunction, you had us worried there for a second. Sort of hovering much further north. But no. Relocates shoulder to shoulder with Zigzag, minimizing points lost.
Yeah, no, I think Zigzag had the better vibes there at the start. Confidently going into the right area. Malfunction with her map skills, just able to find something that lined up despite clicking around in a few different areas. We have Japan now, which is a really difficult country, NMPZ here, without any poles or anything like that.
Yep, nothing here, just the vegetation.
Yeah, notoriously difficult country to guess based on landscape. Kind of spans east to west, a lot of this part of Japan, and not much difference in vegetation.
South.
Yeah.
Much further. Malfunction a bit closer, but not too many points lost for Zigzag. But that lead is built now, 1k lead, but it is NMPZ. At any point, something crazy could happen. GC.
It could. We have a pine dirt road here. Is it Europe? I think it probably is, but Zigzag actually going NA. So we have a continent difference here. Both players across the Atlantic. We saw something similar in Malfunction's NMPZ game yesterday with a few switch ups, and it's happening again. And she is thinking really, really, really hard now. It's so difficult. Once you've considered 2 continents, it's so difficult to reason with yourself to... Well, it's hard to stick with your gut, and it's hard to twist as well. This will just be turmoil.
Oh, and she's gone back. GC, you've called it. We've got Canada versus Northern Europe. 5 seconds. This could be the match. Who is right? It's Malfunction. Wait, what?
It's big. It's huge, actually. It's
game.
Enough. It's game for Malfunction.
Wait, she switched. I missed that. She switched back to Canada.
Again. It's happened again for Malfunction.
Yeah,
That's
that
twice.
last second
yeah.
switch. Incredible moment there. A moment so fast, so lightning, that I missed it.
I know. Missed it again. I mean, everyone missed it yesterday. It was blink and you'll miss it, literally. And Malfunction wins there.
Wow, that must have been... I don't even know if it was last second, last half
it
second.
was last second, yeah. It was Malfunction.
Wow, that's a clutch. That's a Geoguessr clutch.
It's a huge clutch, and it's twice that she's made that exact clutch to win.
Wow. Oh my.
Really strong, really strong performance. Yeah, we have to give a mention to Zigzag, I think.
Of course.
He's had an incredible season, still making incredible content, such a good player, just missing out there, but Malfunction so deserved to be progressing. Such a good player, such a good performance.
Indeed. Commiserations to Zigzag. Malfunction will be moving forward to one of our semi-finals. GC, enough from us for now. Let's head back to Bloom and Ziggy on the desk.
Thank you very much, Paula. What a game, Ziggy.
I mean, that game ended the way it went yesterday. Just the same image kind of this time, both getting the right content actually, but Malfunction again in Canada, NMPZ just does it again.
Does it again. This time it seemed like Malfunction was actually considering going Canada much more than the one yesterday. But yeah, a last-second switch again, a little less last second than the previous one, but still crazy for it to go that way. We'll definitely have to ask her about that. But fair play to both of them. A very good game. If Zigzag was going to do it, he was really going to have to make it all the way to NMPZ and then win that NMPZ. He got there, he was close, but in the end, Malfunction with a really impressive guess.
Yeah, Zigzag just not locking in those moving games. He tried yesterday, he tried today, but goes out 0-4 in the moving games. Maybe something he has to work on, but doesn't want to. Yeah. It is what it is, but Malfunction just very impressive stuff in those moving games as well. It's just very hard to face her in that mode.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to beat her. And Clement, we now see, is going to be going up against her in that first semifinal. We have our first semifinal decided and going to decide the next one very soon. But before that, we're going to chat with Malfunction. Malfunction, congrats. Let's talk about these last-second Canadas.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's my new thing, guessing Canada last second.
It might be, but nonetheless, you had a very impressive game. Very solid stuff all around. That Denmark 5K on no move, really nice. Use of the sign. Toby, of course, was up there screaming, "Oh, I know, it's there!" Yeah. And then Malfunction, you zoom in, and he got super happy about that. So good round, and of course,
I've taken that ferry many times.
Really?
Across from Germany to there. So it's kind of an IRL repeat, I guess.
Very nice.
A little bit of a cop-out way to get points, but it didn't matter in the end since he won the game anyway.
Yeah, true. Good point. Ziggy, any thoughts?
I mean, I just want to ask who coached you in Canada and who coached you in NMPZ, because it seems like you're just locked in NMPZ as well. I mean, moving, we kind of knew going into this that you would show up, but NMPZ might be your new favorite mode?
I think I just got luck on my side. Sometimes you just gotta get lucky, and now I got it twice in a row. Hopefully 3 times maybe next time against Clement, but...
then it's not luck anymore, though.
You never know.
Yeah, 3 times might not be luck anymore. That's a good point, Ziggy. That's a good point. But how are you feeling now? You're in the semis. You're going to go up against Clement. How do you feel looking at that matchup?
I mean, it's tough. I don't remember how I did against Clement in the World League. I think it was pretty close anyway. But he's much stronger now anyway. I think I'm probably going to get steamrolled, but that's what I thought for the last 2 matches. So maybe I can pull it off again.
Hey,
that would be cool.
Super possible. Anything can happen. I mean, everyone playing here is so amazing. But yeah, you're proving yourself. You're making it happen. So best of luck. Rest up. And later, you'll have that semifinal. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Great. Lovely to hear from her.
Yeah, definitely. That means 3 of the semifinals are locked in. We have 1 quarterfinal left.
Yep.
That's being up soon.
1 more quarterfinal. It's going to be Pan versus Spaghetti. Any quick thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I was honestly very surprised by Spaghetti's performance against Kratzu taking that win there. I didn't have that on my list, but it's very hard for me to put on why Spaghetti is good. Honestly, yeah. it sounds rude, but I can't explain how. Yeah. He's just good.
He's one of those players that doesn't necessarily have a standout specialty, but is just across the board very even, very solid, no specific weakness, no specific strength, but it's gotten him very far. But now he's got Pan to go up against, youngest guy in the World League, and going to be a tough opponent. I remember he did even 2-0 Constance in the World League, so this guy's nothing to scoff at. Let's get straight into that match, guys. It's going to be Spaghetti versus Pan. Casters, take it away.
We shall indeed take it away for you. Yep, we've got Spaghetti versus Pan. It's our final quarterfinal of our Wildcards GC. What are your thoughts going into this matchup, brother?
As Ziggy said, yeah, Spaghetti, really strong all-round player. He's just a guy who can win games. And Pan maybe slightly worse off moving-wise, but other than that, really, really solid and can just make some really amazing no-move NMPZ guesses in hard rounds. So could go either way for sure.
It definitely could go either way. All right, everybody, time to get hyped. We are ready for our final quarterfinal of the Wild Cards. We've got, on the one hand, Spaghetti, and on the other, Pan. As always, we will start things off moving and shaking.
Let's see what we've got here. Game about to start. Looks like we may have some Canada to start us off. Pan moving a lot further down the road so far. Spaghetti seemed to be a bit more focused on a couple of details, maybe looking down at one or two things I wasn't quite sure what, but Pan really focusing on trying to get as far down the road as he can. Spaghetti actually finds some French, possibly. Did that say A+ or A+? I couldn't tell if...
I'm not sure. I do know...
Maybe it was just A+, because A+ in French can mean, like, see you later. Yeah, let's... Well, yeah, well, okay. I think I was just in French mode there for no reason whatsoever.
Well, 10 seconds left. Pan going with an initial location. Spaghetti going a bit further southwest across a body of water.
Yeah, we have Cape Breton versus Newfoundland here, and it is Newfoundland.
It's Newfoundland. Pan finding the right answer in Newfoundland.
Yep, good start, 1,000 points.
Is it Newfoundland or Newfoundland? Is there an official...
We can let the Canadians decide for us.
And what do they say?
Well, they let them... I may be wrong.
They might even argue about it between themselves.
Useful sign here. But yeah, no, maybe they do. I've probably heard both, yeah.
Well, let's turn our attention to the current round. We've got Uppington, Namibian border.
Yeah, very useful signs here. Interesting fact about Uppington, one of the world's longest runways at that airport, which we seem to be close to.
Okay, well, Spaghetti looking for the 5K for sure. Right outside the airport, maybe on the end of the runway.
Yep. Who is going to take off in this round?
Oh, GC. Love it. I think it's going to be Spaghetti.
Who's going to land on the 5K?
Exactly. There we go. And it is Spaghetti flying high with the top guess.
Yeah, no, he's in first class right now.
Back to back to back to back. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just winging it.
Killing it, brother. Killing it. All right, pretty close. Just about 400 points separating the two as we are in round 3.
Yes, Pan insta-locks quite far south there. I couldn't tell he was in Kyushu. No, I actually didn't see where Pan guessed. Spaghetti's going Tokyo.
Surely an advantage here for Spaghetti, given his Japanese heritage. And yes, not quite on the money, but a 2x makes that 3k points of damage.
Big round. Pan with Shikoku there, but Spaghetti being Japanese. Yeah, Japanese players often really, really good at Japan. And
Who would have thought?
Yeah, Pan maybe should have taken his time a bit more. I think he panicked and didn't want to let Spaghetti find information.
Yeah, it was an attempt at an execution of strategy, but yeah, it just did not work out this time for Pan. Nonetheless, can respect that, trying to, you know, execute a strategy.
Yeah. Thailand here. Pan again going quite fast, going quite far south near the Cambodian border. Spaghetti going much further north on a 2.5x. Quite a big difference. And Pan with a really strong guess.
Very, very good guess. 2.5x. Going to take the lead.
Yeah, that's huge. Both players now on quite low health, only in round 5. A couple of tricky rounds.
Pan took that hit in Japan, but then bounced straight back in Thailand. Just round 5, and each player, you know, around that 2k HP mark. A lot of damage has been dealt in this first half.
Yeah, a lot of damage. We're in South Africa now. Somewhat urban location, often very difficult to guess urban locations. Neither player finding a useful phone code. That is the kind of thing you look for in these situations.
Yep, we've got Nelly's takeaway as well. We've got a golf club. That could be useful.
056, Spaghetti's found one. Does he know the full 3 digits? Oh, he's found the town. Yep, he's found the town. And Pan is not quite there.
Yeah, with a 3x, Spaghetti probably going to be taking a reasonable amount of lead here.
Yes, very good save from Pan there.
Actually.
Yeah,
just taking the lead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, credit to Spaghetti for finding the town, but also credit for Pan for just not letting himself guess too far away there. This looks okay. We've got French there.
French on the sign. Spaghetti definitely shooting off, trying to find a more populated area. An area with more information. Doesn't want to just rely on these winding country roads. And yeah, both players sort of stopping off in a village. Nobody taking a longer pause.
Yeah, sometimes good information can be a little bit sparse in rounds like this in France. You have to move a fair distance.
That ability to move crucial. To find, to investigate.
Yeah.
To discover that information.
Yeah, we see those nice French bollards, a nice horse, but no useful info. Pan going further north.
Yeah, sort of north versus central here.
There's info, but it's just too late to do much with it.
Yeah, too late, and it's a great guess by Pan.
Yeah.
3.5x, it's not quite game, but Spaghetti now with it all to do.
Yeah, such a good guess from Pan there. Based maybe on the architecture and the general landscape. Pan going straight into Kerala in southern India. These poles, metal ones, often found down in Kerala. Spaghetti will know this. Spaghetti can lose here if Pan's on the money.
If Pan is on the money, this will be the game for Pan. But no, not this time. Spaghetti instead taking a large swing at Pan, and now we are very even going into the final 3 rounds of this first game. Pan with just a micro lead. Both players with micro HP.
Yeah. If one player's on the money now and the other player isn't, it's game for sure.
I think we are going to see all the seconds spent, all the time played out.
We have a sign first for Spaghetti, but Pan coming up to the same thing doesn't tell us anything useful. But this next one may do. No. Okay, Pan. I think Pan has some knowledge here. He's gone into a very specific area down near the Chilean border. It will just be a landscape guess. Spaghetti going on the Chile side.
It's going to be game here.
It has to be game.
It has to be game. GC, unsure who.
It's white car.
Who it's for, and it's going to be Spaghetti.
That's game. It's white car. I hadn't seen the car.
Oh, it's not enough. It's not.
How's that not enough? Wow.
Oh my. We go into round 9. Spaghetti now with that micro lead. One more tense round to be played out. Surely we don't go to round 10. There is no way, GC.
Yeah. Okay, if Pan finds this sign too, this will just be a straight test of their pinpointing ability. Neither player with much health. Both have found a sign for Ventspils. Pan zooms towards Ventspils, but I think Spaghetti has just managed to get a very precise guess in here.
Yeah.
I don't think Pan has enough time to do enough with it.
I think you're absolutely right, GC. I think Spaghetti has made it work when he needed, and that is certainly the case. Spaghetti takes game 1, moving.
Yeah, that ending there just came down to Spaghetti. Just his ability to get to the info a little bit faster, his ability to pinpoint really quickly off it, and that wins him the game when both players are on such low health.
Hard fought. That was a very hard fought first game. We've got a slight issue with our overlay here. Incorrect player names. Just ignore that for the moment.
Yep.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. Yeah, it's not malfunction, Clement.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It will be, and it will be a good game.
It will indeed. For now, though, yeah, we will look into getting this sorted.
Good first game, though.
Definitely.
I think
so close.
Yeah.
The action was tremendous back and forth.
Yeah.
Really a very high skill ceiling. Both of our players, you know, Spaghetti and Pan, showing out. And very exciting, I would say, primarily that penultimate round.
Yeah.
Thought it would just be over.
I know. But they were both in different countries, both on 400 or 500 health in high multis, and
hello, Spaghetti.
Both surviving.
Hello, Pan.
All right, they're back in.
Back. Oh.
Are they?
Not quite. Love our avatars popping in, swagging out. But just, yeah, the wrong ones right now. Here we go. Looks like our admins are doing the old PC magic. I think downloading more RAM or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, how often do we see in round 8, 9, whatever it was, two players with really low health in different countries and both managing to survive? That is a
Not
rare
often.
occurrence, I would say.
Very, very rare. Very, very rare.
But yeah.
Spaghetti living up to the expectation of being a solid moving player. That being said, though, I think Pan could easily take the next moving as well. I mean, was ahead, I think, for most of the time.
Yeah, Pan had a chance there. I think maybe that Shikoku guess proved to be a bit too costly.
That
I think
was the fatal blow that then...
Yeah, it's understandable. It's very intimidating coming up against a Japanese player in a round in Japan, because being able to read Japanese is just such an advantage in Japan. There's so much information and it's so specific to the prefecture, and Japanese players can just find it, read it, send, and
yeah,
you're just scrambling around.
It was certainly the round that eventually led to Pan's downfall. Moving on, however, we are into round 2 now. Sorry, round 2? Wait, what?
Okay, yeah, I'll clarify. So I actually did see on our casting screen there was a Wisconsin location.
Okay. We were into no move now, everybody. Just missed the first round, but...
I think it possibly wasn't on the broadcast, but basically Spaghetti just slightly closer in Wisconsin.
Okay. So stay locked in, everybody. The action is back.
This is a hard location.
Big difference here. We've got Pan in Slovenia.
I don't know if it's Italy. That plate looks too wide.
Spaghetti in Italy. Sorry, Slovakia. And I think, yeah, you're... No! It is!
Switch.
Pan way off. Country's over. Spaghetti with a massive round 2.
That's an amazing guess from Spaghetti. Difficult location there. All we really had was that plate. I don't know if it maybe gave him something for Albania because he was in Italy too, which can have somewhat similar plates, but yeah, really, really tough.
And we've got Iceland.
Yeah, really lovely location, this one. This south coast making sense with this elevation and the black soil. Maybe we even could see the sea there. I don't recall. But yeah, both lining up based on the elevation near Vic. Very good idea from Pan. Should be somewhere close to there.
20 seconds left on the clock. Round 3, Spaghetti coming off a big round 2. Both players trying to be as accurate as possible here, spending a lot of time scanning. Pan going back to one of the original locations he preferred.
Yeah, we have a difference here. Nothing too big on a 2x, but still somewhat significant.
Yeah, nothing too big, but, you know, when Pan is as accurate as that, it ends up being solidly over 1k points of damage dealt to Spaghetti.
Yeah, no, good guess from Pan there. The soil down on that south coast is particularly dark. Spain... Hang on.
Both players spinning, looking for any information possible.
Yeah.
GC, is this a tricky round here?
Yes.
Because I'm getting that impression.
It will be Spain.
But where in Spain? That is the ultimate question. And it looks like both players right now are also, you know, struggling.
Yeah,
and we've got a big difference off the rip. Spaghetti going closer to Valencia. Pan very far north.
Yeah, we have a big difference. I don't know if I like Valencia here. This is just pure architecture this round.
Who is the architect of the W?
This will be quite big. Spain, a big country, and a big difference in their guesses.
Everything's big here, and there are going to be big points scored unless they're split in the middle. They're not. Pan closer, 2.5x, and it's almost half of Spaghetti's HP.
Very nice from Pan. Have to respect that on an architectural round. He gets the northern vibe. It's not the first time we've seen it from him. He had that very accurate guess in northern France without any information. Yakutsk here. But Pan significantly further south, and Spaghetti downtown Yakutsk. I think Pan is a really good Russia player. I think he's trying to line this up. I think I like Pan's guess here. Spaghetti now looking a little bit further south.
Both in the same city right now, but Spaghetti not switching to... I don't think Pan switched to it either.
No, Spaghetti's still in Yakutsk and Pan is still further south, so there's a difference. I think we had another town around here on day 1 or 2.
Another difference, 3x multi. And Pan with a brilliant guess. That is going to be game. Drawn up 1-1.
Yes. Noble coverage for somebody like Pan, I guess, that rush around. Very, very, very nice stuff. Pan really showed his strengths there. Very, very good performance indeed.
Absolutely. We will head into our second game of moving. Drawn up, equal. Could we be already seeing the hints of perhaps heading to another NMPZ? I don't know, but it's certainly possible.
It's definitely possible. We're in Turkey here. Bit of info on the bin. Pan scanning for it around Istanbul. Maybe that was his vibe guess and he's just trying to find the name.
If either of our players here are way off, they will have to send an official apology to Geoguessr.
That's how it works.
Yep, gotta pay respects to the Don.
Not really sure if Spaghetti's managed to find anything here. He's found a few phone numbers, but they're not regional ones, I don't think. And Pan really hasn't changed his guess much from that Istanbul area. Spaghetti going closer to Ankara. Only round 1.
Only round 1, and the difference is sort of split. So it will just be 13 points. Classic round 1.
Yeah, classic round 1. Are we in Mexico now?
Spawning in front of a dentist who will be getting by on the skin of their teeth. We will find out.
Both zoomed past those phone numbers. I think we had a 641 area code. I know some Mexico codes, but not all of them, but if it was indeed a 641, it would be somewhat northwestern.
30 seconds left on our clock. we've got a triple sign there for Pan that prompts a response.
Yeah.
Opening of the map, scanning.
Yeah, Pan looking at Zacatecas, which I think mostly has 4 area codes. I think Durango maybe makes sense, because I think we had some mud brick, but I'm not too sure exactly where this is. I think they're both a bit too south, but... Okay, no, my mistake.
Split in the middle. Spaghetti just a little bit close. Not even 1-2 rounds, but not even over 100 points of damage. Just under, in fact. But 2 winning rounds for Spaghetti.
Yeah. No, both players ended up quite close there. It was Zacatecas. Thailand now. Always a challenging one, as we've seen time and time again over the last couple of days.
Definitely a country.
It's a border location. Trapped immigration office. Who knows this?
Well, Spaghetti is already... and Pan has found it as well. Both looking at the borders now, just as you suggested, GC.
Yep, they're both there. They're both there. Okay, Pan just instant. But Spaghetti will probably be lining up a more specific guess.
That is a crazy borderline, by the way.
Yeah,
just
so
like
narrow,
it just narrowly runs down that bit of coast. And Spaghetti, brilliant guess. 3 rounds in a row now. We're seeing those smaller rounds build up, starting to build a... It's not a significant lead at this point, but it's going in that direction.
Yeah, no, Pan...
Now 600 points ahead.
Yeah, I can see Pan's logic there. I think he just insta-sent trapped, not really wanting to scan for the border crossing, maybe hoping Spaghetti wouldn't have found it. But Spaghetti, with his map skills, just had enough time to get there and deal a bit of damage. We are in the Philippines now, where both players will be looking for a province name. What does this say? Normally those circular shields will say something. No, it just says Department of Health. There must be so much information here.
Perhaps an information overload, I should say.
Yeah, this one,
both
the
players
right,
finding
yeah,
this.
the right side of this poster's fallen down. I think it's hiding the province name because it said Barangay and then it was cut off. So,
well, Pan's going towards Manila. Spaghetti also, more so in the city itself. And it's actually further north.
We did have San Miguel mentioned there.
Even Stevens!
Yeah.
Haven't seen one of those over the course of the last 2 days. At least I haven't.
No, good.
Rare to see a draw round.
Yeah,
very, very rare.
Very, very, very rare. Usually happening maybe if we have a double 5K, but those, again, also quite rare.
Absolutely.
Back in Turkey.
Back in Geoguessr.
Yeah.
Geoguessr country.
Coast visible. North coast makes sense with this architecture as well, maybe.
10 seconds for Spaghetti to respond as Pan locks in first. Maybe thinking a bit further west. No, maybe even further east. I don't think, though, he will switch. No, he does!
Yeah, I think...
Is that refinement going to pay off? Let's find out.
Well,
no, it doesn't. Pan now going to jump ahead. That's suddenly 3.5k points of damage. Those multis have crept up on us again, GC, and suddenly Spaghetti at a massive disadvantage, and he's meant to be our mover.
Yeah, no, nice stuff from Pan there. Spaghetti just very into the map, looking for something that lined up with the coast, and sometimes when you're that far into the map, you can kind of lose track of how you're hedging or where you wanted to guess initially. You kind of tunnel vision on looking for something that lines up, and he ended up a bit too far east.
He did indeed.
We're in Senegal here. Does mention tuba there, but that's not to be relied upon necessarily in Senegal. It says tuba everywhere. It's one of the bigger towns, but it's always written over shops and things like that.
Both players going into a similar area here. Probably not going to see that big of a point discrepancy, and in fact the marker is directly in the middle. Winning round for Pan. But we will move on to round 7.
Yeah, not much in that round. All it really does is bump up the multis and also, I guess, gets Pan 1 round closer to safety. depending on how you look at it, but we're in Iceland again.
Nice location here, big breadth of water. Pan maybe considering already the specific bridge. Spaghetti also looking for it. Different bridge, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that one looked like a decent angle. I couldn't remember if we had a bend to our east or not. No, the bend looks wrong, so I don't think Spaghetti's on it.
We've got a moving round with very little moving here, almost playing out like a no move. Yeah, no, it's a hard call to make on rounds like this because bridges in a country like Iceland will be findable. It's do you back yourself to find it in a minute, or do you go down the road looking for a sign? Not always an easy decision to make. Not an easy decision. Tough options to choose between. I can't see right now if there is a big discrepancy between our players. Pan makes a last-second switch, and it brings Pan closer to the location.
Chipping away again. Spaghetti's pretty low on health now. Pan looking very healthy with just 3 rounds left.
Big lead for Pan, GC.
Yeah, big lead, and looks like we're in the US now.
3 rounds left, big multis. Certainly a chance for Spaghetti to bounce back in the US. However, Pan going to be doing everything possible to protect his HP, preserve that life, avoid mistakes, hold on to that lead.
Yeah, massive country, lots to look out for. Oh, we have an interstate here for Spaghetti. The I-94. We have an area code 2, and Spaghetti zooming towards Minnesota. I think it was based on the area code.
Well,
kind of think he would know.
We see the I-94 pop up on his map.
We do, yeah. Great shout.
This could be money for Spaghetti. Pan going to need to open his map now with just 4 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good from Pan to get there. Yeah, really good.
Very good last few seconds.
Yeah.
But Spaghetti, yes, closer. But only 2 rounds left for him to make this comeback.
Yeah, I assume Pan had built an idea in his head of which state we were in there because he went straight into Minnesota.
Yeah.
I think probably based on the plates. Looking like Mexico now. Somewhere northern Mexico. You can base, well, assuming you don't find information, you can base your guess on vegetation here. There are certain cacti and things like that which are more regional. It looks quite remote.
It's very remote. I mean, Spaghetti's been running down this road, not found anything.
I can't see it happening, so I'm fairly sure we'll just be seeing a landscape guess here. Let's see who has a better guess in northern Mexico.
A landscape guess, a bit of a hedge, very little information at hand.
Yeah.
Who is going to be as
we
close
have Durango versus Chihuahua, and it's Sonora, and that's quite big for Spaghetti.
It's gonna be big enough to take the lead. Not quite. Pan just slightly ahead, going into round 10.
Yeah, it's the last round.
GC, where are we? Turkey, we're back in Turkey. So this is anyone's game, GC.
This is anyone's game. It's rough for Pan there because he was having quite a dominant game, and he was just one slight mistake going a little bit too far south in Mexico. Cost him most of his health.
And we will finish this second game of moving in Turkey. Pan has a tiny lead. Even if they both find the location, Spaghetti could easily squeeze a little closer. This is really as close as it can get. Round 10, 5.5x multi.
Spaghetti's there. Spaghetti's found the town.
Has Spaghetti found it?
I think he has.
Spaghetti perhaps playing the round of his life. Perhaps shortly going to be up 2-1.
I think he is. Yeah, I think he's about to be up to 2-1.
Pan, can you do a miraculous placement here? No, you cannot. It is Spaghetti. Spaghetti take the dub, everybody. Now up 2-1. 1 game from securing a spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah, one game from securing a spot, but he has to beat Pan now in no move and NMPZ, which is not an easy feat. Pan feeling possibly a little bit hard done by. He was ahead for so long in that game.
Yeah. Well, no, Spaghetti just needs to win this
Oh,
no
sorry,
move.
sorry, yeah, you're right.
no,
2-1,
you're good.
sorry, no.
We're so used to seeing it, man. It's like burnt into our brains.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that not every match has to go to NMPZ.
Brains, yeah. We are NMPZ pilled, but Spaghetti's hoping to avoid that medication this time. Definitely wanting to get it done here. Fast start, fast round one. Let's get straight into the multi, straight into the action.
Yeah. Small first round there, just a single point of damage. And we come to Japan. Scary one playing at Spaghetti in Japan.
Yeah, is Pan going to try and do the same thing as last time, which bit him on the back? No, he's not. Spaghetti locks first. That's going to be scary for Pan, and playing against our Japanese player in Japan, this time using all the time given to him, and it's just slightly better from Spaghetti. Good job by Pan there to minimize damage.
Yeah, both players getting Hokkaido there. Good stuff as we go into round 3. And this looks like an interesting one. Yeah, some European forest round here. Nothing too country specific that I can see. We could see
a nice forest.
Yeah.
It's a hill of sorts. We've got some elevation. Can't really see too much in the distance.
No, we see some mountains, so that's pretty much all we've got.
Slovenia for both players.
Yeah, we have
right
both
now.
in Slovenia. I was going to say we could possibly see both in different countries here, but they've both gone for Slovenia, which...
Slovenian forest, perhaps. Pan quickly zooms out quite a lot, maybe considering a different country entirely.
So Slovenia makes sense. There's a lot of this densely forested coverage, quite often dirt roads, so makes perfect sense.
Spaghetti, don't scare us like that, buddy. And it is
just
further north,
on the border.
On the border. There were some hovers there that were indicating that our players could switch massively, but it did not happen.
No, it didn't happen. Spaghetti hovered over Scotland. Pan hovered over Slovakia. We are in Sweden now, though, that is for sure.
Pan going straight to the east coast.
Yeah, I could see it. There are pockets of elevation along the coast, also pockets of elevation along the Norway border, which I think Spaghetti is closer to now. So, different ideas, but not too far from one another.
Not
Quite
too far. Well, that could be some solid points with a 2.5x. Yep, going to be a 1.4k. Spaghetti building the lead. It's almost a 2k point lead, actually, as we enter the halfway point, round number 5.
Yeah, round number 5 in Yucatan, probably. In Mexico.
Taking no move off Pan would be huge. It would be the ticket to the semi-finals for Spaghetti.
Yeah, I think both players just trying to scan a little bit to see if there's anything useful, any info. Rounds like this in the Yucatan Peninsula, not necessarily so easy to region guess. We will often see players just choosing to hedge.
That zoom there by Pan was very interesting, sort of looking through a little gap in the trees into the distance. Not sure if Pan found anything. That's a confident zoom by Spaghetti. We may be seeing
Pan's looking west coast.
Different coasts here.
I mean, it can look, there are areas on the west coast that can look very similar. I hadn't actually considered it at first, but I think the language on the restaurant names is much more likely to be Yucatan.
Well, we've got a huge difference here, ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. Pan hedging, Spaghetti on the money with a 3x. That is going to be game.
Wow, Spaghetti getting through the match. He does it in Yucatan, in Quintana Roo.
Yeah, getting through the match in style. Rory, very, very tough loss for Pan. Pan has played very well across our EMEA majors and this wildcard tournament, but going to bow out here in the quarter-final. Spaghetti, the stony expression, our stoic Japanese legend.
Yeah, he's an absolute legend. Pan looks a little bit despondent there. He'll be upset. We love him. He's been an amazing player to have on the circuit this year.
Yeah.
So I hope we get to see a lot more of him. What a guy, what a player. But Spaghetti, another great guy, another great player. He
Indeed.
does it.
Indeed, yeah. Commiserations to Pan. Congratulations to Spaghetti. Spaghetti moving ahead to the semi-finals. GC, enough from us for now. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you again, Paula. What a game again, Ziggy. It's been a crazy day. In the end, Spaghetti takes it, moves on to the semifinals after our last quarterfinal.
Yeah, before the game I said, I don't know why Spaghetti is good, but he just performs. And he did it once again, this time actually finishing it off before NMPZ. He did go to NMPZ against Kratzu, but this time, quick 3-1. But Pan looked so strong in those no-move games, at least in the first one.
Yeah.
But then in the second one, just a different Spaghetti out of nowhere.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, good point. It was tough for Pan there at the end. I mean, you have to call that a blunder, I would say, in the end. Do you agree with that? I mean, it looked very Yucatan. He had a lot of thatched roofs, things like that. Felt very Yucatan. I think Pan made a little bit of a mistake, maybe the pressure, something like that. But in the end, Spaghetti had it, and he takes it.
Yeah, I mean, there was no hesitation on Spaghetti's side. It was just like, okay, this is just Yucatan. I see a thatched roof, should just be there. But Pan was just of the opinion it just looks coastal in general. So that's why he scanned the entire coast. You could see him making a lot of scans or zoom in into different parts of the coast and then just hedging it out. In the last bit, I feel like he would have stayed alive if he stayed in Tabasco, but last second he just switched away. Heartbreaking. And Spaghetti takes it.
Hard way for it to go, but yep, you said it there. Spaghetti takes it, and he's going up against Mata, as we can see here now on the schedule. We have our semifinals. This is the top 4 that have made it out of such an intense wild card. The level of play has been unbelievable, and now it is only 4 players left. Ziggy, what are you thinking?
Yeah, 4 players left. A few of them who I don't think many people expected Spaghetti to get this far, me included. I have to say, Spaghetti pulled up. He definitely performed well.
Yeah.
I did not have him on any plan. I mean, in your prediction, I didn't see him there either, I think.
I don't remember exactly where I had him as well, but I mean, we can ask him himself. Spaghetti is ready for an interview. Spaghetti, man, you made it to the semis. How are you feeling? Did you think you'd make it this far? What's going through your head right now?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't know. I didn't really set any expectations for myself this tournament. I mean, obviously getting first out of 16th is like the only thing that matters technically. So pretty hard to like set that as a goal, but pretty pleased with how I'm doing so far. I mean, the contents of the game wasn't my best gameplay, but I don't know. It worked out barely.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's the consistency that really matters in Geoguessr, and you had the consistency to pull it off, even if you did make some smaller mistakes, things like that. The consistency got you there. And now you're going to go up against Mata. You talked about you do have to make it to the top. The top 1 is really all that matters here, but you're really only 2 games away now, if you think about it that way. How do you feel about facing Mata?
Right. I think Mata, relatively speaking, I mean, kind of everyone else that's left is very good at moving, and the last game as well, like moving was where I kind of gained most of my wins, and then I was hoping to like win at least one of the no-move NMPZs, but now that I'm up against someone who's probably like arguably better than me at moving, it's gonna be pretty hard to take the win, but
yeah, not gonna be easy. But in general, we had a lot of Turkey locations, I feel like, during that game. I mean, Geoguessr was pretty happy. How did you feel about Turkey in general? Is it one of your like countries you like to see in-game? Especially like in moving, because there is a lot of information available. Or maybe if you're lucky, do you want to like maybe become better at the country? I mean, Geoguessr is going to be busy today, but maybe in general.
Yeah, it is the country I need to work on. Obviously, there's like a bunch of different things you can start working on to learn the country, but I think right now I'm not the best at it, so I think of most of the rounds I lost more points than I gained on Turkey. So needs a bit more work. So if Geoguessr wants to coach me on Turkey, I'm always down.
Yeah, maybe you can chat with him about that later. See if Gelotris can help out. We'll see. But Spaghetti, thank you so much for chatting with us. Take a little break, and we'll see you shortly for the semi-final. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Great to talk to Spaghetti there.
Super calm.
Super calm. Super calm. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty classic Spaghetti sort of vibe to be in. He's very calm all the time, even when the pressure's on. And hopefully if he can take that forward, maybe that's a winning trait for him.
Yeah, we do get one interview from the matchup Mada versus Spaghetti, and we will see whether it will be somebody super excited like Mada, outgoing, or somebody like Spaghetti who's like, even after winning the semifinals, will probably not be like super outgoing. Just going to be like, yeah, I made it. Not sure how, but I'm here.
I'm here. Yeah, well, we will see what happens. But before we get into the semifinals, it's time to give you guys the start of a short little news series. Let's head straight into some content that was filmed very recently for you all.
Welcome, everyone, to Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm Toby, and I will be your host for what will be a very, very difficult quiz. And what better than a difficult quiz than having experts here to take on the challenge. We are playing talent versus players. Combine that, and it's talented players, and those are our guests here on the show today. My talents are Jake Lyons and CG. Welcome, boys. Team Blue representing. CG, how are you feeling about taking on this quiz today?
I'm excited. I have no idea what's in store for us, but it should be a good time. I mean, Jake is a trivia master, so hopefully he carries me.
I mean, a lot of people, Jake, are saying you're the guy to go to. Any pressure on your shoulders?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite a bit, especially because I have, like CG, I have no idea what's coming. Like, I don't know what kind of questions we're about to see, but I'm
you're
a little bit worried.
You're in for a good one, no doubt about it. And of course, our players, Team Red, we have Orlando and Fao. Welcome, boys. Now we heard that Jake Lyons appears to be the trivia expert. Fao, how does that make you feel in your hopes for Team Red here?
Well, if there's any Geo stuff, I think we've got a good shot, but other stuff, we'll see. Don't give us subdivisions.
It's a good combination of all. Orlando, what about you? How do you feel?
I feel the same as Fao. I'm excited, but I have no idea what to expect. So let's see what we get.
I can tell you, I too am not fully sure what's going to happen, but that's why we're here, to have a good time together and to learn more about this precious planet we're on in ways either super obvious or incredibly cryptic. We'll see what this quiz has in store. So to get straight into it with round number 1, we are playing City Pong.
Okay.
And yes, what is City Pong? Well, you will find out soon enough, guys. But before we get into it, before we get the game started, we need to figure out who's gonna start this game. So I need one representative from Team Red and one representative from Team Blue. Raise your hands, one each. Who's gonna go? You can talk amongst your team. You can huddle up. Orlando already signed up. That's great.
Yeah.
Jake is there as well. Great. I need you guys to do the most synchronized rock, paper, scissors we've ever seen. So hands up before your webcams. And what we're going to do is we're going to go rock, paper, scissors, and then like shoot or whatever you usually say. That's when you show what you're going to do, okay? So rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Is that paper? Yeah, there you go. Okay. So the talent starts. Team Blue gets to begin this one. Let me show you an example of exactly how City Pong works. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to say a place or a city, I should say, since it is City Pong and not Country Pong. It's just one example. So let's say I say Sweden, ends with an N. Then the next person in line has to then say a city that starts with an N. And then whatever the ending letter of that is, goes on. You have 10 seconds to come up with something that has not been said prior, and I'm going to do my very best to keep track of it because I feel like this game could go on for a while, or we could all fail miserably because someone finds a city that ends with an X and then the rest of the guys are screwed. But that's how this first game is going to go. So, the order of which we're doing things here is, Jake, since you won the rock, paper, scissors, we'll start with you, meaning I will say the first city, then it's your turn, and then from there it's going to be Fao, then it's CG, then it's Orlando, then back to you again, and then we just keep on going until someone either gets something wrong or doesn't come up with a city within the 10 seconds they have available. Do all participants understand these rules?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I love how you're all shaking your heads and saying yes at the same time. It's amazing. We're ready for this. Great. So let's get round number 1, City Pong, started. I'm going to start here, and I'm going to say Copenhagen.
Okay. I will say New York.
I will say... Wait. Kansas City.
Oh, 1 second.
Wow. Okay. Why? Yekaterinburg.
Okay, Gothenburg.
You said Gothenburg?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say Greenville.
Elora.
Does that end with an A?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to lean back. This is going to take 2 hours.
Okay, Sydney.
Okay. Yountville? I think that exists.
What? Okay.
I think it does. You can verify.
Wait. No.
I can't think of anything starting with E. You had it. It was an E. It was Ville, right?
Yeah. Well, what starts with E?
Hard times, man. I'm telling you, those 10-second timers, they get the best of you. And with that foul, Team Red loses 1,000 health. And there we have it. That is round number 1 done for. And currently, we have the lead going in the favor of Team Blue.
What a fun little video. Episode 1 of 5 of Street Smarts for today. I hope you guys enjoyed that little segment there. I know I did.
Yeah, and the caster is taking the lead for us, so good start.
Yeah, taking the lead. Very nice to see. Love it. But guys, it's time for the semifinals. I mean, I'm excited. How are you feeling, Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Clement versus Malfunction is going to be interesting to see. We saw a different Clement, as you put it on the desk yesterday. You know, really showed up in the second moving game, and it was honestly a great performance, but
yeah, whether
that will be enough against somebody like Malfunction, we shall see.
Yep, we'll see. And guys, it's Bloom and Ziggy here. We've hopped on over from the desk, and we're here to give you some casting. Excited for this one, starting off the semifinals. Should be a good game. And I like your point about that new Clement. We're just going to have to see if he can hold it up today. Malfunction kind of doubting herself a bit. In most interviews, she keeps thinking, oh, I'm not going to win this next game. And then she does. So let's see what she can do here. It's game 1, round 1, moving. We're off.
We're off in what seems to be Mexico. We did see some octagonal pole and signs on both screens. Now the question is, who found the better sign? We see a quick zoom there by Malfunction on the map, but, you know, nothing, no quick guess just yet.
Yep, nothing so far. Malfunction still is trying to gain whatever information she can. Clement kind of opting to move around more while Malfunction's really taking a look at every single sign that she comes across.
Yeah, now he actually finds the exact same sign. I think it says hashtag Chihuahua.
Oh, hashtag Chihuahua, yeah.
I think that's what it says, but I'm not quite sure because she's in Chiapas right now.
He doesn't look too much like the state of Chihuahua, to be honest.
It does not. I don't think it said Chihuahua. Maybe it said hashtag Chiapas.
Maybe we need to learn how to read. I don't know.
It is pretty underrated to know how to read, and especially we have like a lot of very green vegetation. I don't think it's going to be Chihuahua.
Yeah, makes sense. We have a Tabasco here from Clement, however, in the far south of it, and he is going to be closer with that. A nice little start, just 205 points of damage on the round 1.
But Clement taking the lead, so maybe a sign what's about to come.
Yep, we'll see if Clement keeps it up. But yep, only one round. We do go on to round 2 here. This looks like a Switzerland.
Yeah, we do have the camera low to the ground, and the first thing you usually try to look for is what language you're using, and we do see German on that sign. I think it said like Wartgut, Straße, something like that. So we're definitely going to be in the German part of Switzerland, so northeast, generally speaking.
Yep, language can be very helpful in Switzerland as it does border a lot of countries, and they use those bordering countries' languages throughout Switzerland.
Yeah. Oh, it says Schaffhausen. That's very, very far north. It's kind of like the enclave to Germany, so above Zurich. Now the question is, does Malfunction know that? It's on her screen right now. The town name should be red visible. So she should be able to find it, and she does, locking it in the city. Now the question is, it's a traveling vehicle. It could be near it. We don't know, but Clement a bit further away from that, but it's only Switzerland round 2.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be the world.
Malfunction did actually move off of it and actually is now in the correct city. What did she see?
I have no idea. There was a car with the name Schaffhausen on it, but then she just switched. Maybe she found towns that were on the signs earlier and she just remembered them. Which is obviously something you have to keep track of, like what names have I already seen throughout the round.
Definitely.
And then at the end, just on it.
Just on it. We go to round 3 and we're actually in some older Kenya coverage. Kenya recently got overwritten with mostly Gen 4, but this is some of the older Gen 3 stuff. So maybe a road that wasn't covered over in the Gen 4, maybe they could know it based off of something like that. Ziggy, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, everyone knew pretty much every single road in Kenya, especially those national park cars. This one, though, we have a zoom from Clement in Lotwa. Lotwa had some very unique coverage. I don't think it is there, like downtown. But this is some very interesting landscape. You see like a rocky river with some lush green forest next to it. I don't think it's that far north, just judging by the vegetation. Like, we have some completely different guesses here. I do quite like Malfunction's guess better just based off the landscape. Clement, very committed.
Yeah, very far north, while Malfunction is very far south. 2 times damage. This will be some points here, Ziggy. Let's see. Timer runs out. Who has it? Neither is actually going to be right on it, but Malfunction is overall closer. Still deals 1,100 points of damage, but that could have been devastating.
There was so much available that could have been like 4k damage towards Clement if Malfunction was on it. But as I mentioned, there's just so much new Gen 4 coverage that, it kind of gets forgotten, honestly, the Gen 3 coverage that was there just a few years ago. But now the entire country expanded to Gen 4, which is obviously nice to see. But for the players, they have to keep up with the old stuff, and the new stuff, they have to know everything.
Yep, very good point. Especially on those roads like that, you would presume that that road just hasn't been covered now in the new coverage. So still does exist, even though it's much more rare these days. Small pause here, I think. Not sure exactly why, but we should be moving on shortly.
Yeah, just a quick sip there by Malfunction. You at home also, take a quick sip.
Quick sip.
Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
But hydration break's over.
Hydration break done. Malfunction might have sent a message. Hey, admins, can I just take a sip of water really quickly?
I do not think that's what happened.
I don't either. Regardless, we do move on. Round 4 in Italy.
Italy, we did have the front license plates very short and also blue on both sides. Now the question is, where in the north are you? Because these mountains do look quite tall. So that's generally more speaking in the northern part. We do see a town name there on my function screen. She was just too fast. I couldn't even read it.
And she found it.
And she found
already.
it. Yeah.
I would presume she found it already because she's locked in very confidently. But wow, that's what it takes. You got to know what kind of signs to look for. You find that sign, you know exactly where the town name will be on that sign, and then straight to scanning. Clement has found it as well, though, by using a different type of sign. It's not actually right in the town, but it's close by both players. Really, only about 30 kilometers away. Just a couple points there, and we go to round 5. 3 times multiplier now. This is where the multi starts to get really serious.
Yeah, this is where you can't afford to make a bigger mistake. As we do move into Thailand, I mean, don't have to explain Thai language at this point. I feel like most viewers are pretty aware, but who can read Thai is the question. I would bank on Malfunction here, at least reading the province abbreviations, or maybe even the full province names of these signs. There is an abundance of information, but for us Westerners, I would say it's honestly pretty hard to just have a good grasp on how to read it. It's pretty hard. And look at how many signs she has in front of her.
Wow. Yep. A couple players have learned how to read many worldwide languages, such as Thai, just to help with Geoguessr.
But it seems like Clement found a phone code because he did look at a sign, and it seems like there's a number. It's blocked by the locked-in text right now, but judging based off that, he should be quite close if he's...
Yeah, should be close. Malfunction with just a central hedge. Keeps her not too far away, but Clement, very nice guess, knowing that area code, finding it, using it, and with that actually is going to take the lead on round 5.
Yeah, 2 very interesting approaches. One, trying to read every single sign. Clement on the other side, guys, I cannot read Thai. I will just try to read something in Latin. Numbers are thankfully readable for him, and use that one. Also works.
Yep. Round 6 now, looking like Argentina. Very flat. Not seeing any mountains, I would think, so we shouldn't be too far west.
Yeah, we have a very, very straight road going through this small town. What people will generally look for is the kilometer markers at the side of the road, which will tell you, sometimes will tell you the road number. And it's especially helpful if it says RN, which stands for Ruta Nacional. But we only see a small sign there for Clement, nothing too helpful.
Yeah, one of those things that good to remember that town name Clement just saw if he could happen to find any other information, but with just that small town, that's going to be way too hard to scan for. Clement's thinking it's the Buenos Aires province. Malfunction farther north, but considering moving to BA, will she?
She moves a bit further down, but actually both ending up in the same-ish area.
And it's much farther north. Corrientes province and Santa Fe province border there, but that's still 1,800 points of damage for Malfunction. Malfunction takes back the lead, puts Clement in the yellow, and we're on round 7, Ziggy.
Yeah, round 7. Worst camera quality for sure. Judging by how this looks, honestly, just gonna be a quick Ecuador here now. Clement finding the numbers on the taxis. I think somebody mentioned it yesterday that they are helpful. It says Santo Domingo and quick zoom. So, wow, Clement, as we said, he's using the information he's getting and just a quick zoom on the map and locks it in. Should be right on it.
Should be. Malfunction not really finding anything she can use. Keeping the pin down pretty central. It is going to be Clement there, closer. What a back and forth we're getting here, Ziggy. That's 1,200 points of damage. And once again, game almost even now.
Game almost even, and we have 3 rounds left to play, but with very high multipliers, so no mistakes. We do spawn in Russia here with the wildcard, so very, very possibly that we're very, very far east, near Vladivostok or Khabarovsk. That's generally the area you would consider, especially with very green coverage like this. Now the question is, can anybody find a town in here? Because even then, like, the east is usually very easy gettable, but, you know, getting that right town is something that not most people can do. We see a quick sign for Clement there, but doesn't seem like a town name type sign.
Look like a car seat ad.
Yeah, it's like, maybe buckle up your kids.
I think so.
Yeah.
Which is smart.
It
You
is.
should.
But locked.
Clement locks in. I wonder what he saw. Is it just a guess? Let's see. Malfunction comes across the sign of her own. Doesn't look too important here. She decides to just kind of take a 360 pan. Goes Vladivostok. This is a big difference in the guesses, Ziggy. Clement's closer by a decent margin with 4.5 times multi. Yeah, it is. Clement takes the moving game against Malfunction.
I mean, we said it yesterday. Different Clement. I mean, on that round, honestly, there wasn't that much information given, so he didn't use the information himself there, but just putting it down, putting the pressure on, and we did see Malfunction only having 2 seconds to really put her guess down in the east there.
Yeah.
Maybe that...
Little bit of panic, maybe?
Yeah, there was some panic in her mouse movement. I did see that, but in the end, Clement taking it.
Yeah, Clement taking it. It is that new Clement that we're seeing. And again, when we say that new Clement, that's not to say Clement hasn't performed very well in the past, but it's just that next level, that extra 1 or 2% that he seems to be bringing in this tournament has been taking him so far.
Yeah, just because it's easier to improve a lot, and if you're just not very familiar with the game mode, I think he kind of like almost maxed out his potential in the no move in NMPZ game mode, especially in NMPZ. He did spam a lot, but now catching up with the other guys in the moving proficiency does seem to pay off.
Yep, it definitely seems like it's going well, but that was a close moving game. We are on to no move now. It's just that 1 360 panorama, and we're looking at the Philippines, and on top of that, we're looking at pretty disparate guesses right now. Nope, Malfunction's actually going to move back much closer here to Clement, so shouldn't be a crazy hit. Oh, no, Malfunction does switch back to Palawan Island there. Let's see, 10 seconds to go. Clement is locked in. Clement is going to be closer on that. Malfunction making a bit of a risky guess. Would have paid off very nicely if it wasn't Palawan. But it is round 1. It's a good time to experiment, be a little more risky because the multis haven't taken any effect yet. Round 2 now, still relatively close game. Malfunction only losing a couple 100 points. And we're in
Namibia. What a surprise. Namibia finally appearing. I think that's the second time actually we got it. Once on like day 1 or 2.
Yeah. But Namibia, one of those new countries that just recently got coverage a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and now the question is, has anyone already studied it? I'm just going to say yes, probably just because it's a big-ish country. Kind of also learnable, like something like Kazakhstan. A lot of big roads covered and some towns.
Definitely doable, especially at this level. They know they're going to have to learn anytime a new country comes out, learn it as fast as possible, especially considering new countries dropping in tournament season.
Yeah, I mean, they literally dropped during a tournament. During the second day, we have Vietnam coming out, but this one is Namibia. I'm not sure how far apart they are, but I think close-ish guesses.
Let's see. It's a big country. Could be some big points. Clement moves his guess at the end there. Malfunction has it. The no move, 10 kilometers away. That's 1,600 points of damage to Clement, and Malfunction takes a nice lead here. We're only on round 3, but some decent hits so far.
And that's exactly what I meant. Those are just those countries that are so big and have like little coverage, so not knowing the road there feels bad because it's very easily learnable at the end of the day.
Yep, it's a good point. We'll see what they can do here now on the round 3 in Japan. You see them looking at these poles here. They're looking for pole plates, which are these little white metal plates that get put on the poles. Those can be regional indicators. Doesn't seem like we're really seeing any, or at least seeing them well enough to use.
Well, I am not seeing them. Honestly, there were a few confusing or conflicting attachments on the poles, like we had a transformer being 180 degrees turn from each other. That's usually something you see in Kyushu, but the Gaiway on the other hand looks like it's the northernish part. So I'm not sure. Clement locks it in Kochi here on Shikoku, and Malfunction follows.
Yeah. Wow, let's see if they have it right here, right on top of each other, so it shouldn't be too many points. Nonetheless, they do. Very nice. Clement's going to chip away a little bit of damage, but not going to be too significant. And we're going to go to round 4. What are we looking at here on the round 4, Ziggy?
Well, definitely a European location. Mediterranean, I would say. Spain.
Agreed.
No, Italy, Greece is kind of the options here, but it seems like there is a sign, but I couldn't quite make it out on our small monitor. Just yet.
One thing that they could look for is in that guardrail, Spain would have yellow reflectors, but it doesn't look like we have any.
And we have a huge difference here with Clement scanning Spain here, and we have a Greece. I do like Spain more. This vegetation doesn't seem like we would be in Greece particularly. At least to me.
I do like that call there, Ziggy. I think I would agree. But this is a difficult round nonetheless, and we only have 15 seconds left to go. Malfunction ends up... Oh, wait, Malfunction, what is she going to do? She leaves Greece, goes back to Greece. Clement is still zoomed in on Spain, hasn't placed a plonk down.
She's on the bottom with Portugal.
Wow. Okay, this is going to be massive, even for a round 4, 2.5 times multi. Portugal versus Greece. Who has it? It's Clement. It is in Spain. He takes it. 2-0 now.
And not only that, that was a good region as well. He got the border vibe somehow. And that's a 2-0.
Wow, Clement already sitting only one game away from taking it to the finals, one step closer to that final slot in the World Championship. But Malfunction is back on moving. This is Malfunction's preferred mode. She is one of the best moving players in the world. She can take it. Let's see.
Yeah, seems like we're not wasting any time, but, before we get too much into this match, it has to be said, Clement, being Danish, he would have the chance to participate in the Danish wildcard as well, but he's like, you know what, guys? I might as well go the hard way and just go into the 16-man tournament.
Yeah, he does have that second chance, but he might not need it. We'll see if Malfunction can say anything about that. Clement, very quick guess here in Oman, just saying, I don't think I'm going to find any information. Let's just get this round over with and go to the next. And he actually will be closer there, just slightly. Round 1 goes to Clement.
Yeah, usually in a country like Oman, if you can't read Arabic, there's usually just going to be a few place names in Latin script, and it's just, it's round 1, it's probably not worth my time.
Yep, does end up working out for him in a sense, and we just go to round 2, and now we're in Norway. Very beautiful.
I mean, I don't think I've seen a Norway location that's not beautiful.
Yep. I think it's impossible.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find any signs here. Very good signage in Norway, if you can find them. You get a lot of road numbers and town numbers on the signs here. It looks like Malfunction is coming across something, not exactly the type of sign you're going to want to look for. You're going to want to look for the yellow ones in Norway, most helpful. Going to get the road numbers in the big cities.
Yeah, they're also sometimes attached to just random road signs, just like pretty much saying the kilometer we're on or like the speed limit, and then just says the road number on it. So you kind of have to look out for that as well, just not raw signage at like intersections. So you can see it in a lot of places. Actually, both going opposite directions, but neither of them finding information. You're just both probably will end up in the western part, because this does look like the western fjords.
Yep.
In the middle, so no big damage.
No big damage. Multi's not big yet either, so should be pretty chill. Clement closer once again, though, chipping away a little bit more.
But only just a little bit.
Yep, only a little bit. It's those kinds of points that right now don't feel too important, but sometimes you get a game and both players are in the red, and 500 points is the deal breaker here. So we'll see if this early damage ends up meaning anything for Clement. We do go into round 3.
Yeah, round 3 back in Ecuador here, and we just saw Clement trying to read a sign, but it just, because of the camera quality, it's so hard to read some of these signs.
Yeah.
Not easy task, but he did it earlier. He did get Santo Domingo right, so let's see if he can do it one more time. Does seem like a similar area. It seems like we're west of the mountain ridge going through Ecuador, but maybe we're even east.
Yeah, let's see what the players think. Clement kind of started to open the map there, maybe he was going to get a guess down, and he decided, no, I got to keep looking for stuff. But now with time getting under 20 seconds, he's just going to zoom in here on a guess that he has. He's thinking east of the Andes, which I like. Definitely could make sense. You're in a flatter part of Ecuador. You got to be either west of the Andes or east, obviously. You're not going to be in them.
Thank you very much, Bloom.
Yeah, you know. Let's see who has it. It is going to be east of the Andes. I was kind of liking that vibe. It works out very nicely for Clement. That's 1,500 points of damage.
And again, he's off to a great start. Flawlessing to this point and moving yet again. So it's going to be very, very tough for Malfunction, not only to come back in this singular game, but to just come back into the entire series.
Yeah, really on the back foot right now for Malfunction. She needs something big. But on the round 4, Clement already opening the map and scanning. Now Malfunction to follow. It's the race of who can scan faster, and you'd think Malfunction could do it, and it looks like she has. She has that Tullamore city right there. So does Clement now, though.
Yeah, both finding information at the pretty much same time, and both finding Tullamore, obviously a pretty decently sized city, and we do see Burr on the other side, so just gonna try to find an intersection of those two. And we see a lock.
We do see a lock there. Now, Clement, are you going to follow? Regardless, they're both so close. Yeah, they're in the same exact city now, so looks like they have it. Both of them here, Ziggy. Timer's up.
Clement switching between those two cities, but end up in the right one. Malfunction actually just space clicking that city, and with the 5K animation.
Wow. The Space Plonk 5K, you love to see it. Round 5, we're going to Kazakhstan with a sign right off of the bat.
And speaking of 5Ks, this is probably the most 5K round I've seen in this tournament, because just right off the bat you see a sign between two big cities in Kazakhstan. I can't quite read it because it's a bit too far away for me, but they have not even moved a bit in this moving game. We're literally playing no move.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, Malfunction, if you had just watched the way she looked super quickly at just light bits of information and then straight to the map and knew exactly how to line it up, she has it. Clement now finally getting there later. I mean, that's that difference in pinpointing ability, because in the end, he gets there, but Malfunction way before him.
Yeah, Malfunction was 15 seconds faster than Clement, but doesn't matter. We see the swords kind of like just...
The 10K.
The 10K kind of. Wait.
We
10K.
get the 10K. The double 5K.
I kind of didn't even realize that. Yeah, that was a 10K.
That might have been our first 10K, actually, of the tournament.
I mean, definitely in the tournament,
yeah.
yes.
Great. Impressive stuff. Go to round 6. 3.5 times multi now.
Yeah, it did seem like we had a IT, which means in Tyrol, usually. So we're definitely going to be in the Tyrol region of Austria. But a lot of science yet again with place names.
Yeah, we are getting a very nice moving seed. Of course, it's possible in moving that you're going to spawn in and really not find a lot of information, but these have been some really good rounds, very information dense, both using it nicely. Clement closer there, 35 points of damage, just chipping away a tiny bit, but Malfunction really needs a hit here. She needs a much better guess if she wants any chance at staying alive in the tournament.
Yeah, we're just getting very obvious information, just not something just everyone knows. Like, we just get signs to cities that are just big, like something like Aral in Kazakhstan. Obviously, Clement is not going to miss that, but maybe if there's some like more complicated information, we could see Malfunction taking it. But we're going to be in South Africa again don't think I have to mention yet again the yellow outside lines, but I'm just going to do it. And we see Malfunction finding a road number with a town in the distance as well. This is a very good sign. But Clement following suit once again.
Yep. Moving the same direction, ending up getting to those same signs. However, Malfunction finds it instantly. That scanning ability is unbelievable. Clement is just going to have to make a hedge of a guess. Hope for the best. Goes a little north of Pretoria, a little east of Pretoria now, but Malfunction is going to be closer with the 4x multi. It's a hit. It's something on the board, but she is still behind.
Yeah, still Clement keeping himself alive there, or from further damage, actually guessing closer to location as time progressed. He did start in Pretoria and then went further east with the time. Again, signs just right off the bat for both players, Pintango and Sarikai. Sarikai is a pretty big town in Sarawak, so should be quite easy for Malfunction yet again, and that looks like a pretty quick zoom.
Yeah,
and
wow.
I don't want to say it, but I think she has it.
I think so too. I think so too. So impressive. Now just Clement. Can he use the 15 seconds to get it as well? We saw him do it before, but it doesn't really look like he'll be able to. This time, he is still going to be super close by. Actually, moves a little farther away in the end. 4.5x multi. It's a light hit.
I mean, you're saying light hit, but we're getting towards the round limit. We have only 2 rounds left to play, so that could pan out to actually matter in this game. But this location looks like there will be no signs in either direction, if I'm being quite honest.
Yeah, we might finally have a round in this moving game where you're not going to get anything. Clement opts to just zoom into the map quick to his region guess. He's thinking Northern Sumatra, which makes a lot of sense. You get a ton of these oil palms here. Soil is quite red, I would say, too, which can narrow down things in some capacity, Ziggy.
Yeah, and usually you only consider pretty much Sumatra and maybe Malay, but I've never seen palms this big in Malaysia, personally. What's weirding me out a bit is the car color here, because it's not like the completely black car you usually get in Indonesia, so that could be interesting to see, but I think there were a few like license plates as well on cars passing us or coming towards us, so I think they will be definitely locked in the country. But we do see Clement looking at the car color. As I said, it's a bit weird.
It is a bit weird, but it does look like they're both just going to kind of make the same guess here. Riao for Malfunction, Jambi for Clement. I mean, both so close to each other nonetheless. Clement a little bit closer, chipping away just a bit more, but wow, this is a close game.
This is so close, and this will be actually Malfunction just on the back foot here. She needs to win this game, or Clement just takes a clean sweep 3-0 here. So we're going to be in the UK. I don't know if she's happy about that or not, but maybe she can find information and Clement won't. But we see them both moving in the same direction, so both will probably have the signs.
Yeah, if there are going to be any signs to find, they'll both come across it. As you see there, both players see the same sign at the same time. Look at it briefly. Malfunction moves on much faster than Clement, though. Down the road, moving east, Clement resets back to spawn and decides to move west, hoping he's going to find some information that way.
And meanwhile, Malfunction committing to the direction she went, and I think it's also too late to go back. She has to just, keep going. Meanwhile, Clement finding actual good signs. I feel like those looked helpful, at least some town names to look for. Malfunction also entering a town now. This could be some information here. She's really trying to find just that singular sign with information.
Anything. There's something.
That doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. Clement comes across something. Alder Community High School. Doubt he's going to know that. Timer's just going to run out. It's going to come down to a region guess. This actually could be anybody's game with the multiplier. Who has it? It is Clement, closer in the end. With the 5.5x multi in the round limit, he is going to take it. He's going to go 3-0 against Malfunction.
Clement is here, winning both moving games against somebody like Malfunction. Wow. I mean, who would have thought coming into this tournament that Clement would do that?
Honestly, I don't know if I would have said that. I know Clement has been very underrated in the past. I know he has incredible skill. He hasn't always been able to show it, but it's that extra 1 or 2% that he's brought to this weekend that's taking him the distance. A 3-0 is insane. It's our first of the wild card.
Yeah, and definitely his grind. Maybe he did moving. I don't know how much he did. Maybe the casters at the desk can ask him how much he prepared moving, because I kind of want to know, because if he did, it definitely paid off.
Yeah, that's a great question to ask. Would love to hear from him about that. But yeah, that's the game, guys. 3-0 for Clement. A crazy way for that to go. Let's send it over to the desk for them to break that down for you.
Crazy way to end it indeed. Geoguessr. What an incredible game. As I said, the first 3-0 we've had here, and doing it against Malfunction, who came into this day looking incredibly strong, besting Zigzag as well. Clement looks unstoppable right now.
Yeah, if you would have asked me yesterday if I would expect that result, 3-0 Clement against Malfunction, I would have said no way. But we have seen Clement playing yesterday, and we also saw how strong he suddenly got at moving. That's usually not his strong suit, but seems like he did practice. I mean, Ziggy and Bloom both mentioned it. We should maybe ask him.
Yeah, I mean, we got
ready, but yeah.
We got I mean, and I feel like his kind of uprise came at the latter part of the World League. He was down there kind of in the mid-pack for a while, but in the last couple of weeks of World League, he really started ranking up pretty heavily from every match to every match. And then now, I mean, really showing us what he's capable of, taking off arguably one of the best, if not the best moving player in this tournament in 2 moving games in 1 matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what's happened with a lot of players, I think, especially later into the World League. You realized how important moving is.
Exactly.
And I think we have someone ready.
We do indeed. Clement, congratulations to Merc, bro. That was absolutely insane. 3-0, taking 2 moving games off of Malfunction. How do you feel?
I mean, I feel amazing. That was definitely unexpected. So, like, yeah, I'm quite... sorry, I hear the sound from someone I wasn't expecting. Yeah, I feel insane. Like, I was really not expecting to take both moving games. That was really... Yeah. I mean, I played very... very, like, sorry, I'm really into the emotions, but I was very concentrated and focused during the whole moving games, and it worked out really well.
I mean, and it clearly showed, taking on, I mean, we were just talking about arguably one of the best, if not the best moving player in this tournament, and doing it twice over in 1 matchup. We gotta know, the casters were asking, we've been wondering as well, is there anything you've done in particular to really get good at moving coming into this tournament? Because you have been looking incredibly good.
I think it's kind of related to a shift in mindset. I used to think that, you know, all these like world-class moving players, they're so much better than me. I can't do anything but insta-stand against them, or like try to guess as quickly as possible, or like not even try to compete in like a moving stance. But for this tournament, I didn't really fear anyone whatsoever, especially the 2 first matches in terms of moving gameplay. So I just played slowly and try to move around until I get the best possible information, and even if I have to wait till the end of the round, I just wait, or till my opponent guesses, and that has worked out really well.
All right, Clement, congrats. I mean, I was about to ask the same pretty much, but I have some more questions. We had 1 round that was a decider for you, where you guessed Spain, and were correct, where Malfunction was in Greece. Were you confident? Was there something that you saw? Was it something where you had to take a risk?
Yeah, on that round, I think I saw a flat signpost, so I was definitely between Spain and Portugal. At the end, I ended up hedging both countries because I wasn't exactly sure if like the signpost was like a full red outer signpost, which would have been Spain, or like a Portuguese one, but I ended up hedging both countries and it worked out.
It worked out very well, but overall the whole game, I would say, all matches worked out very well for you, so congrats again. Very, very strong performance.
Lastly, Clement, I want to hear from you. You're in a very good seat right now, and you know that you have 1 of 2 players to go up against. Is there one that you're maybe rooting for more in the other semifinal we have coming up now that you hope to be going up against in the final? Which would you rather be playing?
Honestly, I would say Spaghetti, but then again, Spaghetti has played very well during this whole thing, so I don't know, I would also like Mada to come through and get to the final, so I would say it's 50-50. Both players are definitely on the better side of moving players, probably a bit better than me, so I don't know, I think it's 50-50.
Roger that. Well, we'll get to see what's going to happen there in just a short moment. But again, congratulations, Clement, for making it all the way through to the finals. Cheering you on here, of course, from the desk, as we look forward to the finals to take place later today.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Clement once again, and for me, obviously no country bias at all. But nice to see. Nice that we get to wave the banner a little bit coming up to the, of course, World Championships that will be in Copenhagen in the end of August. But now, one semi-final done, we're headed on over to the next. It's going to be Mata, it's going to be Spaghetti, and our casters are ready to take that one away.
Thank you very much, Toby. We're back after a crazy first semi. It's time for another. It's going to be Mata versus Spaghetti. Ziggy, any quick thoughts? Any quick predictions?
I mean, we just saw a quick 3-0 by Clement. The question is, will we see a close game as we saw before? Maybe even going to an NPZ in this one? I'm not sure. I think I have Mata as the favorite coming in, but again, we always underestimate Spaghetti, and then he just comes in 3-1 span. I mean, how?
Yeah, I mean, you put it perfectly right there. Exactly what I would have said going into the same match. Let's see how they fare. It's time, so much on the line. Who is going to face Clement in the finals? Mata or Spaghetti? Let's get him in. Game 1, moving round 1. Let's do it. Look at them. Look at that afro on Mata.
I mean, I wish he had that in real life
right?
as well.
Me too.
Especially with the color.
Afro. Yeah, that would go hard.
It is probably pretty rare to have that naturally, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, probably pretty rare. Well, we go on to round 1. Some snow coverage right away for Mata.
And we have the Saskatchewan 18. But we do see a very quick zoom from Spaghetti actually into Manitoba. I don't know if it's the plate that makes him go there. It doesn't look like a Manitoba plate to me.
It doesn't, yeah. I'm curious what's making him think Manitoba, but now he's going to see the sign and switch.
And also there should be SAS poles here. We see the alternating top switching from right to left, the double ones. So he should also think it's Skaz. But he's also shown already on the 18, so...
Wow.
But is he on the 18 in Manitoba or in Sask?
I think I saw him switch.
But they should have different
sure.
shields. It should be different colors because
Wait.
in Sask
He is still in Manitoba.
Blue. Yeah.
So he's on the 18 in Manitoba. He's going to be wrong on that one. Nope, but he actually switches over to the 18 in Saskatchewan.
It's a long road, though.
It's a long one. Yes, it is, Ziggy. Let's see who actually has it here. Mata did lock in first and seemed confident. It is going to be Mata, but it's good for Spaghetti that he ended up moving over in the end. Takes almost 500 points of damage, but would have been much worse had he stayed in Manitoba.
Yeah, he did figure it out at the end, but it took him a good while to get there. Still, 500 damage in the first round maybe sets a precedent of how this matchup will go in the moving mode at least.
Yeah, we'll see if it stays on that train. We're in Ghana here for the round 2. Some signage there for both players, looking at the same stuff here, but it doesn't look too usable as Mata's just moving on from it.
But this says some town name started with A, but I just can't quite read it. It said post office box and then it says Acro something.
Yeah, hard
Can't
to
quite
read.
read it. Meanwhile, Mata also looking onto a business sign. I mean, that's kind of the strategy you kind of do in Ghana, just looking for... It says Akropong. That's probably the town name, but I've never heard of that.
Yeah, me neither. Can they find it now is the question. They're in pretty different parts of Ghana here. Mata much closer to Kumasi, while Spaghetti is up near Tamale.
And he found Akropon, so maybe that's what it said. I probably just misread and thought it would end with a G. Or maybe Google mislabeling it, that also sometimes happens. But it seems like Mata with a quick 5k here.
Yeah, I think he might have it. It looks like it. Spaghetti's going to be much farther north, so that's going to be a hit. Mata with the 4999. You love to see it. 1,200 points of damage.
Not quite the 5k I was hyping up to, but I mean, literally the closest thing he could have gotten to it.
Yep, close enough. Round 3 looking like Uruguay here.
Hey, really taking my analyst role here away. Why is it Uruguay?
Why is it Uruguay? Well, the road lines look very Uruguay. Also, the soil matches up nicely with it being kind of red. Maybe even thinking a little bit more north with a little bit slightly more red soil in Uruguay. And then the trees, also everything just looks very indicative of the country. Would you agree with me,
Everything
Ziggy?
has been said. I mean, this does look north Uruguayan or maybe west, but in general, you literally could take over my job.
What? No, you're too good. I gotta let you do your thing. You wanna call out where this one is, Ziggy? Like exactly, I believe.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, let's see if the players can do it, because that's what they have to do. That's what their job is now, with only 10 seconds left to go. Let's see what they're thinking. Mata finally places a pin, sort of south-southern, and Spaghetti's just very central. Mata moves closer.
They're very, very, very close to each other now.
Oh.
And, whoa.
Mata last second switches, and he's on top of it. What?
What did you see? Maybe the town name on the sign there was actually... He found it.
I'm at a loss for words, Ziggy.
again, like kind of like the malfunction switch yesterday, I didn't even see the switch happen.
Ah, wow. I saw it like just last second, barely registered in. He moves up into that top pocket in the northwest, and it works out really amazingly. Mata with a crazy lead and a flawless right now with full health. We go to Bhutan in the round 4 here now. Let's see if they can use some of this information. They're seeing a couple signs.
Yeah, they do have an address at the bottom usually, so it usually gives you the town at least. As we see just so many signs saying different town names, I don't know which sign to trust here. I've seen like 3 different names that could have been town names, so
yeah.
not quite sure which one to trust here. But it seems like we're definitely in like a big-ish town for like Bhutan standards.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. So let's see if they can line anything up. But in the end, it kind of just looks like both these players are going to keeping their guesses pretty central.
Does look like it.
Yep, timer runs out finally. Who has it? It's Spaghetti. Finally dealing some damage. It's not going to be massive, but it's good for the mental there. Finally, he breaks that Mata flawless on the round 4, and he takes us to round 5. Let's see what we have here, Ziggy.
Yeah, it does seem like a quite interesting round. Did seem like Mexico off the bat, or maybe like Ecuador. We do see the stubby antenna, so definitely some of those countries, Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil, have it. And the question is, can they narrow it down further? I feel like those poles were octagonal.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell on the small monitor, but we'll see. They're finally Mata's making it to a more paved road as well as Spaghetti, and they have the same exact sign. Spaghetti moved to get a better look at it. They're both thinking Ecuador now.
Yeah, there are a few town names there. At least I think both think they are town names. So just trying to scan for it. This does look eastern. At least east of the Andes, at least it looks very jungly. Like the vegetation doesn't look like it would be west of the Andes, so I do quite like it by both. But again, like a pretty similar guess, I would have said. Kind of middle-ish east.
Yeah, and they're both right there. See who has it. Shouldn't be too many points. Once again, though, they're so evenly matched here. Mata just making that really impressive Uruguay guess, really giving him that nice big lead, but otherwise it has been pretty close. Mata just that slight bit better.
Yeah, in 2 rounds pretty much. I think like the Ghana and then the Uruguay kind of making up for that. And we do spawn with the famous Amapa blur there, so it's definitely going to be in the state of Amapa, usually north of the city of Amapa. So we do see a quick zoom there by Mata to it, but Spaghetti on the other hand, moving to his sign there, so finding 224 kilometers. Mata having the exact same sign, so we should see 2 very close guesses. At least if Spaghetti recognizes the blur, because it is a famous blur.
Yeah, let's see. They're both coming across this big intersection here. Definitely could be something you could find scanning on the map.
Another good sign for Spaghetti. I mean, there's just information overload. We do see a sign to Macapa, which is the capital of Amapa. Now the question is, Spaghetti doesn't seem to know. He's not thinking about it. Maybe he just missed it at the start.
I think he did, because he's not in the correct state. 3.5 times
One
multi,
second.
Ziggy. This should be it.
This will be it.
This will be. Mata is going to be on it. He's going to get the 5K at that and take game 1.
Hey, he didn't make the 5K earlier because he wanted to end the game off on that 5K. But yeah, that has to be a bit of a blunder there by Spaghetti, because Macapa is a capital city of the state. So big mistake there by Spaghetti. Nothing is over quite yet. I mean, but he's not going to be happy, because after he sees that, he'll be like, wait, Macapa is just like a massive city, and I just misremembered.
Yeah. Seems like one of those pressure moments, which can happen. I mean, at the end of the day, Geoguessr is such a mental game. It's really all you have. There's no mechanics like in most other esports where you're working the mouse and the keyboard. No, it's really all your brain. And when the pressure's on, that can definitely get in the way.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're just sitting here laid back, and we can just, freely think about it. But these guys are in a high pressure situation in the semifinals of this qualifier. So easier said than done.
Yes, so much on the line. Only 1 slot is available for these players to make it to the World Championship after playing 21 weeks of the World League to try and get there. After then playing in the majors, now they all only have this 1 last slot. So much on the line. We go to no move now. It's the game 2. Mata is up 1 game. but it's time for no moving. 1360 panorama, looking like Canada, looking like Newfoundland.
Yep, both just scanning the coast there, but Newfie has so much coastline, so I would be surprised if somebody finds the exact road here, but nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible, especially with these players. Let's see. Yep, gonna be farther west there in the end. Spaghetti gonna be closer. A nice little start for him. A little over 500 points. Different than the way the first game started.
Yeah, but I do have to say, did we see Mada being like very animated on camera in the first game? Like, I didn't pay too much attention to it, but I didn't really see him being like he was yesterday.
Yeah, I'd say when he got that a couple rounds for sure, the Uruguay and stuff like that, he was pretty animated. I've also seen him dropping a couple emotes as well, especially the smiling one. But maybe a little less. We'll see if he ramps it up.
As we do get a Japan here for Spaghetti, so maybe like a good point to kind of turn the game around. We do see a quick zoom into Kyushu by Spaghetti, and that's very, very fast stuff. And we actually have a lock. Meanwhile, Mada in the middle of the country. So, I mean, it's only 1.5x, but nonetheless, it would be a good point for Spaghetti to turn up his game and this matchup.
Yeah, this could be a nice hit for Spaghetti, especially if he's on it. He is! Spaghetti, you're joking! What is that? That's 2,200 points of damage.
And literally the only unfortunate part is that it is round 2, but we see, there we see the emotions by Mada and what a location we have in round 3. Beautiful Chile with these all yellow lines. You do get it a lot in the south, especially towards the eastern mountains. And we see Mada quickly zooming in, and Spaghetti should follow.
Yeah, Spaghetti finally does open the map and is close by, just a little bit farther south.
Yeah, there are a lot of these roads covered now. In the past, there was only just 1 or 2, but now there's actually a lot. Spaghetti thinking about going in the very, very south of Chile. There is new coverage, but I don't know if it looks like all the way down there. But maybe a quick, you know, what people like to do, a quick copyright check. It is 25.
Very new coverage then.
Something to keep in mind, but obviously like summer and winter is switched, so they've been driving in our summer as well.
Yep. Good point there. Let's see, the timer's gonna end up running out here. Neither player being too confident on a guess. Just gonna let that timer run out. In the end, they are pretty close to each other unless Spaghetti moves. No, he doesn't. He is gonna be close there just slightly. He's gonna keep that flawless.
Yeah, taking Mada down to half health or under half health even, so pretty good start for him. As I said, the only unfortunate thing being there was no multis. I mean, that round in Japan could have been very, very big if there was any multipliers added. As we go into round 4, looks like we have red cars, so it looks very Scandinavian, so the only country in Scandinavians that has red car is Finland. So we see a quick plonk down by Mada and Spaghetti follows.
Yeah, and they're very close by each other here, so once again, probably not too many points. Mada locks it in, and Spaghetti, unless he moves, they're going to be close to each other, but Spaghetti a little bit farther south. Only 5 seconds left to go. He's still taking it all in, considering his options, and he's going to stick with his hedge. And it goes to Mada there. Finally, Mada's going to break Spaghetti's flawless, take him to 5,200 health. But yeah, Spaghetti still with a very nice lead.
Yeah, pretty nice lead, but also a good strike back there by Mada. Even though they were pretty close to each other, 700 damage. I did not expect that because the multipliers were not that big yet. And speaking of big, I mean, we have the biggest country in Geoguessr, and I mean, it's the biggest country in the world, so it's also the biggest country in Geoguessr, duh.
Yep.
But it is Russia, so now you have to be really on point. You don't want to be far away because you'll just lose the game.
Yeah, so many points on offer in the bigger countries, especially with the multis racking up. We are in round 5, which means 3 times multiplier now. In a country this big, you cannot afford to lose this round.
We have quite similar guesses, just like slightly east of Moscow. We have a few hills here. That's very hard for me to like use here in this case, because I feel like none of them guessed in a part where it's particularly hilly, but it could just be random hills in the middle. But I do quite like this around Kazan. That's where kind of both are, just one west and one east of Kazan. Let's see who's on the right side.
It's enough of a difference that this is going to be very meaningful. Mada with an insane guess there. And the 3 times multi, 2,600 points of damage. Now he has the lead.
All of a sudden, Mada taking the lead there. What an impressively close guess. I don't know how, but he did it. And
We're back.
We're back.
Ziggy, we are so back.
And there is a rain droplet on the camera. The question is, does anyone know the raindrops?
Anyone know the rain droplet on the Google camera meta? I don't.
Raindrop? Drop top?
Yeah, true.
Shout out, is it by the Migos? I think so.
I don't remember.
I do not.
Regardless, we have Russia guesses here, both north of Moscow. So maybe they do know the raindrop.
I think they're just guessing based off the vegetation here. It does look like, it almost looks like it is Finland. So that's kind of what both are thinking here. Maybe just slightly north of Moscow. It would also fit with the type of coverage. But Finbar probably screaming right now where this one is.
Yeah. You see even Mata kind of talking to himself there throughout this round, because this is a hard one considering a lot of stuff, but is sort of just keeping it right there. They're so close to each other. Mata locks in with the timer running out. We get to 0 for Spaghetti, and they're next to each other, and it's just slightly south of them. Technically, their Mata's closer. That's 220 points of damage.
But for Russia standards,
yeah,
incredible guesses by both. Again, Mata with a good guess in Russia, so not beating him there. As we go into a similar country like Russia, they do speak the same language. We go into Kazakhstan. As I mentioned, a very, very learnable country. Now the question is, who has learned Kazakhstan earlier? We did see Malfunction guessing very, very close on Namibia, and I could see something very similar happen here. If I had to make a prediction here, one will definitely be very close, at least.
I like the call. Let's see. We're almost halfway through the round already. Mata has placed a pin. Spaghetti kind of zooming in, a similar-ish area near Astana, just a little south of it. They're both kind of right there.
Yeah, we do have the very, very clean car. You do get it a lot around Karaganda. But there's nothing really here that they can use on top of the car. It's just clean.
Yeah, let's see what they think. But again, it just shows you the skill level of these players. They're making such similar guesses. The thought processes are so similar. The timer's going to run out here, and they're both keeping it there unless Spaghetti decides to move it. He's zooming in farther east. No, he doesn't move it. Timer just runs out, and wow, once again, same exact situation where the players are basically on top of each other, and it's in a different location.
So my prediction was completely wrong, actually both being pretty far off, 400 kilometers.
It happens. It happens.
It does happen.
A tough one for sure that round, so not too surprised. But we do go to round 8 now. It's 4.5 times multi now, Ziggy. Things are very serious. These are the type of multis that even if you are pretty close to each other, damage is huge.
Yeah, and in a country like, it does seem like another Sweden, just judging by the vegetation. It could be Finland as well.
Oh.
I don't hate it. I could see
Finland.
I could see Finland here if it is the right, it is 2022, so you know what? I do quite like Finland here. Even though the vegetation itself does look a bit off. But Spaghetti actually going for Finland here, so we do have a country split, finally.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, because it also is kind of rolling hills, and Finland is usually more flat. But I like your call with the copyright. This is interesting. Mata locks in Sweden. Spaghetti thinking about switching to Sweden, and he does. He's in the water. Is he going to do a little swimming? It looks like he will. No, he's going to actually switch to Sweden. In the end, he switches to Finland. Who has it? It is Sweden. Mata is gonna take it on that. Wow, he goes up 2-0 in the semifinals.
The fist is going up by Mata. He says, let's go. I mean, probably he says something in Italian, but yeah. Taking 2-0 against Spaghetti. He's on the back foot, but Spaghetti doesn't seem too phased, but I mean, he wasn't phased by winning either, so
yeah, good point.
Can't really read his emotions there.
Good
but
point.
He's on the back foot. We could see another 3-0.
We could. I mean, Mata looks poised to possibly take it there, but not if Spaghetti has something to say about it. We're back and moving. Let's see what these players can do.
Yeah, definitely very interesting, turn of events. We did see so many NPC games yesterday, but today, actually, pretty much the opposite. 3-0 game, first one of the tournament.
Yeah, and now maybe Mata takes it. But, reverse sweep would be content, Ziggy. Let's see if Spaghetti can do it.
I mean, yesterday Mata did it against Harrier.
Yeah.
Now, will the same thing happen to him?
We'll see. That'd be a little crazy. Mata reverse sweeps and then gets reverse swept. But hey, we have no idea yet. It's only the round 1. We're 20 seconds left on Brazil. Neither player's found any information.
I mean, this does seem like a very dead street. I don't think there'll be a lot of street trends. We did have a Piranha Pine there on Mata's screen, so we'll consider the state of Piranha probably. But we do see his map on Minas right now. But actually, puts it down Piranha.
It's down a little closer to Sao Paulo. Wow, Spaghetti, what is that? And no reaction either. He deals 900 points of damage with an insane guess round 1.
I would love to hear what Mada is saying because he's like thumbs up, like, what did you find? But honestly, Spaghetti didn't have anything. And 13 kilometers on a location like this, fair enough.
Fair enough. Very impressive from Spaghetti. See if he can keep it up here. Round 2.
Round number 2, we have the San Pedro de Jujuy, so he has the town name down, so we're gonna see a quick lock there by Mada, but Spaghetti finding the exact same sign.
Yep, Spaghetti finds it too. And
I love
what is he saying? It's like, we need a mic on him.
We do. Spaghetti maybe even trying to give us the 5k here. I appreciate it.
Yep, Spaghetti, a very good moving player, so I would not be surprised if he's trying to line it up. He ended up getting exactly in the end. Mada's just plonk from space in the city. Ends up being a little bit closer,
and he keeps talking.
Yeah, he just keeps talking. Round 3. He's still talking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about in that round. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
But it seems like we're actually just not leaving this continent. It seems like we're in Colombia, as I saw from the signpost, unless it's... Yeah, it was Colombia. We do have a .co, and we have Villa Valencio. It's a very big town. So we're between Bogota and the town of Villa Vicina, or whatever. I don't know how to say that town. I'm not going to try again.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, do you think he knows that town, Villa Vivencio?
Yeah, carretera
there
means like basically road, or bigger road, I would say. So both having the right information, it should be good to make a region guess based out of this. Just guess between those two towns and you'll probably be fine.
Yeah, they should do it. They both have it on their screens there. Spaghetti already with the plonk down there on that 40, which looks like it connects the two towns. But Mada, where's he going?
Yeah, it's actually east of the Andes, and it was east of the Andes because it was very, very flat.
True.
Spaghetti, on the other hand, just full trusting the sign, not looking around. It ended up working. So maybe it was not the road between the two towns, but rather this road goes to those two towns.
Maybe. Good point. Good point. And once again, we are not leaving the continent. We are back in Brazil.
Yeah, unluckily nobody from that continent playing in this match. I think Orlando would have loved to have these kind of rounds again. Maybe Spaghetti is the partner GOAT because he's just insta-guessing a similar place.
Yeah. Let's see if it works out for him like the round 1. Timer's going to run out here for Mada as Spaghetti's put the pressure on. Mada, you got to get a pin down. He does it finally. He's in Sao Paulo. They're making the same guesses as the first round. Spaghetti is closer, but not like the round 1. But it's still 538 points of damage. Spaghetti now creating a pretty nice lead. And we have moved over to Japan. Spaghetti is home.
Spaghetti is home. We see Mada looking at the pull plates instantly. So usually in moving, you shouldn't be too far off if you have opponent. And actually, Mada the guy just to lock it in here.
And he's looking at the camera and everything. I would love to know what he's saying. If anybody can read lips in chat and speaks Italian, let me know later what he's talking about. Oh, he's pointing at the Italy flag.
He's asking for an Italy round, I think.
I think he is. Wait, I think he is.
Yeah, no big big round exchange here. Just a few points for Spaghetti. So maybe he even read a town name on that bollard there. And
we're back.
What is this?
We're back in Brazil. Ziggy, we're back.
We see a smile there by Mada, being like, guys, this is not Italy. This is not what I asked for.
Yeah. He even pointed at the flag and everything. And nope, they gave him another Brazil.
And we do have a 63. That should be Tocantins. So we do see a quick zoom there by Spaghetti. But we see a quick lock. I mean, obviously, Mada also getting the right information. And he also gives a quick zoom to Tocantins. And we have a lock.
Now Spaghetti locks it in. I think he knows, hey, I found that information that fast. Mada's gonna as well. So we took a little extra second to at least maybe consider the guess. But in the end, they're both gonna end up in Palmas here by the looks of it. Yep, keeping it there for Mada. No moving. And Mada is so close. Really nice guess. Just a couple points. 66. And we 66 on the round 6. And we go to round 7.
And it has to be said, Spaghetti hasn't lost 100 HP yet. He's still on 5.9k. So far, pretty good game by him, but the multis are ramping up. We're already on 4x. In the Philippines here, obviously with these road lines, and just a concrete slab pavement. Obviously, Philippines, one of those countries that has so good information available. We do see a kilometer marker, which usually gives you the distance to Manila.
You move past it pretty fast here. Both still trying to find better information. And they are moving in the same direction, so if there are any helpful signs, they should both find them.
Yeah, I haven't seen... Oh, it says Palawan.
Oh.
It says Palawan on Mada's sign. This could be very big. It was a very hidden sign. I don't know if Spaghetti will spot it.
I think he might have missed it. Let's see here. He guesses. Oh, no, he has signs of his own, and they say Palawan as well. So, yeah, both gonna be there. And actually, Spaghetti gonna find the specific town by the looks of it. Let's see. Timer's up. Yep, Spaghetti has it. Wow, what an amazing game here from Spaghetti that he's been pulling off. That's 1,700 points of damage. That's Mada in the yellow.
But I love that quick send there by Mada because, as we were saying, Spaghetti missed that sign. If he wasn't lucky that there was another sign indicating Palawan, that could have been the game right there. And a 3-0, but Spaghetti still keeping up the pretty good game here. 5.9k health left in Romania. And we did see a quick spot there on a waystone. They usually give you the road number plus the distance to the next town. So really everything you need. And instead of a sign, it's on just a random bollard. And we have a lock.
Wow, we have a lock from Spaghetti. I don't think Mada saw that waystone, so this could be huge depending on where Mada ends up placing his pin. It looked pretty central, so if Mada hedges, he could stay alive. What's he gonna do? Oh, moving it around all the way to the last second. He does end up central hedging, but Spaghetti with the 4,996. Mada's on 1,400 points of health.
And he's like, guys, what is he doing? He's just cooking all of a sudden.
Yeah. I mean, Mada just missed that waystone off the spawn.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like directly on spawn. It looked like it was directly on the spawn, but again, something that you just do in the pressure, all in the heat of the moment, just move instantly, not look around at your surroundings at the start. It does happen a lot. We do move to, I think it was Argentina.
Yep. Very South America round we've had.
Yeah, Lumberas was the town name here. Not familiar with that at all.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they know, but Mada has a very specific region in mind.
Yep.
So does Spaghetti.
We have a lot of like green big hills. That's something you only really get in like Jujuy, Salta, Catamarca region in the northwest of Argentina. Usually the rest is just either very flat or very dry.
Yep,
so
great point.
Both know it's up there, but nobody's seeming to find good enough information or finding that town name. Seemed like a very small one though.
Yeah, let's see. Timer's gonna run out. Who has it? It's Spaghetti closer once again. This has been such a good game for Spaghetti. He realized, wow, I might get 3-0'd, and he has locked in. Mada on 394 health, and still Spaghetti above 5,900, and it's round 10.
And it's round 10, and we get a big country actually. We get a Russia here. So
yeah,
it is possible for Mada to win this game, but we do see a quick look there where Spaghetti on the side and a quick zoom on the map, so he might know this town.
It's possible. He's scanning for it. Mada didn't see that sign.
Yeah, or maybe, I think he spotted the sign, but he wasn't familiar with the town name. And
wow, he just makes a really confident, fast guess. And they're in very different areas.
They're in completely different areas.
Wow,
we did have the blurred antenna, which is in those both two plates, so both could be right here.
Let's see who has it. 5.5 times multi. It will just be Spaghetti in the right area. A very dominant performance in the second moving game. Denies Mada the 3-0, and we go back to no move.
Completely different game there. In game 3, we see Spaghetti just super on point. Mada being like he is.
Yep.
We see him there.
Yep.
But just honestly, just a very well played game there with Spaghetti. Always finding the right information and using it. Just a good game.
Yep, very high quality, good game here. Yep, we're all back on the no move now, no moving up and down the road, and a very, very fast lock in from Mada. And Spaghetti following suit in Hong Kong while Mada's in Macau.
Yeah, because Gen 2, that's usually found in Macau, so...
Yeah.
Spaghetti hedging the middle, actually, between those two.
Okay. Hedge in the water. I mean, it's the round one. The multi's not high. You're really not going to lose that many points on a Macau or Hong Kong 50-50.
And honestly, he was almost on land because he was on that artificial island that supports the bridge between the two. So honestly, a valid guess there as we go into another Russia here, as it seems. Very desolate landscape. We have a quick Astrakhan, which I do like with this soil. Usually get the soil kind of near Astrakhan and also sometimes in Orenburg. That's kind of the red and deserty part, and we see 2 Astrakhan.
Yeah, makes sense. You made a great point there about the soil, and just kind of the general look of things is very indicative of this area. So Mata puts the pressure on and locks it in, but Spaghetti staying calm, using the time to still look around and consider his options, keeps it there in the end, so they're both going to be right next to each other. And once again, they've had a couple of these, Ziggy.
Yeah, a couple of these. I mean, they're both in the same oblast. They're in the correct oblast still. That is still Astrakhan. It's just very hard to reach and guess along the river. So, you know, not too bad of a guess, but we go back to another Brazil here. And we do have these palms here, which you do get a lot in Maranhão. We also have the soil on the side of the road. Usually, some people call it Piauí soil. So maybe we're like somewhere around that area. But it is no move, so no moving to signage on this one.
Yep, just gonna be making that region guess. And they're thinking that same stuff that you're thinking about there, of course, just by using the trees, the soil, stuff like that, the vegetation. That's what you gotta do here. Spaghetti's in Maranhão, and Mata as well, and locks it in.
Yeah, it is the standard guess with these type of palms and also it being a bit hilly.
Yep.
So I do quite understand the guess. I think we will see a very, very similar guess by Spaghetti.
Mata just dropped the mind-blown emoji. I don't know if you saw that.
And a smile emoji as well,
and a
actually.
smile, too. Okay. And once again, they're on top of each other. Wow. Really close game to start us off. Just slight chips, and Mata hits the wave. Thank you, Mata. You got a wave. That's rule 1 if you're on top of your opponent.
Yeah, actually, Spaghetti not emoting at all.
Yeah.
I think Mata has sent like a million emotes at this point. I don't think I've seen a single one by Spaghetti there.
He might have them off.
Yeah, I do think Spaghetti should be right here. It does seem like the region near Salala.
Yeah, wait. Mata's in Kenya. No.
There's Andromeda there. There was like a...
You have the coast, too, to the south.
Mata,
you can see coast to the south.
We should be in Oman. I'm quite sure that Spaghetti is right here, especially with that...
He is! Oh my! No. And Mata puts the hands on the face. Spaghetti, a great guess there, and a blunder from Mata. We go to NMPZ.
Mata 2-0 up, and we did say he did reverse sweep yesterday, and I mean, what if?
Wow.
What if?
What if he now gets reverse swept? Unbelievable stuff the scriptwriters have been cooking, Ziggy.
Finally, another NMPZ 2-2 in semifinal 2.
Yeah.
Who will face Clement in the finals, and now no more looking around. Still image.
Still image, people. Lock in, as you can see, both players leaning into their monitor because it's just this image, and they're both thinking Mexico.
And not only is Spaghetti thinking Mexico, he's thinking very, very far north.
Yeah.
The border with US, very committed here. We do see a lot of very dry hills there, which does make sense for like Chihuahua, Sonora, in general Baja California. But that was a quite committed first guess, but he's going for a bit something more conservative.
Yeah, he switched it over to Chihuahua. It seems he might keep it there. 20 seconds left. I actually see Spaghetti talking to himself now.
Yeah, he's like leaning in more to the camera now, because I think beforehand he was like pretty leaned back.
Yeah.
But now he's locked in. He needs to see every single pixel he can.
Let's see what he does. He's going to keep it in Chihuahua. Is Mata in Zacatecas? It looks like he zoomed in there, so this could be some decent points for round 1. Let's see. Timer runs out. Who has it? It's Spaghetti. What is this comeback that we're seeing from Spaghetti? He is popping off after almost getting 3-0'd.
What a start to this game. Couldn't be any better for Spaghetti here as we go into round 2. Should be a quite standard... Actually, we have a very big mountain west. Are we literally in Cape Town?
We might be, actually. I like the call. Mata locks it in. Spaghetti thinking there as well.
That does look like the Table Mountain there in the distance. Now the question is, will Spaghetti find the parking lot? I highly doubt it, but...
He's guessing at the KFC.
Shout out KFC in South Africa.
Yeah, guess so, right? I don't know. It's going to be a little farther north there. Mata deals 10 points of damage.
It is a strike back, not what he was really hoping for.
Not a big one. We go to round 3, though, and now we're looking at Australia. This could be a decent hit. You got a big country, which means big points are on offer. 2 times multiplier here, so it's not too big, but it's definitely decent, and it's definitely scary in Australia. Now, it does seem like they're making slightly similar-ish guesses, but no, actually, Spaghetti thinking Victoria, Mata in New South Wales.
I'm thinking of like middle Victoria here, or very far north in New South Wales, Queensland. Either one of those two. It doesn't seem like the middle of New South Wales, but Spaghetti thinking the border between SA and Victoria, I don't know if I like that. As I said, at the middle of Vic there by Mata, I quite like his guess. Spaghetti on his sides in Mount Gambier. Not sure what he's seeing there, but he could be right. But he's switching more east now.
Yep, he does switch there in the end, so shouldn't be too many points, actually. And it's Spaghetti closer. His initial plonk on the border would have been insane.
I mean, I was doubting him there, but he just said, Ziggy, sit down. That was actually a pretty impressive guess. I don't know what he saw. Maybe the back of the car color. He could maybe make that one out, but that was quite impressive. As we move into the US, we have white lines with reflectors in the middle. Happens a lot in Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama. Now the question is, who's better at region guessing the US?
Yeah, that is the question here. Mata thinking Mississippi, and so is Spaghetti. And yeah, another situation here where Spaghetti still sitting in the 5,900s. A little bit closer there, chipping away a little bit more damage, holding that insane lead. He's only lost 10 points here as we go into round 5. And this is our image for round 5.
This is quite the interesting image. I do believe we are in Argentina.
I like the call. Both players do as well.
The question is, where do you go? Usually it's not this rocky, very far south in Argentina, so I like a bit more conservative, maybe like the north of Chubut. Like Rio Negro is pretty good.
Spaghetti in Chubut right now. Mata farther south.
I think they're very, very similar, very close to each other right now. But I do like going a bit more north here because I think it appears more southern than it really is, just by because it's like a bit moody. You know, there's a lot of clouds here. But Mata switching further south here now.
3 times multiplier right now on the round 5. Argentina deceptively big. Could be some points. Let's see here. Timer's going to run out. Neither player too confident. 5 seconds to go. Mata, south of Chubut. Spaghetti, kind of a little bit more central, but they are in the same province. Let's see if one of them has it. It is going to be Rio Negro. Spaghetti is going to be closer. That's almost 1,000 points of damage.
Yeah, as I said, not easy to take away the vibe of the location. It just felt south, but I feel like the vegetation, you don't really get that far south, especially those bushes. I have no clue what they're called or what the scientific name is, but I do see them in like Rio Negro a lot. And we do get a wonderful location yet again in Norway. Just every Norway location is always super beautiful. Nice mountains with snow caps on top.
Yeah.
Can't complain, really.
Can't complain. Very gorgeous stuff. Spaghetti is just on the label of Norway right now.
But Norway, literally, we have seen so many instances of people guessing the middle and max north, and honestly, it still confuses me to this day. These two regions look so similar, and we see Spaghetti, he has that guess in the middle down and is looking in the very far north, and that's literally the 2 areas everyone will consider here.
Wow, he's moved it way up north. Mata, we don't even know what he's thinking yet. He hasn't even opened the map. Mata, you only have 10 seconds left to go. What are you thinking?
Spaghetti seems like he is stuck on the north there.
Wow, and Mata south. Wait, Ziggy.
I think we will have the winner after this one.
3.5 times multi. Does one of them have it? Spaghetti has it! He's done it! He wins! He reverse sweeps Mata and takes it to the finals.
Mata on the brink of winning this matchup. But Spaghetti just not phased even after the being down 0-2 and then take 3 games in a row. And honestly, that moving game, super convincing. And to NMPZ now as well. I think he didn't lose 100 points in both combined.
Yeah, I am almost at a loss for words at how impressively Spaghetti locked back in and came back. An insane way for that game to go. Massive props to Spaghetti.
Yeah, we did hear Clement saying earlier he prefers to play against Spaghetti in finals, so he did get his preferred matchup. But the question is, after he saw him play like that, does he still want to play against him?
Yeah, that really is the big question. It kind of seems like we're seeing a new Spaghetti in a way and a new Clement. It's just that extra little couple percent that they've been bringing to this competition, taking them the absolute distance, and now we have an insane finals on our hands. Ziggy, any last final thoughts?
Honestly, it's going to be an amazing final. We're not going to cast it, but it's still going to be epic regardless. I mean, it just shows how much these people have grinded to come here. We've seen a new level of play from a lot of players, just, you know, getting better at modes they haven't been very proficient at. It really, really shows.
Yeah, the level up has been beautiful to see, and we're going to get a beautiful finals. But with that said, guys, Bloom and Ziggy on the cast. Hope you guys enjoyed, and let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, what an incredible reverse sweep from Spaghetti, securing his spot in the grand finals here at Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, there's really so much to talk about in this game. It went back and forth. I mean, first off, it looked like Spaghetti was kind of struggling into the game, the first two games. Yeah, wasn't really his strong suit, but later on he did show what he got, and I would say he played it out very well.
I mean, night and day completely. Mata seems so much in control to kick things off. Then you have that round 2, the Sweden against Finland. Guess Mata gets it right again. I thought there's no way Spaghetti comes back from this. Like, he was back against the wall, but then he played an almost flawless moving game in game number 3, and then from there, just, I mean, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those games where both players equally played pretty balanced, and then you had those 1 or 2 rounds that striked and really made out the winner there. Yeah.
For sure. No, absolutely amazing. I mean, it goes to show at this level of play what you have to be capable of in order to bring it home. And we can see it here on the bracket as well. Clement versus Spaghetti now in the grand finals. I gotta ask you, I'll wait with that for a second because I can see we do have Spaghetti here ready for a talk. My man, reverse sweep Spaghetti, how are you feeling right now?
Oh man, that was a bit stressful.
Oh, you don't say.
Glad it's over.
You don't say. You don't say. I gotta ask you. I mean, just go back to game 2 for a second. You sent. I see you going Finland, then into Sweden, then kind of water hedging, going back. You end up losing that round against Mata when you're down 2-0 like that. Was there anything in you going, man? I might as well just all default. This ain't gonna happen. Or was there something in you there going, you know what? Back couldn't be further up against the wall. This is my time to make it happen.
I mean, the first 2 games weren't my best games, but I don't know. I've seen reverse sweeps happen. I think Mata did a reverse sweep against who was it? Someone yesterday. So I knew it was possible, and I just told myself, like, you haven't lost yet fully. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then to go from there, because I feel like game 2 into game 3 was completely night and day. You played an almost flawless game 3. Insane performance from you. I mean, does that match in particular rank up to you as one of your best moving games? Because you looked incredible throughout that entire series.
I think I played pretty well during game 3. I think the rounds suited me decently well, and I kind of got lucky maybe, but I was playing pretty decently, I think. So that was pretty good for the mental as well.
That was pretty good for the mental and a pretty good game overall, Spaghetti. Very well played. I mean, we got to talk about the first 2 games as well. We briefly have already, but I have a more specific guess. Would you say it was like more the locations that didn't really suit your strong suit, or was your head not in the game? What was it?
I forgot where Macapa was, and I completely blanked on a Mappa blur. That was not my brightest moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to call you out for that. I didn't want to go too specific. We all were like, it's saying Macapa Spaghetti, but it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
You blank. You have 5. You have a best of 5. There's still enough room to strike back, and that's what you did, Spaghetti. Very well done.
Exactly. 1 round missed, but a ton of rounds won. Again, congratulations so much, Spaghetti. Now you're going to go up against Clement, who I think has surprised many by not only taking out Malfunction in 2 moving games. How do you see yourself compared to him now going into this final?
I mean, Clement, when he locks in, is obviously very strong. So it'll be interesting to see how we both end up playing. But I know that he can also make mistakes sometimes, so hopefully he does, and I can capitalize off of that. But who knows?
Who knows? It's going to be a close one, that's for sure, with how well you both have been playing throughout this tournament. Congratulations again, Spaghetti. Looking forward to see you in the grand finals in just a short moment. So go get your break. It's only going to be, I don't know, 10 seconds or something until you're playing again. So go relax for a bit, and we'll see you in a few.
Well, thank you.
There you go. Hearing from Spaghetti, our second semi-finalist, and what an insane game that was. It seems so structured all the way through, almost all the way up until you have that Oman-Kenya split, and then things just go wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's also great to get his insights because it's kind of hard to judge from the outside just watching these games. And of course, it's hard to tell, did he not know where it is? Did he blank?
True.
Did he just miss it? It's kind of hard sometimes. You do blank, it does happen, we are all human. But yeah, the consistency is the most important part of Geoguessr.
That's exactly it. They're playing so many rounds and it's so incredibly difficult. So, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give him a brief break, and while he gets ready, Spaghetti that is, alongside Clement for the grand final of the Open Majors, we have one more video to show you. I had the pleasure of talking with the boys for Geoguessr Street Smarts Episode 2, coming your way right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to round number 2 of Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm your host, Toby, and I'm here with Team Red and Team Blue, consisting of CG, Jake Lyons, Orlando, and Foul. In round number 1, our Team Blue got themselves ahead by dishing 1,000 damage to Team Red. So we'll see in round 2 if Team Red has what it takes to bring it back as we now go into map the flip. And yes, you see what we did there. Very, very cool done. Now, what's going to happen here is that you guys, our dear players, are going to see a country. We can show an example right here. I feel like you all might know what this country is. The vast majority of you are probably there right now, if that's any indicator. Of course, this is just an example. And what's happened here is that we have mirrored this map vertically. I just had to get horizontally, and then if you have the right guess, you type in the answer, press OK. You can only guess once, so if you get it wrong, you're doomed. And then it's the first 2 players to get it right from the same country. You may communicate amongst one another, but keep in mind, your opponents can hear you guys talking too. So if you want to talk, you got to find a way to talk in code or do something similar. I'm not sure what you're planning on doing, but you got to come up with a smart system in order for this to work. Are all players ready for round 2 to begin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
Yep. Great. Then let's get this one going. Let's begin map the flip. Round number 1 of game number 2. Which country is this?
Okay.
Someone submitted it too slow, and that means that I believe Team Blue got it right early on. Foul, you got to be fast on those buttons, my man. It's a quick quiz show here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I got it wrong too anyways.
All good, all good. We go into round number 2. Which country is this? I feel like this one might be a little more difficult than the first one was. Jake Lyons first to guess. We have double guesses on Team Red, and that is correct. It is Ghana. CG too slow on this one. It's a 1-1 game. It's a 1-1 game. Let's go straight into round number 3. Which country do we have here?
Wait. I think I'm wrong.
Something.
3 different guesses so far. Jake Lyons is the only one that's correct.
Yeah.
2 people said Belarus, 1 said Poland, but it was, in fact, Andorra.
Oh, yeah, I would have never gotten that.
We go into round number 4. Let's see what you guys have in store. Difficult country. Some might argue the coolest country in the world. Correct guesses on multiple sides. One yet to answer. Orlando gets it right as well. CG, you and I need to have a chat, my man. I'm just saying.
Wait,
you
what
and
happened?
I need to have a serious conversation because you said Singapore. Do you want to change your answer?
Oh no!
I
thought I was right.
I see the vision. Points to Team Red. Foul and Orlando able to get that one correct.
Oh no!
We go into round 5. Let's see what we got in store, guys. Be ready? Fingers on your keyboards. Here we go. Round number 5. What do we have here? Jake Lyons, first one to guess, and gets it correct as well.
I have no idea.
I don't know what. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Should I
You are allowed to talk, then.
trying to give you
It's
a
up
hint?
to you to strategize how you want to communicate this with your teammate without your opponent
Think
getting it written down faster.
blue and white stripes and sun in the top left.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
It was a
I
risk.
will say CG got it typed in faster than Orlando, so that's
Let's
a
go.
point over to Team
Yes.
Blue.
Oh,
We
my.
have a 2-2 scoreline. This is interesting. We go into round number 6. I should add as well, there's only 7 rounds total. So here we go. Round number 6. What do we have here?
Okay.
I see CG, Jake Lyons faster. That's points over to Blue. It is, in fact, Cyprus. Very convenient when it's on the flag as well. Let's go into round number 7, the final round here of game number 2. Let's see what happens.
Oh my god. I don't know how to stop this.
It's CG and Jake again. Correct.
No.
It is Mongolia, not Switzerland or Kyrgyzstan, unfortunately.
Okay.
But nice tries, nice guesses, and it will be a Team Blue victory and 1,000 damage once more done to Team Red. So they now set themselves with a 2,000 point buffer coming in to round number 3, which you will be able to see shortly.
Don't worry, everyone. The street smarts will continue, but for now, more important things are at hand. And don't worry, CG, we will forgive you for that Singapore Denmark guess. It's okay. Singapore is a great place to be as well. But here we are. It's Clement, Denmark once more, versus Spaghetti. Not quite Singapore, but in Asia nonetheless.
Close enough.
Finals time between two players. So I want to go to you first with here, Geoguessr. Did you expect this to be the grand finals of the Open Majors?
Clement Spaghetti.
Or Wildcard?
I have to be honest, no.
No?
Both of them were not on my list of the finalists. No.
I think I would agree with you. If you look at the trajectory, Clement had to beat out Malfunction, who beat out Zigzag. Very, very fierce competition, but able to make it through in the end. And I think both these two players have honestly surprised viewers throughout this tournament with how they've played. The fact that we get a reverse sweep from Spaghetti in this one as well. I think it's safe to say that regardless or not of whether these two players were expected to be in the finals, they have played incredibly well, so well deserved that they find themselves here, fighting, of course, for a spot, only one spot at the World Championship.
Only one is gonna make it. We start off in Greece. We have some text already. And we also got the first guess down from Clement. Committed pretty far north. I don't know if he can read Greek. It's not the first language to learn.
No, definitely not.
But it's definitely helpful. You see it a lot also on trash bins and all that.
Exactly. Let's see. First round comes to an end. It is going to be up towards the Macedonian border. So good on Clement for getting off to a solid start here. And of course, Clement finds himself in a precarious position right now because, we have to say it as it is. There is a Danish wildcard tournament coming up in a couple of weeks here as well, as we're going to round number 2, where if Clement doesn't win this, he might have a chance to win there. Issue becomes, if he doesn't win here and he also doesn't win in Denmark, that would definitely be something.
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
So for him, you would most definitely want to close it out right here, right now against Spaghetti.
Yeah, no pressure on him, but yeah. For now, I would say it takes a bit of pressure away, though.
Yeah, to some extent. To some extent. Well, let's see. It depends on how many more Japan rounds we're going to get. Having said that, though, it's going to be Clement out victorious in Spaghetti's home country. It's not much, but it's a good way to start things off.
Nope. And as I already said, Clement and Spaghetti both were not on my list. For one sole reason is because they are both not moving mains. And I feel like in this format, as a moving player, you are always advantaged.
Yeah. Luleå far up towards the north. Clement is well aware of that. He has it all the way down by the water already. I think Spaghetti might be... It's already on Spaghetti's screen on the right side. One of the biggest cities up towards the northern border.
Yeah, for now, they are looking for the 97 and the 374, and where those intersect, that's where we are.
Exactly. Great scan by Clement. You'd have to imagine that even if Spaghetti doesn't get it 100%, he's going to be closer, but he has found the city as well. Second 10k of the day in the making, potentially...
Close it.
Off by a little bit. Ba-ding! I gotta love the sound. Gotta love that sound. The 10k minus 2.
And on to the next round, round 4 in the moving game. We are in Africa. More specifically, we are in Nigeria. We have that follower car as well. We have a quick Lagos send from Clement. And there's a good sign to confirm that we are in Lagos, says it right there. On the middle right, Spaghetti also trying to get a little bit closer, staying the suburb as well.
I mean, with how many rounds that have gone close to round 10 for Spaghetti and Clement for that matter, given that 10 extra seconds, 15, to try and get just a couple of more points in a round like this, it's been the deciding factor for both of them multiple times already. So good on Spaghetti for not locking in right after Clement does.
Yep. We have not only seen it in the past, but also in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
How important those couple points can be in the end.
Definitely.
And now we don't really have that much to work with. I don't see any signages in the distance. We should be in Argentina. I think we are driving on the right. It's a very flat landscape. White outlines. And these players have like different approaches. Clement is taking some stops to look around and get a bit of a better vibe, because he knows as soon as the timer goes down, he has to make a guess, whereas Clement is rushing it down, trying to find something.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Clement is going to, for the third time now, go back towards starting position, but that is, of course, in order to try and line up the road. Maybe, at least as he immediately look down towards the map, he's going to be down towards as he stands. You're going to have Spaghetti further towards Cordoba. We'll see who's going to be closer in the end. Further up north is Clement, who's going to be on point. Here, it's going to be Clement once more with quite a distance to boot.
Yeah, and Spaghetti was second-guessing himself there.
Yeah?
I think he was considering the north first. Maybe found something better fitting down there after he lined up the road, because the roads kind of go in grids in Argentina, so it's pretty much, it's a helpful clue to look at the alignment.
Definitely. Some babas on screen.
On it.
Instant sense from both of them. Not quite the 10k -2. We'll call it the 10k -4 in this round, as they both get in there right away.
And we are in round 7 already. Looks like the US in first glance. Now the players will probably look for license plates. We have the state outline there. The 2 in Missouri. Once again, can be hard to find.
Definitely.
You have to zoom pretty far into the map until these road numbers show up. And after that, you just get overwhelmed with so many numbers.
Yep.
So therefore, there's always the decision-making of, do I continue scanning for this road number, or do I look for more clues where I get more bigger town names given?
And speaking thereof, Spaghetti able to find the 2. Now it's about figuring out what city is in. Clement seemingly have not found it just yet. And for Spaghetti, being in round 7, being down over 4,000 points, he needs to get even on the scoreboard now and have those multis help him out.
And he's looking for Chilhovy right now, which is written on the sign. He knows it has to be somewhere along the 2, but so does Clement.
Yep, both found it now. There you go. Close, just one city over.
Yep, once again, both players close enough to not deal significant damage.
And that's the issue. When Spaghetti found the 2 here, should he maybe have locked in earlier, or is that already at that point enough time for Clement to have a good indication of where we are?
It's kind of difficult, because sometimes the road numbers do continue at some point.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a risk to slam it down immediately.
Definitely. Well, speaking of slamming it down, that's exactly what Clement is going to do here in round number 8. Spaghetti is soon to follow. They both know the country and seemingly have good ideas of the city as well. They are in the same city. This could be another 10k in the making.
Yep, very recognizable area, Iquitos. Very flat and green. I mean, nowadays you see it in a couple more places in Peru, but still kind of limited. It's like 3 or 4 areas you consider with that.
Round 9 coming up now. What country would you say Spaghetti is hoping for here? I know that we just got this from a reel, but then maybe for round 10. Where did you want this to go that Clement can maybe fall under?
I mean, he had a couple of them already, but definitely Japan is a country where it's so helpful to read the signages, because you get the town names so often in kanji.
Have the C12 on screen there, close towards the border of Andorra. But Clement is immediately following. That's the issue for Spaghetti right now. Clement is so good at getting these informations and getting the logins.
Yep, and seems like he did lock it in. Clement is still looking around, trying to find the right road number. there's a good distance.
Yep, definitely.
Between those players.
All the way down in Barcelona. We'll see who's gonna be closer. It's gonna be Spaghetti, and that is an incredibly important round. It's not gonna even things out at all, but 1,700 points you now don't have to get in round number 10 could be the difference maker.
Definitely, and getting him down to 4,000 health could help here. We are in a country that is big enough to deal that much damage. We are in South Africa. Looks like we are coastal. A very, very long stretch. So these players are looking for more information.
You have to imagine Spaghetti's got to go somewhat quickly here, right? But he's not the first one out on the main street. Clement has gotten to info faster. Now Spaghetti's here as well, but it's just one property development sign. And again, he's still stuck in this intersection. Clement just seemingly browses through things faster right now.
Yep, and we have Clement in Mossel Bay right now. Probably checking whether the alignment of the road and the grid of the city lines up.
Spaghetti needs 2,900 damage. I mean, these cities, these bays are with quite a distance in between him, so if he gets the correct, which he's gonna have to, it could very well be game gone in his favor.
Yeah, none of these players can play it out safe here. You have to be precise.
Exactly. They're in the same area right now, so this might not be enough to be game. We'll see, though. Timer down to 0. And it's gonna be Clement closer on this one. Found the correct city, and that is gonna be game in his favor, up 1-0.
And Toby, if that would have been the other way around...
Game the other way?
I think that would have given Spaghetti enough room to turn it around. So very important guess from Clement there.
Definitely. Definitely. But hey, I mean, Spaghetti just went down 0-2 and then came back 3-2. So do not count him out at all yet.
No, and definitely not on moving games. We have seen how strong he is on those. He gets to information quick. He gets to use it quick.
Yeah.
He's playing brilliant on
That's the thing. I mean, if some of those last rounds were races, Clement were like 3 intersections down the street with info found already before Spaghetti even got going.
Yeah.
So makes good sense. But that's of course a skill set of its own to be able to collect data fast and move on.
Most definitely. And now we are no move. We are stuck on our spawn point. You are allowed to look around, but that given I don't see much to work with. Spaghetti is trying to use the road alignment here. We are in Senegal, not too many roads covered.
I mean, he very quickly committed to the N3. Now goes N2 where Spaghetti is.
Yeah. There are a couple of ways to distinguish these roads. I am not an expert in Senegal at all. You can kind of use the vegetation, maybe cloud formations, driving directions. There's a lot of ways to distinguish between roads in not so well covered countries.
Let's see here, the timer is going to run all the way down. It's a 0, no one's going to lock in prior. They are both up towards the northern border, and it's going to be Clement closer. No, actually, no, they're on point of one another. They are in the exact same intersection.
It lined up.
It was the 10K just off by a bit.
But it lined up twice on the road, and I would imagine more than that.
That's funny. I did not notice his marker whatsoever, but here we go into round 2.
Round 2 it is. Seems like we are in Mexico, and once again we have a coastline which you could scan for. The water is along the north of us.
They're on each their side. Spaghetti goes out towards the eastern peninsula. Clement is still on the west coast.
Very difficult in Mexico. The east coast can look like the Yucatan Peninsula, so...
Dangerous times. It's only round 2, but this could be big damage. And it's gonna be Spaghetti on point! 1 kilometer out! Is that enough? No, not quite! Had it been just 1 round later, that would most definitely have been game.
That's a good chunk.
What a strike back from Spaghetti.
That is a good chunk, eh? I mean, sometimes you just gotta go by the default. The water was north, and he didn't even think about all these lands sticking out where you still get water north, but at the same time, we had land on the other side. Which is understandable.
I want to go 10 minutes back in the broadcast, but gets that in the interview. I know Clement is a great player, but he makes mistakes, and then it's up to me to capitalize when he does. That is exactly what we saw right here. Great play by Spaghetti to get back in front.
And most importantly, very early into the game.
Oh, yes.
We are only in round 3.
Oh, yes.
Jumping over to round 4 right now.
Plenty of space
looking very bad for Clement, only with 800 health, but we have seen things happen today.
Well, and here we go. Out into the open once more. Round number 4 is upon us.
Yep. Once again, we are in Europe this time. We have those hooks, exactly. We have the concrete pole with the hook insulators, tile roofs. mountainous, lush green, summer coverage. A lot of good clues to get the country. Not the easiest country to region guess, though.
No. Not. They're both towards the center. It's gonna be Spaghetti closer. Probably won't be enough. No, but close.
It's close.
And now is where Spaghetti needs to just finish him off. I mean, full Mortal Kombat style. Finish him. You need to do that now. You don't give Clement a chance to up those multipliers.
No, you don't want to do that. But something you don't want to see is this. We are in Chile. We are in a very urban environment. It could be any big city, really. Kind of hard to distinguish.
He's in Buenos Aires.
Clement. I think it's Chile.
I mean, I know it might not matter whether he is off in Buenos Aires or in Chile, but if that's two big blunders for him in one game, that can set in mentally for the rounds to come. First, it's the wrong coast of Mexico.
He locked it in.
First, it's the wrong coast of Mexico. Now it could be off here in Buenos Aires as well, but he could also be cooking. We'll see. Spaghetti, what do you do here?
Seems like he's also unsure, but he's sure about the country.
He sticks to Chile, that's for sure. Concepcion looking at it, not going. It is out there, and once again, that is Clement off by 1,000+ kilometers, and on the flip side of that, Spaghetti almost flawless through this no-move game.
Yeah, this reminds me of the game Spaghetti has. He was not in the game with his head, and I feel like the same was with Clement right here. It seems like he wasn't locked in at all.
I feel like Spaghetti just predicted game 2 with his interview. Okay. Gotta capitalize on mistakes, and he gets not only the two closer, but literally pinpoint perfection in both those 2 rounds where Clement is off. So good on him for staying in the game as we now have a 1-1 score.
1-1 it is. Back to moving, which you don't want to do in the mountains of Peru.
Yep.
The chances that you will find something are minimal. That's also why Clement is just sending his guest through immediately. Spaghetti is taking that extra time.
They start off very close to that same lake up by Junin. We'll see if Spaghetti opts to stay. I think he does. Yeah, they're nearby one another. Great region guess by both.
Yep, those are 2 very good region guesses for Peru standards especially. Can be quite tricky.
Definitely. Let's go into round 2.
At times. Round 2 it is. We are moving in South Africa once again, driving left. English on those signs. What you want to do here is probably leave the road until you get a main road, because usually if you reach a main road, you get pretty good signages in South Africa.
Definitely.
Another attempt is just to look for area codes.
You think they're linking to the Cape Town KFC that was shouted out earlier, or is that another one?
Could be. Who knows? We don't have directions on it.
We're gonna get a
but I
sponsorship
would believe there are more than one KFC.
There is more than one hereby confirmed by Geoguessr. As we now look here, Clement, first one to lock in. Spaghetti House is pinned down towards the southeast, towards Durban. See if he commits to it. He does indeed. It's gonna be Clement closer. Great guess by him, just 5 kilometers out.
That's a very strong guess. Not only getting the right area, but being a bit more precise.
Yeah. Denmark?
Hey, if you think so.
I don't know, I'm just seeing the south on the right side now.
I see the red tint in the road.
I was gonna say if Clement goes France, then that's it. But you know what, he's both French and Danish, so he'd make the same mistake too.
Yep.
We
have the slight red tint in the road, which is actually a good clue for a region in France where you see it more. It's towards the east.
Got to keep in mind, of course, for those you guys who don't know, that even though Clement is waving the Danish banner, he does live in France. So this is, I mean, as much as Spaghetti has home turf advantage in Japan, this is very much a advantageous round for Clement.
Yeah, most definitely. I think around Dijon is the area where you get those red tinted roads the most. Let's see if it turns out to be there.
Could very well be. Any Mustard fans in the chat might be happy to get Dijon mentioned, as that's exactly where Spaghetti is going to sit down early on. Clement goes to following your lead here. Gelotris, they're both going to be on point. Clement, as a matter of fact, no losing out of that round. It's going to be Spaghetti closer.
Yeah. And in any other game, if you know you are playing someone who isn't as strong as you are, you send this round out immediately.
Yes.
Knowing that clue for that area. But I would assume that both players expect the other player to also know that it is Dijon. So you look for more information as we head on to the next round. Round 4 it is in the US.
Back to America we go. Down the open streets, looking for Any state signs here? What do we have there? Trail route? Not sure if they've been studying their trail routes.
It's saying Arizona State Park.
Well,
You
it's
also have the
definitely
name
helpful.
of the park, and
Yeah.
the parks are usually labeled green on the map, so you could maybe try to find it.
Not sure Clement found that info yet, but now he's out on one of the main streets. He has Arizona tourist info on the sign there and a distance indicator to one of the biggest cities.
Yeah, we also have a very big divided road, so you would imagine that it is a major highway, which will also give you not too much to scan for.
Clement is far down towards the south. Spaghetti stays further north. He might actually have something on Tupac. He's found the city, I believe. This could be a very, very good round for Clement. And it will be right on the money, 1 kilometer out. A decent slam, 1700 damage done to Spaghetti.
Yeah, that was a very strong find. And once again, both players getting different information.
Yeah.
Different approaches to find it, but in this case, Clement did the right thing. And we are back in France, it seems like.
Is he gonna go faster this time around, though, Spaghetti that is, or is he gonna give Clement the whole round to potentially get info?
That's a question, you know. That is the question. In an urban environment like this, you would imagine that you will also find something that you can make usage of.
Yeah.
So you try to get somewhat close. You would expect your opponent, who is from France, to be even closer.
Yeah, but you also just won a round in France, so maybe you don't feel as threatened. Clement is going to be the first one to log in here. Boulangerie, probably one of 2 trillion in France, as he moves on. Spaghetti, that is 5 seconds left to work with, is going to go down south towards Toulouse here as well, so they're going to be nearby one another. And it's going to be Clement on
Right
point,
on it.
found the city, and that's again maybe a situation where Spaghetti would have been better off sending it early, not giving him time to get that info, because that one hurt as well.
Yeah, definitely, and that is a good lead for Clement. Now the real question is, who has learned their trackers in Madagascar?
Ooh, a tracker cam, a rarity in competitive Geoguessr, but here we are, out on the western coast. Spaghetti goes, oh wait, what's that reaction, my friend?
Look, I can't really read his reaction. Is he happy?
I'm not
Looked
sure.
like he fumbled, maybe? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
We're about to find out.
They're both west, but a little off. Still though, Spaghetti wins it. 595 damage. Could have been even more as we go into round number 7. I'm not sure what he was so upset about with that, because it seemed like that was a negative reaction, so to speak.
I think he might have realized that he is on the wrong one.
Maybe.
Possible. I mean, there are a couple of trackers.
Or maybe
in
he saw,
Madagascar.
like, maybe he scanned it right after he clicked login. It's like,
Could
oh,
be.
come on, man. You hate when it happens. You hate when it happens.
It does happen. And
Arrowhead?
seems like we are back in the US.
Wait,
We have
that's
an
a
area
Kansas
code.
City. That's Arrowhead Stadium. That's isn't that the Kansas City Stadium? I believe it is.
No.
But why is that parked in Colorado?
870. I mean, that's an area code in
Oh, is
Arkansas,
this Colorado?
I think,
Wiggins,
but
Colorado.
This doesn't look like Arkansas, therefore
Nope.
I'm not sure if I would trust that.
Wiggins, Colorado is what it says on the back of that box right there.
I would trust that more.
Clement is looking for it. We baited them with Kansas and NFL knowledge, and it is in fact going to be Clement on point, and that is very, very solid. Solid enough, in fact, to call it game. Clement up 2-1.
And he turns it around. He's in the lead now. Clement really needed that.
From one insane moving game into a no move you probably want to forget about if you're Clement. Now back into solid moving again. I do not know what to expect coming into this no move game. Is he going back to being off by miles, or is Spaghetti going to be on the struggle bus here?
Yeah, no idea. I mean, we've talked about it earlier. On the moving side, Clement was playing strong, and we just see it in this game. Once again, he's taking those home. But from now on, it's hard to predict.
I was gonna say, I'm not seeing any yellow plates here, but you have Clement and Colombia. Is that just me being a noob?
Also thought it's Ecuador rather than Colombia. I mean, on those pickup trucks,
Okay, there
you
you
can
go.
sometimes get a non-yellow plate. It does happen. But yeah, good
There you
save.
go.
He did take his time to think it through.
I mean, he could have been in Southern Colombia and still won the round, to be honest.
Hey, he could have. I mean, realistically.
The cross-border BM wasn't to be today as we go into round number 2. Spaghetti with a chance to lose everything here if it does not bring it into an NPC.
Yep, and we are in Australia. We have those Australian bollards. We are in the plains, very flat, dry, red soil-ish. Is something you see a lot in New South Wales.
Yeah.
so therefore I am with Clement, but still a couple areas that could be possible. It looked like Spaghetti was zooming into Western Australia, but he's considering it.
Yeah, going back towards the east now. Smart in doing so. Still gonna lose the round, but when I saw that hover towards Perth, I was like, oh, no, my man. Ups to go east instead, and good on him for only losing 600 in that round.
Once again, a good decision making from Spaghetti this time. We're on the 5N in Peru.
And
quite the long road.
Yeah.
I think the 5N is pretty long, yes.
I mean, that was like a synchronized zoom in by both of them.
Yep, now
on the 5.
It's about scanning it, but at the same time, it is kind of bendy.
I mean, you have to imagine there's a trillion bends on that road.
Yep.
Mountains all around, valleys equally so. How do you get it? I asked that, but even Clement is as surprised as we are. Able to lock that one in, and look at Spaghetti's face there.
And if I talk about a long road, that road was long enough to deal this amount of damage.
Wow. Down to half health now, Spaghetti with the back against the wall. Back in France, at least according to Clement. He's going Spain?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Was there a yellow reflector?
I did not see. But this could... I mean, he's very specific. He's scanning the rivers.
I thought we are in Spain.
Locked in Spain.
I didn't get a good look. Clement, seems like they are still split.
He's gonna look again.
10 more seconds.
Is the second guess what you need? He doesn't seem to be going away. He stays south of Grenoble in the Alps. Is this gonna be game? It's right in between!
Between those!
Oh, look at Clement's face. That is a breath of relief.
Definitely frustrating for one side, and a relief for the other side that it was actually pretty far off.
But also, I mean, as we talked about before, this time around, not being able to capitalize on the mistake is a frustrating one for Spaghetti. Of course, it's still good that he stays in the race, but he could have been looking much, much better had he been more on point with that guess.
Most definitely, and we are in a jungly forest. We have some bamboo.
Taiwan, by Spaghetti.
Taiwan mostly has those roads paved. An unpaved road like this would be kind of odd for Taiwan, but everything else fits. I also don't really see much more to work with here.
No secret trigger
Seems like we have a plate on the pole, which you get to see in Taiwan a lot. So combined with the bamboo and the mountains, the plate on the pole, I would say Taiwan does make sense.
What you're saying is his kit is as good as anyone's. We'll see, Clement, what are you hovering, my man? He's hedging Vietnam
He's
and
hedging
Philippines.
Asia. He's hedging Asia.
Hedging Southeast Asia. Spaghetti's going Hong Kong. They're doing last second rotations, both of them. It is towards Taiwan. Is that going to be enough? It very well could be. No! He went off!
He's so frustrated about that. He doesn't like it.
He hovered it right from the start, and with 3 seconds left, went to Hong Kong. He could have taken it into an NPC there, but we move on.
Those last second switches really turn around the games today.
2 games in a row as well, or 2 rounds in a row. First you catch Clement in France, but it's Spain, and now this? Oh, he's got to be feeling annoyed about that one, but there's still games to play.
No time to have any feelings and thoughts about that round, because we are still on it. We are still on it in round 6. 3.5x, and once again a very hard round.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sumatra, instant descent to by Clement, but not opting to lock in just yet. You have Spaghetti down towards Java.
Yeah, we have a lot of oil palms, which you commonly found in Sumatra.
Okay.
But still not sure. Spaghetti once again considering it. Lampung is a good hedge, but is it right?
I feel like I was going to say there's probably island hedge to just go down towards the southern tip of Sumatra. We'll see if it's going to be more central. This could be a game gone favor for Clement, but he's going to go Malaysia last second. No, now swings back again. It is going to be up towards Malaysia. These last second readjustments are getting so scary. Had he committed to his last second click up to Malaysia, that would have been game and him as the champion of this tournament. But now we go into round 7.
What a game and what locations to guess on. We are going over once again to the United States, where these players try to read out the information that we have given on these trash bins. Very hard to read on my end. I don't know if they can make anything out of that. Seems like there's an area code maybe once again.
The sun couldn't be in a worse position on that trash bin for this photo
It is
to be
playing
taken.
against you there. It is playing against you, but we have the first guest locked in the middle of Tennessee.
He's praying, hands in the air, looking into the camera as well. He knows it's a tricky one. Spaghetti is hovering Kentucky. He's going to go all the way over towards West Virginia. This could very well and most likely will be game. East side of Cincinnati is where he's committed to. And there you have it! Clement locks it in, brings it home, and wins the wildcard tournament.
What a final, what a game, and what a comeback.
What an absolutely insane finish to what has been an utterly insane tournament. From 8 BO5s yesterday out of 10 possible, we get one here that could have, probably should have, gone to NMPC as well, but Clement does not get punished by the mistakes of Spaghetti, the other way around. He doesn't get punished by Spaghetti, and therefore is able to win it 3-1.
This one specifically could have been anyone's game. I don't think I've seen so many country splits recently as we had in this game. So the locations were very, very hard, and it really got tested who deserves the spot.
That is absolutely insane. And honestly, for Clement, being able to qualify here rather than falling here and then with one shot left in the Danish major, that would have been I mean, it would have been hard for him to not be able to do it here, but even more so for him to be able to best what we can all probably agree is going to be a harder competition here and claim that trophy. That is huge for him.
Yeah, and I think especially for the Danes, they were afraid of Clement, I would believe. So I guess they are also happy for him.
Now he's not a threat no more for the Danish wildcard tournament. We'll get to see who's going to win that. Of course, that's a while away. But now let's go back to the desk and let them congratulate our winning player, Clement, here as well.
We certainly will be congratulating Clement. What a performance against Spaghetti, GC, but what a performance across the entirety of this wildcard tournament.
Yeah, completely agree. There is no doubt really that Clement's been the best player
He's
overall.
been a slight cut above, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been incredible. That final maybe a little bit more chaotic than some of his other performances. Just a few rounds in there that were a bit funny and confusing our players, but Clement throughout the whole thing has just been so good. Really good at moving as well as no moving.
Wildcard champion books his spot at the World Championship later this year in Denmark, in his home country. I'm sure he's absolutely over the moon, GC.
I know. It's an incredible...
We'll find out soon. We'll be speaking to him very shortly.
We will, yeah. For Clement to win the wild card, his last, well, not his last chance, but the last chance qualifier, and going home to Denmark to play in the World Championships will be incredible for him. I think we know who he faces first, though. No, sorry, we don't. I'm thinking about the Danish wildcard.
Either way, we have our wildcard bracket up on screen. You can see exactly how everything played out in the playoffs. Of course, ending with Clement crowning himself champion. It's been wild action, and we had a wild finish. And our champion wildcard is Clement. He's just fixing his mic. No, he's not. He's fixed his mic. He's on the line right now. Clement, congratulations. You are our Geoguessr World Championship 2025 wildcard winner, and you have booked your spot at that World Championship later this year in Denmark, in your home country. How does that sound? How does that feel?
Sounds completely amazing. I mean, I was really not expecting getting to this point. I mean, months ago when I was in the World League, but even just weeks ago. I mean, it's been a rough path, but incredible to make it through, especially through this wildcard, which was definitely had a lot of tough opponents. So I'm really happy about this.
It's been such a tough field of competitors. Now that it's all said and done, you sit at the top of the pile. From our perspective in the studio, I think a shared perspective, that you've just been this little cut above your consistency, your accuracy. Can we get your breakdown on your performance across the tournament? And of course, that matchup against Spaghetti as well.
I mean, it is very interesting that, yeah, because I've not really been known for my consistency in the past, but definitely was the case during this tournament, and especially in moving, which is a huge achievement for me, because I used to not really focus on this mode that much. And yeah, I've just been able to play very well, nearly winning every moving game, I think. I'm not really sure of that, but yeah. So I'm really happy about how this went, and it's very encouraging for the World Cup.
GC, over to you.
Clement, very, very well done from me. It's been a wild ride watching you play, but you very much deserve it, so congratulations. I wanted to go to that last game, the no move. We had a couple of funny rounds there. We had that Pyrenees one that split you both between France and Spain, and we had that Taiwan round as well. What was going through your head for those locations? Those were very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, both no-move games were definitely kind of a mess on my part. I mean, talking about the second no-move, I had like 3 kind of interesting guesses. I missed Spain on that round, which I don't think going France there was a really bad guess, but I do think the pole was Spanish, so I definitely got very lucky there that Spaghetti wasn't right, because that could have been really a lot of points. But yeah, the Taiwan round was... I mean, I was kind of thinking Indonesia for much of the round, and then I thought the vegetation was strange for Indonesia. I was considering Taiwan, and I was also considering Malaysia, but I think it was no car. You know, I'm a big car guy, and I think it was no car 21, so definitely made most sense for Taiwan. So I slowly but gradually ended up hedging for it, and got very lucky that Spaghetti went Hong Kong, because yeah, that was definitely a better guess than mine, I think, on that round.
Yeah, no, great stuff. Last one from me is just about the US. I know you're a very, very good US player, and you had some great moments in your match against Spaghetti in the US. A bit of Colorado, and I think you won the no-move game in the US as well. Anything to say on those?
Yeah, I mean, the US on moving is definitely a different play style than no move. Usually in moving, I often go for, area codes, state-specific signs, and that type of stuff. And I got to an area code, and it looked very flat. I mean, I think the area code we got, I imagine Spaghetti probably got an area code as well. I think it's a statewide area code, so I understand his guess. But I mean, the landscape was very flat, so I think he rushed his guess a bit, because Colorado was kind of an unexpected state there, I would say. It looked a lot like the plains, so maybe he would have expected more Dakotas. I think that's why he rushed his guess. So yeah. And then talking about the Tennessee round, the last one, I think I could barely see like a 931 area code on the bin, but I wasn't sure. And then I also saw like blue license plates, so everything checked out for like Tennessee, Nashville area, and I just went there and got lucky that Spaghetti didn't recognize the area code, I think.
Great, no, impressive stuff. Very well done.
Clement, thank you so much for taking part. Congratulations on winning, since you are the champ. Anything that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home?
I mean, all I hope at this point is that Hemmingsen is going to make it to the last spot, representing Denmark as a second player. And yeah, other than that, I want to say shout out to my friends watching from France and Brazil, watching this this final, as well as Denmark. And yeah, shout out to GG Cord again, as well as Prague Cord.
Clement, we will see you in Copenhagen.
See you.
GC, what a pleasure to talk to our champ. Of course, very happy with his performance, very happy to be moving ahead to that World Championship in Denmark later this year.
Yeah, no, it's all really come together for Clement at the right time. He said it himself, maybe in the past he wasn't the most consistent player, maybe struggled a little bit with moving, but really ironed out those two areas across this weekend. And as we've said, he was just so consistent, so consistently impressive, so close in so many rounds. Really, really good stuff.
Ironed out indeed. All right, GC, let's take a look at our schedule, see what has transpired so far and what we still have to look forward to. So yeah, at this point, everybody, wild cards are done. Clement is the champ. It means going ahead over the rest of today, we will turn our attention back to the open majors and their playoffs. You can see we have some heavy hitters there waiting for their chance to book that final spot from today to that World Championship in Copenhagen later this year. A lot more action to look forward to for all of our friends watching from home, GC.
Yep, still plenty to come. With all the action we've had in the last couple of days, though, it feels like ages since we lost all these guys play. But don't worry, they'll be bringing some more top-level stuff for us. Pav and Alpha, both very, very impressive in their games on Friday. Very much looking forward to it.
Indeed, that is absolutely correct. Everybody at home, a quick reminder about our very special guests coming to that Geoguessr World Championship 2025, taking place at KB Hallen in Copenhagen, August 29th to the 30th. Yes, we have the Sidemen in attendance. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the KB Hall with us. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to have these absolute legends of content creation there with us. And so, yeah, you can all look forward to that. On top of the Sidemen, we also have Mapei, of course, our American-Swedish artist that sings our theme song, Legendary. You hear it play at the start of all of our shows. And then we also have Icona Pop, another Swedish electro-pop power duo. Very well-known, amazing musicians. Going to be amazing to have them in the building. And lastly, but certainly not least, we will also have Nikki and the Dove, another Swedish music group, synth pop. Amazing guests all round. So Mapei, Icona Pop, Nikki and the Dove, and of course, the big issue of the Sidemen. So much to look forward to in August at that World Championship. But let us not race ahead, GC, and turn our attention back to the Open Majors. Everybody, the playoffs of those will be taking place very shortly. But first, a quick break.
About me and you. 'Cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes she made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. She thought she could tear us apart when she kissed your lips. Oh, what a plot twist. 'Cause now you adore me, adore me. Go ahead now, adore me, adore me. Oh, so cruel.
The Geoguessr Wildcard comes to an end, and now it's time to keep our eyes on the open majors, where quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals still remain. I'm Toby, joined by Gelotris, and welcome back everyone from a brief break, and now a full tournament reset. We're going over to the open majors, where Path and Alpha will take it to the globe in just a second. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, we had an intense match, and I would say it was like kind of a chaotic match.
Definitely.
A good content match.
Definitely.
But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. We have many more games. One of those is right now Path versus Alpha.
Exactly. The winner of that game will be going up against Noxy, as you can see here on screen, beating Jim Timmy 2 days ago. I think surprising maybe some people. A lot, I think, had Jim Timmy as the projected victor of this tournament, but not quite to be. And then, of course, you can see on the right side of the bracket, we have Jamabi waiting for his opponent there too. Here we see Path on screen, ready to get this game going against Alpha in what I could only imagine is going to be an incredibly exciting matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have seen those players play already. And also 2 players where I was looking forward to see them play, because I haven't seen them on a bigger screen yet. And they were quite impressive.
And now you get them on an 85-inch screen, so that is as big a screen as we could possibly expect to see them in, unless if we rented out a cinema or something, which we haven't. So here we go. Open Majors Quarterfinal 2 starts right here, right now. We're going into moving the good, the true, the tried, the tested, and here we are to kick things off. Round number 1.
Let's kick it off in Poland, I should say.
Not New Zealand.
Not New Zealand. Even though we have some mountains there.
True. The rare Polish mountains, which usually, according to your brains that have taught me, would be down towards the south, and it seems like Alpha is in agreement.
That is correct. You're picking up some stuff.
Yeah, I'm learning. Bloom's Discord telling me I don't know enough, but here we are, learning by the second.
Let's see, still along. Ridge we have, as we can see, it goes along the whole border. But they both play it safe, clicking somewhere in the middle, south, along the border.
Have off to a good start, minimal damage, but good location find there in the end. We're starting it slow. I feel like after that chaotic, I mean, I love the chat that we had with the guys upstairs between, after the last game where we were talking about how yesterday in the Wildcards was like the most consistent Geoguessr we've seen in so long. And today, we just put a massive branch right in the front wheel of that bike, and it just kept tumbling forward. There are so many wild rounds round after round, and then hopefully now we can see the flip side of that here in the open majors. Maybe this is where they bring in the structure as we go Poland 2 rounds in a row.
Yep, 2 rounds in a row this time. They don't really use the landscape. Rather than that, we have info for Alpha here. He has the road numbers 757. So we should be between, do I attempt to pronounce?
Go for it.
Klimontov and Opatov? Maybe.
I mean,
maybe.
Sounds as good as what I would have said. So I'm all for it. Pav, 2 seconds left. Will just plonk Lutz and go next. Which is not Lutz, I know, because the L is the W and Roch. It's That's why I don't try and pronounce Polish things.
Yeah, I'm also careful, but hey, we are learning.
You tried.
I get corrected afterwards.
Ah, yes, of course.
But
here we go.
At least then I know how it is.
True. Round number 3 is where we're at. Of course, plenty of opportunity to move up and down these streets, and should be plenty of info available here as well.
Yeah, and also a lot of opportunities to pick up good points. Mexico is a big country.
We've seen some wild Mexico rounds today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mexico, even though it is a very diverse country, you would imagine that it makes it easier to region guess. But at the same time, it doesn't really work like that, because it starts dry, mountainous, and then it gets green and gets dry again, mountainous again.
So urban Mexico, what's the play?
Well, there are
Area
different
codes?
attempts. If you really want to go into niche meta, you can also learn license plates. There are different license plates in Mexico as well. A lot of people only think of the US with that. But there are zip codes you could learn, area codes you could learn, all sorts of things.
Plenty of things to look into, chatters. If you want to improve your Mexico knowledge, we'll see here. As only now does Pab over the map 5-6 left to work with Alpha now following suit, both on the southeastern side of Mexico City. Oaxaca is where Pab is going to set up shop, and it's going to be Alpha closer because of it. There you go, 600 damage. Pab, a little readjustment in the seat, getting ready for round number 4.
Up to round number 4. Let's see where we end up. We have yellow lines, speed limit sign as well. We have a flag. We are in the United States, and once again we are looking for those signs that will maybe tell us the state, maybe tell us the highway number.
Yeah.
Area codes is also something that these players have learned. It's like somewhat of a trend, I should say, because back then, a couple of years ago, no one was really looking for area codes because no one was learning them. But then there was this trend of people learning it, and you were forced to keep up with it and also learn it.
You see a sign that PAF has their VA, Department of Transportation. I think you have Alpha now found it too.
Yeah, would imagine VA stands for
Virginia.
Correct.
But actually, that's not going to be enough for Alpha to open up the map yet. 5 seconds left to work with. All rounds thus far has gone all the way down to 0. So both these players really taking their time. Alpha didn't see anything big out in the intersection, so he's going to just plonk it Virginia as well. And it's actually all the way down towards the southwest.
Yeah, really reminds me of the Consor's playstyle. Yeah. Where he has all the information, but still moves around and really waits for the very last second.
Yeah.
Making sure he didn't miss anything before he plunks down his guess.
Here we go. And one more big country round. Straight into round number 5.
Round number 5 in Australia. We have some red curbs, which you commonly found in Western Australia. But besides that, I don't see a strong clue over there.
No yellow poles thus far.
Yellow signposts are also something you see in Western Australia. Very, very commonly.
Going down the same road here, but Pab is about 100 meters further down than Alpha. And given that he hasn't stopped it, you can see Alpha is doing much more of this, stopping at literally every sign he gets to see if it has any value. And Pab is more selective, I suppose you can say, in what he stops to look for. Not a whole lot for either of them to work with just yet. One is going to go Queensland. Seems like they both are going to go up towards the northeast.
Yeah, they both have the information that it is Home Hill. Should be a small town, I've never heard of it.
There you go.
Alpha getting very close.
Very close indeed.
I don't know if he just plonked it and scanned somewhere else, because I would imagine that it's findable with how close he was.
Yep, 3,500 damage. A big one at that. So now go back to the just jumping back and forth between big countries here.
We do back to the United States, I thought. Alpha is disagreeing.
I thought the Dorito was US only.
Yes. It is.
It is. Ha ha ha. We'll see if Alpha is going to think better in a second.
Yeah, he will do something else. Looks like he's moving very slow. In his defense, those poles look like the Ontario poles. Just to explain why he is there. There's a reason behind it, which makes him think that we could be in Ontario. But yeah, they do also exist in the US, and I would, as you call it, the Dorito sign, I would trust that one more. And we also have the speed limit sign there for path. So far, not much more information than that.
Harlan. Where do we find Harlan? Is it Harlan, Illinois? I think that's where both of them are right now. We'll see if they're going to commit to it. Or maybe it's in Iowa, yeah, further over towards the west. And that's exactly where it is. Great location by Path. Still 100 kilometers out, but nice strike back here, given that he was just sent down to 1500 himself.
Yep, makes total sense to be Iowa. The pavement also looked a lot like that. We have those concrete slabs a lot in Iowa. Makes me wonder if he maybe used that as well to get it right. Then we go on over. It's saying the city right there.
It's a semi-truck. It's dangerous to use that info.
It is. I mean, we are in Kenya, so you try to find maybe the county name, maybe even the city. It's saying Nairobi on that one.
Always helpful.
Always scary if you have the capital city on a sign, because
exactly.
You could see that everywhere.
Could have been a poster they just spread out all over the country.
Yeah, in this case with the PO box given as well.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that this is going to be downtown Nairobi. Login comes through on both sides, timer all the way down to 0, and they were in fact both correct. Pap is going to be a little bit off. Multiplier is going to do some damage, but 78, at least for now, ain't really that impactful.
No, not really. Still Alpha in the lead, but we are getting closer to the final round. We are in round 8 already out of 10, and we are in Sweden.
Sweden it is. Those plank buildings don't fool nobody.
Nope.
So we go here once more, and you have a lake and you have trees in Sweden. How do they not already know where we are?
Yeah, LT is, I think, the Örebro. Yeah,
could definitely be.
Stop.
There you go.
Alpha knows it. Don't know if Path has the same information yet, but here's the road numbers, 50 and 68 on his side.
Alpha is looking for the 5K lineup here. He's going to lock in as well. Looks very promising now.
Looks very good. We have the body of water on both sides on Alpha's guess, but looks like he's not happy with it. Maybe it's another body of water.
Could very well be. Path is further north, found a big intersection. Not sure if he had time to look at any of the sides, but now looking down towards Örebro as well. Lindesberg is where he's going to set up shop, and it is, in fact, going to be up there. Nice last-second readjustment there from Path to find the perfect spot. 900 damage off of what looked to be almost guaranteed Alpha win.
Yeah, definitely getting the lead here, Alpha. I mean, we could already tell from his body language, he realized he messed up there, but
yeah,
not too crucial.
Out by the water we go.
Yep.
Teeny tiny islands maybe, yeah, Madeira.
Yep,
we have the beautiful island, by the way. If you ever get a chance, viewers, to go to Madeira, definitely worth a visit.
Yeah, it's very, very pretty. Also a country I wasn't that aware of. I knew it existed.
Portugal?
Yeah, Portugal.
You weren't aware of that country?
I was talking about Madeira, but the island, not the country.
Okay.
But playing Geoguessr made me realize how pretty it is, yeah.
Gotcha.
Definitely had some impact. Not the country.
Can't call
I knew about the existence of Portugal.
Here we are, both of them are going to get Madeira. I say that Alpha, last second. I thought he was down there early on, now changed at last moment. That could have been game with the Maltese, but his... Instead, it's going to be a dead tie, and now we're going to round 10, dead even on the scoreboard. And here we go.
Definitely shaky. We have some good signs here, right on the spawn. Stewart Highway is the middle highway in the country. And it looks like we are further up towards Darwin with how many trees we have and those holy poles as well. And we have a good lineup on Alpha screen, I must say. So he could be on the right road. Path is still scanning for it. He knows it has to be somewhere along the one.
Definitely could be. Let's see here who is going to get it. It's going to be Alpha on at 5K to finish it off in the end. And it's going to be enough just exactly to win him the round.
Probably the most important 5K he ever had to do in Geoguessr.
10 5K in a quarterfinal with a chance of a World Championship qualification. Sets him up 1-0 over Path. And honestly, this was a good back and forth between the two. They both had very dominant rounds. And I would say even off of now going into no move, I still cannot call a victor in this. They both had their moments, and they both had shaky ones too.
Yeah, definitely. Also, just to take a look at the health bar in the end, it was like very, very even. It all came down to the very last round, where it got tested who is the better pinpointer, and in that case it was Alpha.
Definitely. Here we go. No move is where we are, and as tradition would have it, first no move round sent us out in the middle of the open.
Yep, and kind of hard to make a region guess here. I mean, it looks like somewhere in the western half of the US.
New Mexico is where Path ups the lockdown, very center. You have Alpha further up towards central Utah.
Yeah, still quite a distance.
Definitely some distance in between the two. And it's gonna be New Mexico, but as hard northeast as could be. So 600 damage to kick things off here. Path wants that last round back.
Yeah, good start for him. And we go on to the second round of this no-move match in this best of 5 between Path and Alpha.
Oh, would they want to go down to that crossing?
They would love
T6,
to. They would love to. Maybe also to that town. Can you really get any architectural clues? Maybe a little bit, but not too helpful to determine where you are. It looks
have so
very
many
flat.
ideas, but they're probably all bad.
You can give me a shout and I can...
Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark.
I don't think the buildings fit for that. I think we are more Eastern Europe.
The TV is not big enough. I can't see.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I fully agree. I thought we are like maybe in the flat parts of Slovakia, where it's like super flat like this with those big fields.
Makes sense.
Hungary, also a very flat country like that. Yep.
They're both down there. So if they are and you are as well, it's probably going to be right. And
But it was
you know what? As a
Slovakia,
matter of fact, off by a country, but just across the border. 70 damage is all she wrote as we head into round 3.
Yeah, those flat parts can be very tricky. I just couldn't place it somewhere else.
Oh, true.
But Hungary is definitely also a valid guess there.
Definitely.
And we are in Japan. We have some snow poles. Some of them are regional. If you have studied the country enough, it could help.
Half goes Insta Hokkaido. Hard north on it too.
Yeah, I mean, it is once again a very, very big valley. We have a very flat landscape until you reach those mountains, which you see a lot in Hokkaido, or on Hokkaido, since it's an island. Technically the whole country is. But yeah, usually you have more mountains around you, not that many big valleys inland. But at the same time, we have a big body of water and more land to the other side, which makes me wonder where it would be
Have us having the small islands now here as well, looking for some coastal, because there's, I mean, I think it feels like we're ocean, but there's still like coastline towards the west.
Yeah, it is a very long stretch, which makes me think that it might not be Hokkaido.
Could be, could be. I mean, you have Alpha further down towards the south. We'll see if he's going to be right on it. Not in the end. Path is going to hedge further down towards the south. It is going to be up there. Northeast. You can see even Path's reaction like, wait. I get 3,000 damage on that?
Hey, we'll take that.
Alpha is a bit frustrated, of course, but Path going, I was there, but it made no sense to me.
Yeah, we had the water to our west.
Yeah.
And so it's always confusing to be on the eastern side.
That's what base do to you.
Yep, that's what the big base do.
Yes, sir. Quick login to change pace here a little bit. Alpha gonna go down towards Ciudad Obregón and immediately to follow up this path.
Once again, good clue here is the grid, the north, south, east, west grid with a very flat landscape.
Yeah.
It's very, very commonly found in that area of Mexico.
Beginner city skyline strategies. Just do everything in squares and you're gonna be off to a good start.
Easy as that.
Let's see here. Atlantic what? Atlantic
good
something.
Clue.
Yeah, maybe.
Good clue that we are.
Probably not Atlantic City.
Nope.
Georgia, no.
No, I would think that we are in Canada. Based on the looks, the poles also fit, I would say, somewhere along the eastern
you
side.
You have Transformers on there as well.
I was thinking of Newfoundland would maybe make sense with the landscape and the season and the poles.
It's crazy to me how oftentimes we've been out here now.
Yep.
I mean, Newfoundland has become, I mean, almost the Brazil of Geoguessr over the course of this weekend. We've had 7, 8, if not 10 rounds on here. And we are here once again, both almost equal distance to the target. But for Alpha, good to not only stay alive, but also increase those multis.
Yeah. A lot of times underestimated how big Newfoundland is.
True.
You always like think it's a small island over there, but it's actually
that's what happens up on the north.
Up in the north one, it's a globe, and we see a flat like 2D of the world. Things do look smaller than they necessarily are.
It does. Now we have some cornfields and a flat landscape this time. I'm actually not sure. We have no poles in this. Or did we have some? No. If you have no poles, Netherlands is a pretty good guess.
Yeah.
But it is actually Germany. We had that before as well.
Literally the opposite.
Where we were in Netherlands with our guesses and it was Germany. And once again it happens. But at least both players agreed this time.
No move in open fields, man. It ain't easy.
Yep.
It ain't easy. Here we go. Round number 7. Maltese up to 4. As Pav is looking to instantly go hard north in Norway.
Yeah, the trees look very low. We have those, for Norway standards, rolling mountains.
Yeah.
It's not that big. And yeah, along the north you can get that very commonly.
Alpha follows.
So with that given, I would believe that we could be over there.
Pav currently is a bit further towards the east. We'll log in on the south side of Laxelv.
Yeah, you can see Alpha zooming towards the mountains, maybe trying to find the right valley for this.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Further south. Seems like Pav is a bit surprised by that one. Big eyes made, at least it's a reaction to it. But again, for Alpha, good to start claw back, and there's only 3 more rounds left to do so.
Yeah, definitely. A country where me personally, I'm not surprised anymore how often we are all the way south when I think it's north. And how, yeah, it's very, very difficult.
Yep.
A country you have to put a lot of time and work into.
What do we
really
have
confidently
here?
say where you are. Once again, it looks like Europe.
No buildings to work with.
No.
You can't really make out if the car's on the right or the left side because it's just one central dirt road. Alpha believes it's southeast of Manchester. Will Pav go UK here or no?
Yeah, the Poles, I say,
He's
would
in France.
fit.
And it is in the UK. This opens up the door. It probably won't be game no, but what a turnaround. Alpha now in the lead in the Alpha position here coming into round 9 with a win already. This would be a great turnaround.
And once again, we have the Extremadura 117. It's gonna be a scanfest. Pav needs to be very, very precise if he wants a chance to win this game, because we are on round 9 already. After this one, it's the final round.
Exactly. Not only does he have to be fast, but he needs to log in now because Alpha is on the hunt for the exact same.
Yep. After that, it's really a do or die for him.
Definitely.
For this game.
Still not enough distance in between the two that he can't win, even in a small country come next round. But if there's good info, then regardless of the size of the country, those, I mean, almost 1,500 damage is going to be hard to do, especially if they get evened out in this round as well.
Yeah, very hard to predict.
Yep.
Depending on the country size, how region guessable the country is, what information we have given. But for now, let's keep our eyes on this round. Seems like they are both struggling to find the right road.
Yep. Gonna have to pin down eventually. They are in the right vicinity, you'd have to imagine, given that the surrounding numbers they have there are close to the one they're looking for. Southwestern Spain towards Portugal. It's gonna be Pav closer though by quite the distance, 100 kilometers. And that is huge, huge damage. Now only 80 points, make that 79 separating the two.
That is a lot of damage, given that they are both in the Extremadura region of Spain.
Yes, sir.
I did not expect that much damage to be dealt.
Round 10.
Round 10, we have...
Alpha wanted on a 5k in the previous one.
Yeah.
Now it's up for him to do so again. Red Cliffs is where he's hovering, at least initially.
Yeah, and once again, the rough region should be given with those poles. We have Victoria-specific poles where the insulators look to the side.
79 points. That's like 10 meters apart here. This is
so
insane.
Hard to reach against this.
And it was
one.
the exact same in the previous one too.
Yeah.
They had more health both, but they were both so close together in round 10.
Yeah, but this time it is really more about the vibes rather than finding the road, because there's really not much to work with here. You don't have any road numbers, you don't have any towns in the distance.
You have a bend. Is that a creek alongside? Because it's so there's so much more foliage on the right side. No, it doesn't look like it. At least it wouldn't be big enough to be mentioned. You can see they're kind of trying to follow alongside the road. Maybe there's a bit of a water. I'm not sure. 5 seconds. This one is going to run all the way down to 0. Round 10. It's going to end here. Who's going to get it? And it is going to be Alpha once again. Waiting until the very last second to strike home. 2-0 double round 10 games.
And that is an insane guess by Alpha. With how little information we had given on that round, being this precise, hey, it doesn't matter how much more health you have. that is gonna knock you out.
Also, a round of respect to Path for clapping his hands together, saying, you know what, Alpha, you were the better man in that one. He beat him in UK prior, there in round 8. And for Path not able to bring it home. So good sportsmanship on his front to recognize a very, very good guess by Alpha in round 10.
And we go back to moving for the hunt of these signs. Especially in the Philippines, you will try to find the province name.
This would be a wild 3-0 if it is to be. Again, I mean, we talk about how the overall scoreboard doesn't always, you know, kind of tell the story of how the game itself went. If this becomes a 3-0 and that's what people remember it for, wow, is that doing Path an injustice? Because he's played incredibly well. But in the end, Alpha in those round 10s has been able to lock down the position better.
And it seems like both these players kind of struggle, whereas just saying that we have Masbate on the sign. And San Fernando is the city, so we are in Masbate right now.
Looking for this
trying to get even more precise. Seems like Alpha didn't have the information for that. Because he's on Cebu.
Oh, he gets it in the end. He gets it in the very, very last second, able to readjust. That was literally as the timer hits 0. He gets it pinned down. Solid read on his part.
Yeah, that was not on the main island of Masbate, so... Not blaming Path for taking a bit longer to find San Fernando there, but he got there in the end, very last second.
Definitely. Here we go. Once again. We're liking this down under country in the open majors today.
We do. And this time we also have the yellow signposts, which I was looking for earlier.
Exactly.
Helps to confirm that we should be in Western Australia.
The word yellow ends with a W, therefore you know you're in Western Australia. For those of you guys who don't have that one like written into your brain, now you know how to get it.
Good way to remember, And we have a railway. Could be scannable for. I don't know how many railways you have in Western Australia.
Are we going Denmark, Western Australia? Is that what's happening? I see it on the screen right there.
It's out there.
Right next to Albany.
I think it's a pretty big city as well, given the looks.
It doesn't look coastal. There are palms, but I mean, Perth makes a lot of sense here. Alpha commits to it. Path is still a little more inland, maybe more of a hedge than an actual inland committed guess. And well, there you go. Because of the hedge, he's gonna be closer.
Yeah.
He was down there though. He was down to the south.
Yeah, he considered that one.
Yep, he was down there, clicked further north, second guessing himself out of a good round.
Round 3 in Italy. And we have the commune. I couldn't really make it out in that time, but Alpha got the information for that. Already making a zoom. A very... I've been talking a lot about flat landscapes in
yeah.
But once again, this very, very flat landscape is a good clue to be up north in Italy.
This is going to be the first Italy round we got ever since Mata asked for one.
Yeah, pretty much. He missed all of those. It's frustrating for him.
40 some rounds without Italy rounds, but here we get one. Both going to be off by a bit as we are on the eastern side of Venice.
Yep. Soon as you exit the Alpine Mountains, it gets very, very flat, which makes it very recognizable.
Which, if you can get a driver's license to the left, does that mean people drive there without one to get one? I shouldn't be going down that road. Sorry, it's we're having too much fun here. I mean, you have the road. You have 16 east, and you have east 20. They both have it. 20k in the making.
Yep, they are working for it. Seems like Alpha was confident enough to send it quick.
Oh no!
The confidence.
Yeah, I thought he had it for sure. But they're both gonna be off.
Yeah, they are both off. Found another intersection that might have made sense.
Yeah.
Kind of a tricky round. But yeah, we had the town name given, but it was just outside in the next one.
Not sure how 20k is possible in this game, by the way. Sorry, dear viewers. But here we go. Into round number 5. It's back into Kazakhstan, and what a great round we have here. Again, little damage, though. Alpha is great at holding on to this one.
Yeah, we are getting kind of the quick pace now.
Yeah.
From these players.
Are we entering a racetrack here? What's going on?
It kind of looks like it.
Definitely.
We have one right next to us.
Any motorsport fans that might be able to pin this one down?
And we are in Croatia, it seems like. Very exposed rocks, green mountains. sandy soil. All common clues for that stretch along the coast.
There is a racetrack in Germany somewhere where you can drive around on it in the Geoguessr car. I ended up there, like random location once. I just drove around a racetrack in the Geoguessr car.
Was it the Nürburgring?
No. It was like smaller place out towards the east. Yeah, very interesting. Oh, here we are as well, on the racetrack, on the starting line. But Pav will see if that's going to be the kickstart for the comeback. He needs to do the spaghetti reverse sweep of the semifinals in order to make it happen. Both looking down the coastline of Croatia.
Yeah, I would imagine this is a famous location for a lot of places, but...
Maybe, but it's further up towards the northwest. Once again, both off by a bit, but equal in distance once more.
And once again, in hindsight, it might make sense to be around a big city.
You don't have racetracks out in the middle of... Yeah.
It looked very empty. It didn't look like we are just outside a big city, so I don't blame anyone.
That is true.
Especially because I was also considering that it would be up there.
Back to Mexico we go, moving though, so plenty of information available for both of these players. Seems like Pav, though, is very happy with just having this one signed and found in City.
Yes, the postal code. I don't know if he made usage of that. I would assume so. The grid looks good.
Does he know the postal codes in
I would assume
Mexico?
so. He was looking at that sign and I didn't see anything helpful on that besides the postal code.
You know what? If that's what it takes to win games, this could be it. 4 times multiplier. Alpha is readjusting a bit further down towards the center of the country, and he locks it in. Incredible round there by Pav. Won't be enough for game, but sets him ahead by quite the margin.
And once again, being on point, the pinpoints will give you so much more damage than you expect them to be. Because Alpha wasn't that far off.
No, just 140 kilometers.
Yeah, it was that far off, but being this precise when your opponent isn't really gives you that extra damage.
Oh, yes.
Which he really needed there.
Oh, yes. Up by 3,000 or close there to damage now. We'll see if... I mean, honestly, this is playing out the exact same way the last 2 rounds did. Now, if the script is right, Alpha is going to get a big hit in this round or the next one and then win in a tied game in round 10. So we'll see if we get a three-peat of storylines here or if this will be Pav's road back in this game.
We will find out. And once again, we are in an urban environment in what seems like to be Argentina. A country that is very, very difficult to reach and guess if you don't have any landscape to use, but are only surrounded by buildings. But it still seems like they are somewhat close to each other. We have a La Pampa guess.
Yeah.
And they're actually pretty far from each other.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Santa Fe, and it's going to be Pav correct on this one, and this should definitely and will most definitely be game in his favor. So Pav, not out of the race just yet.
Yeah, Pav really locked in there, made some very, very good guesses, especially on the last 2 ones. He really needed that one, I mean, not only for his confidence, but also to stay in this game.
In all fairness, we talk about him coming back into it. 1 or 2 rounds difference in the previous 2 games. This could have been a 3-0 for Pav.
Most definitely, most definitely. It was a closer call than it looked like.
And a round 8 where he ends it on almost 5,900 health goes to show how incredibly well he played that moving game.
Yeah, also on his previous games, the past days, I would say Pav really played out these moving games very strong.
Oh yes, no doubt about it. We set up now for no move once again. Pav still ain't victorious just yet. It's still Alpha with the lead. That 2-1 lead that he would like to close out. Even if you like NMPC as a player, you're at a point now where, yes, I love to play it, but I really also do not want to play it. I just want to get it done with here now.
Especially playing NMPZ at home and playing NMPZ on this competition are 2 different pairs of shoes, because this map is really testing those players.
Definitely.
These locations are very hard, and these locations really are suited in a way where it's looking for the player to be even better than your general NMPZ skill set is.
Exactly.
Because it's so hard on some of these, so you really want to end it out before reaching that stage, even if you are an NMPZ player.
Exactly. We're getting the game ready to go. Both players are set, ready to play as well. So as we do so, once again, a shout out to our dear and beloved Geoguessr community. We see the numbers increasing with every single broadcast, followership, all that good stuff going up in the right direction, and we are absolutely blessed to have you all here. So thank you, everyone, for being with us for this, what has been extremely long weekend, but oh my wow, have we been blessed with great Geoguessr.
Hey, we love it, we enjoy it. We kind of have a slight delay on our broadcast.
I'm not sure what's going on because I'm not seeing much on my end, but on my small monitor, I'm seeing a game that's ongoing. So hopefully we can get that looked into. Production is looking into it as we speak. If this is to be correct, I can inform you that Alpha is up by 1,300 points, but I'm not sure what's going on right now, so don't take that for gospel. It seems like the players here are also sort of waiting and trying to figure out what's going on.
Seems like they are not continuing. They played one round though. And also doesn't look like internet issues. They are both there. We see both of them, so it should hopefully be a quick fix.
It's been a long weekend, you know. Everything's getting heated on up here for these quarterfinals to come to an end. And then it's the semifinals, of course, and then the grand final, where in similar fashion to the wildcard we just saw before, a player from here will also make it to the World Championship.
Yep, we have Clement saving that first spot, but there's still one slot open.
And not to hop on the Denmark wagon for too long, but now they have a brief break. I think I don't know if it's a sigh of relief or maybe a little bit of a scare, just went through the entire Danish community going, wait, everyone was just like, Clement is going to win this, obviously, duh. Now they're like, wait, we can actually, there is a chance now? We can actually go out and make something happen? That's going to be fun, but of course that's not for now, because now we are back in this game. As you can see, we are in round number 3. Just a quick reminder, those games were played while we had some issues on our end, but those have been fixed now, and here we are, Alpha in the lead.
Yep, round 3. I mean, I can let the viewers know the first round was in west of St. Petersburg, pretty close to Finland. And we had Alpha in St. Petersburg, Path a bit further north of Moscow, not too far off. And now we have that octagonal pole right there, which is a good indicator for Mexico.
Again.
We have a very far southern guess from Alpha in Chiapas.
No postal codes this time around for Path to work with.
Nope.
Ooh, Philippines! Didn't see the octagonal pole, Path! Is that game in round 3? Yes, it is! Game over! We came back and at the right time, too. Such a close game all the way through up until that round right there.
That was so unexpected. We just went back to the game and suddenly Alpha striked with that one hit.
I mean, what did he see that sent him in though? Outside of obviously foliage.
He was in Philippines, and the Philippines also has octagonal poles, but they are not concrete. So maybe he couldn't make out if it's like maybe some rusted metal pole or not. Could be quite tricky at times. I've seen myself there. So Path is definitely not there to blame. I would say it was a pretty good guess from Alpha.
Not at all. It is the smallest of margins that make an incredible guess and an absolute loss, which in the end is what we saw happen here. Alpha and Path, both of them honestly incredibly close. And those first 2 rounds could have gone either way by quite the margin. Then the last one, I would say, was definitely in Path's favor, but this one, Alpha brought it home. Any closing words on that game here?
As I said, it was pretty surprising because it was close, it was not clear at all, but sometimes it can suddenly happen. That's why you should never close your eyes when watching Geoguessr.
Exactly, when you expected the least, big hits come through just like we saw it right there. And for now, let's go back to the desk and let them talk to Victor Alpha after that game.
Thank you, T and G. That is certainly the plan. Alpha, El Alpha of the server in that quarterfinal, taking out Pav and earning his spot in the semi-finals. GC.
Yes, very, very strong performance from Alpha once again. Somebody who's maybe surprising us a little bit with just how good he's been this weekend. Shout out, of course, to Pav, who's a great player and had some great rounds. But ultimately, Alpha just stayed more consistent.
Tough final round there for Pav. GC, maybe for everybody at home, what do you think went wrong for Pav?
Yeah, so we had these octagonal poles, which is often a good clue for Mexico, but they can be found in the Philippines too. It was a very weird road for Mexico, is what I would say. Pav is actually quite experienced in Mexico, and it didn't look like an easy round. Other than the poles, which can also be found in the Philippines, it wasn't an obvious Mexico. So I think he was maybe trying to think a little bit outside the box.
Great insight and details. GC, thank you for that. Up on screen now, you can see our Open Majors bracket. Yeah, Alpha has earned his place in the semi-finals and will be going up against Noxy. We still have Jamabi waiting in the semi-finals for either Jewel or Kiwi.
Yes, no, great game ahead once again. These two showed us just how good they are on Friday. I think it'll be a great game. couple of players who maybe we haven't seen as much as some of the other players we've seen across this wildcard and open majors weekend, but really, really strong. Should be a good game.
No doubt, and we will have the joy of casting that one. It will be taking place shortly. Right now, still waiting for our interview with El Alpha. Can see him on the screen now, in fact. So, ready to chat. Alpha, congratulations through to the semi-finals. You'll be playing against Noxy. What's going through your head right now?
Thank you. I'm so happy. I really thought this would be really hard. This was, and I'm really happy to go to the next step.
Noxy, you say it was hard, but you won pretty convincingly, 3-1. How would you rate your own performance?
I think I played pretty well, like except some guesses, like the Hokkaido one. That's the second time I missed it, so I'm pretty disappointed about that. But the rest, I feel like I've played really well, so I'm really happy about that.
GC, over to you.
Very, very well done. Congratulations. You've done great to get this far, and good luck with the rest. A couple of the earlier games, you clutched things for yourself with some very nice lining up and pinpointing. In Australia, we had one in NT to close the game out, and we had one in Victoria too, both proving to be decisive moments. Could you talk us through those rounds?
Yeah, I mean the NT one, I just lined up. I just clicked the first intersection I saw, and happily it was a 5K, so I won. But that was kind of lucky, I would say. And yeah.
Yeah, no, really, really good stuff. Yeah, you're a bit of a wild card, if we can use terminology from the other tournament. Have you surprised yourself with how well you've played? Because you've been really, really, really strong.
Yeah, I didn't expect to play that well. I was a bit confident, but I didn't think I would play that well, actually. So I'm really happy how that goes.
Yeah, no, happy for you. It's been great to watch, so well done once again.
Indeed. Alpha, anything that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home?
Shout out to Benji, Leo, and Alex, and Toto. I know they're watching the stream. Thank you.
All right, shout out to you, Alpha. You better go rest up briefly before your semi-final against Noxy. Great, as always, to hear from our players. GC, any closing thoughts?
Really happy for Alpha, glad to see him go through. Shout out once again to Pav, such a great player to watch with those moving skills. But we must move ahead to the next game, which should be a really good one.
Indeed, yeah, GC, myself and you, we need to go off and get ready to cast that, so we need to head away from the desk. For now, everybody, let's take a look at Street Smart Episode 3. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to round number 3 of Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm your host, Toby, and I'm joined by Team Blue that consists of Jake Lyons and CG up against Team Red with Orlando and Fao. It's talent versus players, and as for now, the talent has themselves in a 2,000-point lead, 6,000 flawless so far, down to 4K with the players. We'll see if round number 3 is going to go better for them as we get into Man Iraq. And you might wonder, what in the world does that mean? Well, if you change the letters a bit, you might read an anagram. So, without further ado, let's take a look at this example. Don't mind the gaps. There aren't necessarily gaps in the country name that you guys are looking for here. But any quick guesses as to which country we have here?
Turkmenistan.
There you go, Turkmenistan is correct. So you guys seemingly understand what's happening. So now let's get into it. Round number 1 of Man Iraq. Which country do we have here? Gin-mounted kit. What could it be? We have a guess in already from CG. We have a guess in from Orlando and Jake as well. It is correct. Team Blue wins it. It is United Kingdom. Good, swift guesses on their parts as they get themselves up 1-0 over Team Red. Let's get straight into it. Into round number 2. Which country do we have here? What sentence do we have? I ship nipple. Where are we, my dear players? Once again, It is Team Blue, quicker on the dimes. It is the Philippines. Swift reaction on that one, Foul. Orlando wasn't quite there, yo. Though, so unfortunate that one. 2-0, 2-0. Now you've both had a quick round each, Team Red. Now you just gotta connect the synergy, and you take the next one here. Round number 3. What do we got here? Sneaky butts. Where could we be? It's once again Team Blue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You all got it correct. It was a close one this time around, but 3-0 is the scoreline. And I feel like that means if you want to win Team Red, you gotta steal the next 4 in a row, because this is yet another case of there being 7 answers total. So 4 in a row for Team Red. I hope you have it in you to get it going. Let's go in to round number 4. A Tophus chair. Where are we?
What?
Ooh, a trickier one. I like it.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh, man.
What? Some might argue that get more difficult as we prolong the game. No one is typing yet. Okay. What do we have here?
Bro, I have no idea.
This, I can hint, is a country with a gap.
With a what? Oh, like a space.
With a gap.
Okay, yeah.
A 2-word country.
Someone's typing.
We have a guess in. A guess come through from Jake. We'll see if anyone's to follow.
I don't know.
Oh wait, I guess now it's a question of do I say something?
That's for you to decide.
I mean, I'm clueless if you want to try, but like
one of the 2 words is a direction.
Ooh.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, people are typing.
Wait, what?
But are they pressing send?
Like a
people are
compass
typing,
direction.
but are they pressing send?
What?
One of the 2 words
The other
is
one
a direction.
is a continent.
Oh.
Team Blue once again with the quick ship. It was South Africa.
Oh, wow.
That was surprisingly difficult. I thought this was going to be one of the ones that you guys were going to get quickly, but okay. Good job, though. You got there in the end. A 4-0 sweep for Team Blue. Team Red, it's not looking good for you. This is an additional 1,000 damage done, and you're now set down at 3,000 health. Well, let's see if they can make it back for round 4, which will come up shortly.
And that was Street Smarts episode 3. Now we turn our attention to quarterfinal 4 of our Open Majors. Our final quarterfinal, we've got Jewel versus the luminous Kiwi, the Kiwi that is illuminated, GC.
Yeah, no, he keeps on shining. Let's see if he will continue to.
Is luminosity the same as shining? I don't...
Well, yeah, technically, maybe not.
Anyway, we're getting
But-
caught up in the unimportant details here, or maybe I am. What we should be focused in on is the action that is about to take place.
Yeah.
GC, good. I mean, definitely a big matchup ahead of us here. It's our final quarterfinal, after all. Last chance. At all times, you know, if you lose, you are out. Only 1 spot available from this Open Majors.
Yes. Yeah, and both of them with fairly comfortable wins, at least round-wise, so we haven't actually seen as much of these players as some others. We haven't seen them in NMPZ yet.
I wonder what these two have been up to yesterday.
I
You know,
know.
when we started playing our wild cards.
Yeah.
You rightly mentioned earlier, it feels like forever since we've seen our Open Majors competitors. But yeah, they're back today. There's already been some fantastic action. Now we get to see Jewel versus a Kiwi.
Yeah, no, it's been a fairly long wait for the players compared to what we're normally used to, but it looks like they've remained locked in. I assume they will be.
They will be as locked in as possible. And here we go, everybody, starting things off, as always, with moving.
Yes. Starting off with moving here in Mexico. Jewel just having a bit more of a look around, and Kiwi shooting off down the road. We are in an urban area here, so plenty of information to look for. And Kiwi's gone into Colima, into Manzanillo.
Every time you rip out the accents, I love you more and more, GC.
We have this big ridge to our east. I don't know what Kiwi's seen on this sign, actually. He seems pretty confident that it's the state of Colima. Maybe area code, I think it's 313 or something, but...
Definitely does
it says Colima, yeah, it says...
Definitely does seem confident, considering
he's
placed
found
the
the
marker, didn't really stray away. On the other hand, Jewel, am I wrong in saying quite some distance away?
A fair distance, but for round one, it shouldn't be too big a hit.
Boy, Luminous. Bang on.
Yes, very nice. Good scanning there for the town in northern Colima, but Jewel with a solid region guess in Jalisco.
Indeed. Jewel first to take some damage as we head into round two.
Yeah.
Lovely coastal town here.
Yeah,
in the sun.
Nice warm feel to this one. Palm trees. Kiwi going straight into Montenegro. We've got, is it maybe the Bay of Kotor or something? We can see land across the water.
I like this from Jewel. He's taking a look at a sign there that's sort of a poster, maybe revealing more of the area without having to move.
Yeah.
And it's a bit further away, but good guesses by both of our players.
Yep, right idea there. Quite iconic, this bay in Montenegro. Both players recognizing it.
I see. A well-known bay.
A very well-known bay.
Well, we move on to round three, where hopefully Jewel can start keeping Kiwi at bay. It's 2 winning rounds for the Kiwi.
Yeah, comfortable start. He looks very locked in, and he's actually opened his map up instantly and zoomed into Italy.
And we've got that northern Italy there, east of Genoa. We've got a solid difference.
We have a
here.
solid difference, yeah.
Jewel going basically max north.
Yeah. Jewel in the Alps, and then Kiwi closer to this. Oh, he's actually looking around Florence now. His pin is around La Spezia.
May even stray farther south here if we are to, you know, take what his scanning is implying, but now moves closer to Jewel.
Yes, Kiwi has switched to the Alps. The mountains look very big. Both players deciding they look alpine.
And great guesses once again by both.
Yeah, good switch there by Kiwi.
Very good.
Yeah, took a closer look at the mountains and decided Alps was more sensible, possibly.
Definitely saved himself some damage there. Jewel, though, does get that third round.
Yep, nice to get a round win in.
Very little between the two competitors at this moment, but the Maltese are starting to build. Got to really start from this point, minimizing mistakes, maximizing accuracy, and being truly as consistent as possible. Jewel now going into his map, zooming deep. Both looking at different signs here, GC.
Yeah, loads of information. This one that Kiwi has, I couldn't see anything that looked too useful on it, unless I missed something. He's gone into Minas.
10 seconds.
There's a really helpful looking billboard there, but I think the text was just too small for Jewel to be able to read it.
It did look a bit blurry. Both players in a similar region. It will be a round that also sort of splits them in the middle. Jewel will come out just slightly on the winning end.
Yeah, solid from both. I think they were able to make use of some information there.
Indeed, 2 rounds apiece as we go into our halfway point. And as those multis, yeah, they really do start to creep up. This time we haven't let them creep up on us. We have been aware of them, but at this point, everybody 3x damage.
Yeah, we had a Kabu pattern at spawn, and neither player has done anything with that, so I can only assume they don't know them. We have some tiled roofs, often indicative of Java or southern Sumatra, a couple of other places too, and Kiwi going with Sumatra, which does make sense here. I think Kiwi's a little bit further north of where Jewel is, I could be wrong.
Jewel using the extra time roughly, in a similar region. Jewel that little bit closer with a 3x multi, 400 points of damage dealt to Kiwi, and Jewel actually taking the lead as we move into the second half of this first game.
Yeah, no, strong judgment from both players there. Nothing much between them. Still both with plenty of health intact.
Indeed, very close. Very, very close. And potentially 5 more rounds to play, including the one on screen now.
Oh, we have Genoa, and Kiwi's actually found some very useful info here. Beautiful architecture in this area.
Very nice. Very Mediterranean.
Yeah, really nice. Lush green mountains, lovely architecture. Jewel making a very solid guess in the right area.
Yeah, Jewel finding it as well, further east than Kiwi, and it is Kiwi that ends up with the more correct guess. 3.5x multi, making that substantial damage to Jewel. The lead now swings back in favor of Kiwi. 4 rounds left.
Yeah, they start to hurt now as we get into round 7. Any small mistake will be punished.
It will.
Port Authority of the State of New York. Wow.
That is perfect information. Kiwi zooms
Niagara
deep.
Power Project. Yeah, good info for both players, I think, here. We shouldn't see anything major.
No, I do agree, GC. Jewel trying to maybe land 5k. We'll see if he comes up tall or short, and he comes up tall. Great guess, 1 point off the perfect.
Yeah, nice and precise there from Jewel, just clawing a few points back.
Precision, one of the names of the game.
One of the names of the game, yeah.
Very, very important. Being consistently precise.
We have Mapei here in Queensland, very big town on the coast. Bowen is very findable too, as is Air. Yeah, Jewel. Okay, both players will be able to get very close here.
Yeah, talking closeness, GC. A lot of these rounds have been very close. Even the one that dealt the most damage to Jewel, like relatively, it was the multi that pushed over the edge.
Yeah.
And at this point, both players so close.
Yeah.
2 rounds left.
Yeah.
Double 5k, double gold.
Yeah, really good. Really good. Nice, useful bit of info there, but both players pinpointing. They've been right on top of each other for most of these rounds.
They have. It's a decent lead for Kiwi, but sort of country dependent at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just how safe it is, I mean.
Botswana. Oh, and Kiwi's made an excellent guess. I believe he's right on it.
Max South. GC liking the look of it. Jewel.
This may be massive. If Jewel doesn't know to go max south, then it's game.
And it does not look like he knows. And if GC, you are correct, then Kiwi is going to run away with game 1. Yes, he does.
Yep, great performance. It really just came down to that one round in the end. Both players had quite a lot of health left, but on a 5x, Botswana's a big country.
It is.
Kiwi just executed very quickly on that info.
Executed ruthlessly, you could say. That was a quick max south plonk. And yeah, now Jewel down 0-1. But no move. Do you have a favourite here going into this no move, or are we completely even?
I think they're even, yeah.
All right.
I think they're even. But what I will say is Kiwi seems really comfortable using information and pinpointing. He's known more as an NMPZ player, but he looked very comfortable in that last game. So could be a factor in game 3, but for now we'll focus on game 2.
We shall. Round 1. Kiwi looks first. Jewel trying to refine his guess, and it pays off, putting him a little bit closer to the actual location. Quite a bit closer for a round 1. With multis, that 650 points or so could have been pretty tough, pretty devastating. Lucky for Kiwi, though, it was just round 1.
Yeah, just round 1, but credit to Jewel for the Eastern guess there.
Indeed.
We have Gujarati, the script here. Lots of scripts in India.
Many, many languages.
Maybe hard to make a more precise guess based on what we've got here. Not really too much landscape to look at. Kiwi trying to line up a road.
Yep, scanning hard.
Yeah, I could see this making sense, what he's doing here.
Believes he's found it outside a temple. Is, though, now perhaps second-guessing himself, looking a bit further south. Either way, roughly same area. Would imply that he's looking for, you know, a top guess, maybe a 5k. Jewel, very similar location. We'll find out shortly which player has come out on top. GC. It's Jewel.
It's Jewel. It's Jewel.
It's actually that southern area that he was hovering over before. I mean, it wouldn't have scored... Oh, no, it was Kiwi, sorry, that was hovering over there, unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think, yeah, you're right.
It was Kiwi, yeah. So if Kiwi had gone with that second guess, could have come out on top. It wouldn't have been big points either way, but yeah, perhaps a bit frustrating there for Kiwi.
Yeah, possibly though. Possibly, but still most of his health intact here.
Indeed.
In Australia, and Kiwi will be the first to open up the map into South Australia. We have this white Google car, which is often found in this state.
1k lead over the first 2 rounds for Jewel. Very big country here. Chance for big points. Jewel going more excuse me, both in similar regions.
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah, it's quite a green South Australia around this. A few areas you could maybe rule out. I think they've ended up just on opposite sides of this bay. If one's really close, there could be some damage.
Let's see who is closer, and it's Kiwi.
Oh, wow.
Very good guess. I mean, strong guesses by both players. Jewel, though, taking the damage.
Yeah, no, they ended up very close to each other there, but Kiwi with a very, very, very nice guess.
Yeah, they ended up close to each other, but there were some moments there where the markers were flittering around. Is it flittering, fluttering?
Whatever it is, they were doing that.
And then they ended up shoulder to shoulder, pretty much.
Yeah.
Very close.
Useful information here. Escuintla, quite a big town in Guatemala, 112 kilometers away on the CA2. Both players should be able to do something with this.
Right now, Jewel further south. Luminous Kiwi not adjusting his marker. Jewel, it looks confident, looks like confident play by Jewel.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, he's been in the map for what, 20 seconds now, 25?
He's been in the map for a while. There was another town mentioned on that sign. Maybe one of the players could have scanned for that.
2.5x multi.
But Kiwi's not on the right road.
And Jewel, it's a very good guess. Yeah, makes that 600 points of damage.
Yeah, decent hit for a country like Guatemala.
Retaining that lead, extending the lead, in fact. Now 1.3k roughly points ahead for Jewel. ×3 multi now built.
Yeah, ramping up. We have these bollards here which would indicate New Zealand. This is... Ooh, we have a difference here.
Yes, we certainly do.
Both South Island, but Jewel in this Tasman area, and Kiwi just east of Christchurch.
30 seconds left for our players to either stay where they are or move closer together once again. This is a large stretch of land here on a 3x multi. Unless they are split in the middle, GC, perhaps we can expect some big points.
We can. I think Jewel's come further south though.
He has.
So, yeah, the difference isn't massive right now, but if one player's bang on, then there could be a bit of a hit.
Let's see, and no, it split them in the middle.
Yeah, Jewel ultimately had the right idea there. Very nice guess. I'm sure Ziggy will be happy to see that one.
Round 6 now, everybody. White car. Both players start scanning off into the horizon. There are some road signs over there, but they are too far away. Sorry for that, Kiwi. Can't sneak any text off them, I don't think.
Yeah, no, but we won't be getting the information from these signs, but it will be Oman, one of the newer countries in Geoguessr. Let's see who knows the coverage. We do actually have a main road visible, so trying to work out the angle of the road could lead to something very precise.
Well, GC, you say that, and I think Kiwi is doing exactly that. Zooming in very deep on a specific road.
Yeah, he is. We have a cluster of buildings near to that off-road though, which I don't actually see at this location.
Either way, it will be around where neither player...
Kiwi's gone... Sorry, Pala.
No, you're fine.
No, Kiwi's gone very far east and Jules much more central. This could be a fair difference. Oh, wow.
Oh, it is! With Jules so close and a 3.5x, you've absolutely called it, GC.
Yeah, Jules really crept further and further west there, I think.
I was not aware that distance was growing.
Yeah.
And now Jules massively ahead in round 7.
Yeah. Great performance so far from Jules in this no-move game. Go to some Latin America.
Jules fast to react there, has obviously picked up something or multiple morsels of information because he started with an aggressive zoom. Kiwi, 30 seconds now, just opens his map. Locked in by Jules.
Yeah, both players in Northern Argentina here. It's quite a tough round to region guess. I mean, yeah, North definitely makes sense, but beyond that, it's a little bit tricky.
And it's further south, but that's going to be solid points. That is going to be game. Jules draws us up 1-1.
Really strong from Jules there. We've seen Kiwi show his prowess in moving. We've seen Jules show his prowess in no move, so this could be a close match.
It could be indeed. One game apiece.
Yeah,
back to moving now, Rory.
Yeah, back to moving, but that was really good from Jules. He was close on almost every round. Really not dropping many points at all, and we're right back.
We're right back in. No time wasted. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home. The winner of this matchup goes through to the semi-finals to play Jamabi.
San Marzano mentioned. Who knows their tomatoes?
I love a San Marzano.
So it should be... Oh, it says Del Vesuvio as well, so that helps. But that is indeed where the San Marzano tomatoes are grown, so both players should be quite close. Very nice.
Good guesses. Standard start, standard round 1, 2 points of damage, if it can even be considered that, of course.
Yeah, downtown Pompeii there.
Got a little dog in the street here, like that.
Yeah.
He's following the car.
This is an interesting little bit of info. We have a map, but it looks as though that France flag is just in the center of the country, so I don't think it's telling us too much, but you never know. Is that France flag a pin for the location, or is it just stuck into the middle of France? Kiwi has clicked center.
Could have caused real trickery if this was a no move or NMPZ, but due to the nature of moving, our players will head on off, try and find further information. There was a brief stop and a sign there for Kiwi, now found another one. GC, anything that you're spotting on those signs?
Kiwi's map's just in the way of it for me there.
Yep. Jules yet to open his map.
Something Riviere. I couldn't quite make it out. There was a van there that I think had a phone number on it. Kiwi seems to have gone past it.
It was sort of a difference for a bit, but then they edged closer together. The location is in fact further south. With a 1.5x though, it's a decent bit of damage Kiwi sends towards Jules.
Yeah.
Taking the lead as we go into round 3.
Yeah, Jules looked a little bit frustrated there. I think maybe he'd been considering a guess down there.
Definitely could have been. Our players' reactions, those face cams, doing a lot of work for us in terms of being able to see how they react.
Yeah. Jules looking at Cozumel. We've had, in our games so far, Paolo, we've had so many Yucatan locations.
We have.
I've lost count. Kiwi with a guess, but we had some interesting water sort of to our southwest, which doesn't necessarily work for where Kiwi is, so Jules just trying to find something.
Jewel trying to find something is a bit closer, but that marker is just about... It's not in the middle, but it's a bit close to Jewel, but it's, again, not huge amounts of points being scored by either player. Nonetheless, though, a winning round for Jewel.
Yeah, steady start. Should have some information here in the Philippines. Okay, we have Aklan. And, yeah, Kiwi zooms right into it. I don't think he tried to look for Nabas.
Yeah, Kiwi got that sign, used it fast. I'm not sure if Jewel found the same sign. Maybe a lack of information. Oh, gets back. 1 second left. Oh, this could be big. Kiwi with the information, uses it fast. 2.5x means 2.8k points of damage towards Jewel.
Yeah, huge damage there. I think if Jul had found that maybe 3 seconds earlier, he might have been there.
Yeah, literally just a few more seconds. He was very zoomed out on the map, tried to get close, but it wasn't close enough.
Very nice from Jul. He's gone right in and found Pika in northern Chile. Kiwi seemingly not too far away, but maybe a little... Okay, no. Kiwi's in a really good spot.
Good spots for both of our players, finding the right town.
Yeah, Kiwi ended up there last second. Good stuff to maintain that lead.
Sudden change in pace in that round 5, coming off the back of what was quite a hectic round 4. Round 6 now, 3.5x multi-duel on a big back foot, 3,000 points behind.
Yeah, he needs something. He's zooming in very quickly.
Question is, will he lock quickly? Does he want to make a little play here?
Yeah, it's interesting. It looked like there was quite a lot of info there. I don't know if there was anything that Jul was able to use.
This second advert now has prompted Kiwi.
Okay, Simihaka is the place name. It could be quite small. I think he's trying to find it.
Well,
Jul has looked, and yeah, we can't really tell if he found something there or not, but he's locked.
He has locked. Kiwi using the remaining time, scanning. The distance between the two, not entirely clear to me right now. Jul, what a guess. Not too much distance though, so just a small jab at Kiwi.
Yeah, great find from Jul, but he looked slightly bewildered and frustrated there because Kiwi was just so close. And Kiwi hadn't found the town, but he was just 20 kilometers away. I think for Jul that's maybe a little bit frustrating because he might have expected to do more damage there.
Very well could have expected that, GC. Kiwi zoomed in on this pharmacy here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, is that a name above that?
It might be. We have these New Jersey plates though, that pale yellow color. Both players will know that, and Kiwi indeed has zoomed straight into New Jersey.
Jul, on the other hand, off down a road, sees East Brunswick here.
Yeah, very, very sensible from Jul there. He went past the bus and realised that there was writing on it, so he just moved back. Good move, and if he can find East Brunswick, he might be able to do a little bit of damage. He's locked in. He's possibly found East Brunswick. Let's see.
Solid use of information by both of our players here, making sure that movement counts. Jul with that first lock. Kiwi not going to change position, going to stick to his guns, and it is a very good guess by Jul. 4x, 364 points of damage. He's trying his best to chip away at that lead, but he's still lagging behind by 2.4k points.
Yeah, Jul's had a few rounds now where he's actually done really well to find info and find it on the map, but Kiwi's just been there every time, not far away at all.
Hot on his heels, not allowing Jul to stop working his way back into the game, and now Kiwi's seen something, gone very fast. Was that Finland?
It was Finland, yeah. I think Kiwi's maybe thinking to himself it could be game. Sometimes in a country like Finland, if you have a lead, let's see. Okay.
And Jul, good job.
Yeah, it's sometimes on multis like this, he's probably not going to lose with the guess he made in Finland, but he could possibly win if Jul guesses in a different area. So sometimes you just push that pace, see if something happens. It can be a bit risky.
Very solid explanation of the micro. 2 rounds left, huge multis. Kiwi with that big lead. There is always a chance, but it's a tall order to ask of Jul.
Yeah, tall order with 2 rounds left.
Any expectations from this round here being in France?
We have Besançon, which is Eastern. Jul appears to know it. That's good.
Good for Jul. Needs to stay alive and hope for a big round 10. Kiwi going central France.
Yeah, he's going middle on 5x. That could cost him quite a lot of points.
A costly mistake. 5k HP on Kiwi. Currently, let's see where it's at. After 3,000 points of damage, Jul snatches the lead as we go into round 10.
It's really frustrating for Kiwi there to suddenly be behind, having had a big lead for the whole game.
Now,
we do have
back in the US or Canada?
Yeah, US, I believe.
And Jul with this lead just needs to preserve his health. Kiwi gonna want to find more information first. I know it's a simple thing to say, but Kiwi is the pressure is on Kiwi here.
Yeah.
Pressure on both of these competitors, but Kiwi is behind right now.
Yeah, Kiwi is behind. I think compared to some of the other players we've seen, these two may be slightly less likely to know US area codes. I could be wrong.
Well, Jul first to open the map. GC, what are you looking at?
I think Jul has some info here. It said something visitors center, maybe in a name.
Texas, a big state with a 5.5x. It could go either way, GC. Jul, though, really refining. Maybe you're right. Maybe he's got information. Does he come out on top? No, Kiwi closer, south of Fort Worth, and he's gonna snatch it. Not just win the round, but knock Jul out. 2-1, Luminous Kiwi.
Wow, Kiwi will be so happy with that. He was clearly frustrated at having gone behind at the last minute, but either player could have won that game. They both almost deserved the win there. Both
big swings in round 9 and 10. Big swings.
Yeah,
and now Kiwi 1 game away from the semi-finals from Jamabi.
Yeah, Kiwi 1 win away indeed.
I shall now take a breath as we reset into round 1 of our second no move. We've got Denmark versus France.
Wow, the Clement split.
Excuse me, forget a relaxation moment. This is not a classic round 1.
It's not a classic round 1.
It's chaos, GC.
It's chaos.
What's happening here?
It's let's see where they.
Oh,
it's neither. It's Germany.
Neither.
Okay, well.
That was almost NMPZ level of tomfoolery.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, sometimes rural Europe can be very difficult. No real metas there to look at in the form of road markings, bollards.
Wow.
So, yeah, sometimes.
Exciting round 1. Okay, now I'm gonna take my moment again. Reset.
No, we forget Europe, not a massive place, so quite similar in terms of landscape sometimes around that kind of those pockets of France, Germany.
Big difference here, I think. I would need to see Kiwi's map zoomed out again.
Yeah, they're both in this southern part of Russia. Kiwi's locked Volgograd, and Jul's closer to Rostov or something like that, seemingly. And he moves east.
Yeah, that distance actually gets a lot smaller, regardless, though, the real location much further south.
Yeah, tough one.
Mark is bouncing around there.
Tough one to get there, Urban. Volgograd, a sensible hedge for both players.
Look at this, beautiful.
Oh, wow. Lovely Norway here.
Lovely mountains with water, with the clouds.
Yeah, really beautiful coverage here with this snow kind of scattered around. Again, as we've seen so many times this weekend, Norway.
Is it north, south, central? Right now, Jewel is favoring the south. Kiwi going more central, tracking further north. This is a long, awkward country to guess in.
I'm terrible at Norway, but I prefer the middle guess from Kiwi, but I am...
Kiwi now shooting further south, but then goes back middle.
Yeah, very hard to make up your mind here. 2x, not the highest multi, but definitely a punishing one.
Yep, definitely a chance for big points. I don't think Jewel is going to move. Staying south, Kiwi locks even further north. Who is closer? It's Jewel. 2x damage, that's going to be a lot. Almost 3k points of damage received by Kiwi.
Really good guess from Jewel there, staying south.
Can't blame Kiwi. I mean, GC, you were saying it looked sort of central.
Well, yeah,
Norway. So it's definitely, you know, not some huge mistake. It's just a better refinement, a better analysis by Jewel.
Yeah, tough country. Jewel silencing me there.
I mean, you said it as the round came in, right? Norway is tough. Even for the best of the best, it is a tough place to guess.
It is, should be in Mexico here with that arrow.
Are we going to see an NMPZ? Right now, Jewel in the lead. It's certainly possible. Very south Mexico there for Kiwi.
Yeah, this is confusing our players a little bit here, but they both end up in Chiapas, which makes sense. I think we'll see a fairly small round damage-wise.
Does look like it's going to go that way. GC, a bit of a refinement at the very end there from Jewel takes him further away from the location. Kiwi with a 2.5x, actually dealing 1.8k points of damage to Jewel. Jewel retains the lead, but it ends up being a big round for Kiwi.
Yeah, it's suddenly almost even again.
Turn that luminosity up.
Yeah. No, Jewel just going slightly more and more west there as we approach the final few seconds of the round, and we are nearly even.
And now back in the US. Or, yes, there. I got it. I got the GC seal of approval. I was waiting. I was staring at the back of your head, bro.
No, don't
Leave
worry.
me hanging, man. Jeez. All right, New Hampshire for Jewel. New Hampshire for Kiwi.
Yeah, no, I was just squinting there. We have, front plates everywhere. Architecture makes sense for New England. These wooden houses.
10 seconds left on the clock. Probably a round that main purpose will be to pump up the multis as we head into the next round. Time up, and it's Jewel that's closer. That could maybe swing the lead back in his favor with a 3x multi. Oh, sorry, no, Jewel was in the lead. Apologies. He extends his small lead to a slightly larger one, I should say.
Yeah, no, doubles his lead just about.
Yes.
And we're in Kazakhstan. Urban Kazakhstan. Sometimes there are some clues on poles, various types of paint, some unique street signs, but I don't think we're really seeing too many of those things in this round. Kiwi's just going Astana.
Big country. Oh, big difference.
Wow.
Jewel almost max southwest. Kiwi Astana. We could see a very big round here, GC.
There's a massive difference.
It's a game-ending difference.
Yeah, even in October, it's a massive difference. Kazakhstan, huge country, one of the biggest in the world, on a 3.5x. Kiwi just going Astana, and Jewel trying something here with this October guess.
Well, it's going to be game either way. Kiwi locks Astana. Jewel, are you closer? No, you are not, because Kiwi is on the money.
And Kiwi wins the match with that. Wow.
Kiwi shines bright, luminous in gameplay, guaranteeing himself a spot in the next stage of the tournament. We'll be playing Jamabi in our semi-finals. It's a shame for Jewel. He put on a show, but the true showman was Kiwi.
Yeah, no, it's been great having Jewel here. He was just smiling to himself there. I think he was trying to do something there with that Kazakhstan round. He clearly had some feeling it was West, but Kiwi with just the kind of standard Astana guess winning the match.
No move or NMPZ in these ginormous countries like Kazakhstan. Such a challenge, even for the best of the best, and yet Jewel falling to that fate. On the other hand, Kiwi moving ahead. Desk, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Back on the desk, Bloom and Ziggy here. We are back. A fun game, Ziggy.
Yeah, second quarterfinal of the day. We have our semi-final matchups, and what a game it has been. I think a very solid performance by Kiwi there, especially in the moving games. I mean, the first moving game, very contested. Until that Botswana, it could have gone either way, as we like to say, but it literally was as it is. Just a singular mistake costing him the game there. But after that, I think just solid gameplay from both players and no move. One going to Jewel and one going to Kiwi. I think that was fair enough. But overall, I think very deserved win for him, especially because of those moving games.
Yeah, very good point there. I really like where your head's at with that. Kiwi really did prove himself there. Proved he deserved that win, and he is now in the semifinals up against Jamabi.
Yeah, it's kind of the matchup of the desk here, Germany and the US, if you think about it.
Wait, good point. I like that. And then again, on the other side, it's a Battle of France. Noxy versus Alpha.
Noxy will take on Alpha. I mean, Noxy had that crazy matchup against Jim Timmy. I mean, it's already 2 days old, but I think if somebody was here watching that matchup, it was probably one of the most exciting matchups of the whole weekend.
Yeah. Great point. But we are actually going to get a chance to chat with Kiwi after that very impressive win. Luminous Kiwi, man, how are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I didn't really expect to make it this far, so I'm pretty happy with how I played.
Yeah, definitely. You've been playing very well, especially on moving, I must say. Very impressive stuff. We might as well just talk about that winning round on Kazakhstan. Talk me through that.
Oh, so basically, I saw like summer coverage-ish. I was thinking where Jewel went as well. But then I looked around, I saw a really tall building. It looked very, almost like futuristic. So in my head, I was like, Astana can't really be wrong here. So I just plonked it and prayed for the best, and it worked out for me.
I mean, yeah, sometimes guessing the capital pays off as it is right now. Your next matchup, let's talk a bit about that one. Your opponent will be Jamabi. We saw Jamabi taking out a few of the tournament favorites. Somebody at Manuelsen, obviously a few technical issues there, but in general, he also played very well in that one. How do you feel going up against him? Is there any mode you particularly felt very confident against him, or just in general, your thoughts about that matchup coming up?
Well, I know Jamabi is a very, very strong player in all modes, so it's going to be a tough match. I don't really feel confident in any modes against him. Maybe NMPZ, but that's about it. I know he's an extremely strong player in every mode, so I'm looking forward to it, though.
All right.
Yeah, love to hear it. I think it'll be a good one. While you have a moment here before we let you go, any maybe shout-outs you want to make, anything like that?
Oh, shout out all my friends watching, Steven Croak, Nick Organsky, Zach, all my friends watching at home, and shout out GG Cord and Pratt Cord, and that's it.
Love to hear it. Well, Luminous Kiwi, thank you so much for chatting with us. Take a little break, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Nice to talk with him.
Yeah. One of our semi-finalists. We have them set in. It's just going quick today.
Yeah, it feels a little surreal. It's been such a crazy day, starting off, ending out the wild card, but we still have that entire open major, and those semifinals are decided. I can't wait. It's going to be exciting stuff.
Yeah, especially the first one. We mentioned it earlier. We saw it. French matchup, actually. I think 2 French players making it into this tournament, and they both have survived until now, but now they cannot both survive. One of them will have to go home. Or, they are already home, but out of the tournament. You know what I get.
Their tournament life will be over, and it's great you bring up that Battle of the Frenchmen, because it's time now for that semi-final. It's going to be Noxy versus Alpha. Casters are ready, players are ready. Let's send it on over.
Thank you, Bloom and Ziggy. That's absolutely right. Noxy versus Alpha, our first semi-final GC. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger. French finalist guaranteed. Whatever happens in this game. Should be a good one, though. Both players have been really strong. Alpha, we saw that against Pav just earlier. seems very comfortable all round. Noxy maybe with a bit more of a preference for those no move NMPZ games.
Yeah, Alpha, just as you said, was looking very strong just, what, an hour ago or something. I love the fact that he was very humble, calm in that post-match interview, but certainly a fiery force on the server. On the other side of the server, we have Noxy, who we have not seen since Friday. Time for that young man to turn up, GC.
Yeah, time for him to turn up. I mean, if you can do it against the Gym Intimidator, you can do it against anyone.
Indeed. Gym Intimidator, an intimidating presence, but Noxy overcame that challenge, and now it's time for him to go up against El Alpha. Everybody, we are ready. Let's get this one going. Semi-final one of our open majors, Noxy versus Alpha.
Yeah, let's see what we have here in this moving game. Alpha, possibly the more comfortable moving player based on what we've seen so far. But we know anything can happen.
We do know indeed. We know both players are going to give it their all. Everybody at home, you can expect fierce competition.
Yeah, what do we want to see in this game? I mean, I assume we want to see a bit of France.
That would be cool.
Maybe.
France versus France in France.
Yeah, let's see who's better with their French info, maybe, in one of these moving games. That would be nice.
Yeah, see some double 5Ks. That would certainly be quite the scene.
Yeah, no, Alpha, I think a player who has been great to watch this weekend, clearly has a good mindset, very humble, just seems pleased to have made it this far, but no less locked in for it.
And there we go, everybody. We are live on the server, starting outside this factory.
Yeah, interesting one. It looks like Peru or
very slow movement as well. This is almost going to be a no-move round.
Yeah, snail's pace.
GC, do you have the info on why this happens sometimes? Is it just there were too many pictures taken at that moment, or like what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it's something on the Google end. It's like a stitching thing between the panoramas.
All right, well, it's going to be a tough round one. As I mentioned, sort of a no move. Just a little bit of movement. Not a real move round, as all of you at home would know, where our players can sprint and fly across the world.
It's Bolivia, yeah, both going outside La Paz, which, okay, I kind of thought I would have seen this coverage before if it was Bolivia, but fair enough. Quite unique looking next to that factory, but good from both players.
Yeah, not necessarily a beautiful location, but it certainly was a curious location.
Yeah, very curious, very slow. Into the next round in what I believe is South Africa.
Round 2, and now we are back into warp speed as we go across this dirt road in South Africa. Both players finding the same sign very quickly. Alpha then moves on to the following 2. Noxy hot on his heels. Alpha off now. Wonder if Noxy will mirror his movement in the same direction.
Yeah.
Does so.
It does feel as though with 25 seconds left, our players won't find information better than what they had there. It's very dry, I'll say that. It should be quite northern in South Africa. It'll be the east-west that will maybe be the harder bit to judge.
Dry, sparse, not too populated, so not too much information plastered around the areas. Noxy now considering a location. GC, what do you see?
Great find. He's found. We had the town name of Madibeng, and Noxy's actually found it. They both found it.
And Alpha as well. Noxy, I mean, brilliant guesses by both players, but Noxy takes the gold with the 5K.
Yeah, a really nice pinpoint there, actually. I'm surprised he managed that in the time we had left, but really good stuff from Noxy.
20 meters from the location that photo was taken. Great job. With that, we are into round 3.
Round 3 in the Philippines, and it says Davao. Does it say Davao de Oro? It does indeed, and Noxy goes straight there.
Noxy straight in, Alpha.
And
taking a bit more time here. Maybe hasn't got the same information. We might see a discrepancy here. It's going to be a bit further north. 2x multi. And it's actually in the middle of them.
Alpha actually closer there with the region guess. I think that's Max north de Valde Oro, and Noxy just a little bit too far south.
Okay, round 4. Both players spin instantly, checking the signage on that truck.
Yeah, Cantabria is a region of Spain.
Noxy zooming in hard and fast into one initial location, then switching slightly further east. Alpha opting to look for a bit more information before opening his map.
Yeah, we had a regional name right at the start there, and surprisingly the player went into the map more quickly. I would have thought we might see a quick guess from somebody, but both players I think choosing to, well, Alpha choosing to look for these towns. Noxy, I think he's zooming on the regional borders.
Alpha zooming in deep on a specific road here.
Yeah, Alpha seems more confident here. Noxy is not confident at all. He's zooming
he's
all over the place, actually.
Zooming all over the place. And indeed, Alpha may be hitting a 5K hit. Wait, Alpha is absolutely on the money. Just one off that 5K. Noxy way off to the east, and now Alpha taking that lead.
Yeah, good stuff from Alpha there, showing us his moving skills. Not always easy to find these small roads and towns in Spain. We have this coverage, which should be Finland, which has some lower quality camera like this. Not an easy country to region guess. Noxy's found a bigger road though, which should have some useful signs. Alpha's still stuck on this dirt road in the forest.
Yep, Alpha's finding his way out now though, but Noxy's found a sign. We see Wojtyla 5866.
Yeah, I think it would be the road numbers that Noxy's scanning for here.
Yep, trying to find them in the mass of land known as Finland. Seeing E63 right now.
Yeah, I think his map will look slightly different to ours. I think he's found the 58 actually. Yeah, I can see that he's found the 58.
10 seconds left. I haven't kept track of Alpha here. I'm not sure what information he's managed to get from the main road.
Alpha's quite
very south, yes. And it's in the middle.
Yeah, 58 there. I think quite a long road. Noxy found it, but yeah, long road. Not always the easiest to scan.
All right, round 6. We're suddenly in round 6, past the halfway point.
Yeah.
Alpha with a decent lead at this point. Not a massive one, not an insurmountable lead, but a solid lead. 1.5k ahead of Noxy.
Yeah.
Okay, he's found it, the place name.
Yeah.
Got it.
Should be knowable for both these players.
Yeah,
good info to
go.
find. Yeah, I think unless you find the town name here, I think you sort of have to know your coverage to get this, but luckily they both find that piece of info.
Yep, great job by both Noxy and Alpha. The actual road was a little bit further south, but yeah, Iqaluit, I don't know.
So.
Iqaluit?
I think so. I think so.
Solidly guessed by both. Round 7, 4x multi. GC, where are we at?
Yes, we have these long dashes on the outside of the road, indicative of Norway.
Oh, Norway, our favourite.
Yeah.
Certainly could end up becoming a crowd favourite. It's a tough country.
Yeah, it's a tough country. I think, well, I don't want to make any Norway calls now after last time, but this one I think shouldn't be too far north.
Well, in moving, of course, a chance to get more information, but nonetheless, Norway, being Norway, the nature of it sometimes can throw a spanner in the works. Very long country.
Yeah, no, I think with 12 seconds left now, neither player will find anything useful.
No.
They'll just have to guess.
Oh wow, yeah, we could end up seeing big points here. Alpha favouring south. Noxy looking to go south. And they, I think, end up in similar regions. Alpha, though, closer with a 4x. Chopping away a bit more of Noxy's HP.
Yeah.
3 rounds left, GC.
Yeah, 3 rounds left. Alpha still almost on full health. Just taking Noxy down to 3,500. Very good good stuff so far from Alpha in Chile now. Can be sometimes quite difficult to find good info in urban Chile. Just depends. La provincia de Choapa. Does that say Choapa? I can't read that.
Alpha, very confident, aggressive zoom there. It would suggest he has a good idea of exactly where this is. Noxy was a bit more north, if I am not mistaken. 4.5x. Let's see where we end up when it's all set. No, apologies.
Oh, wow.
They were actually right next to each other. But Alpha, that tiny little bit closer in Illapel.
Yeah, no, good find from both players there. Bumping up the multis to quite a significant 5x now in Australia. Again, yeah, similar coverage to what we've seen in a couple of other rounds this weekend. I would expect it to be in a similar area.
Round 9, Australia.
Stobie pole there for South Australia.
Noxy has gone southeast. Alpha in a similar location. We've seen this outcropping of land pop up quite
we have, and
a
it's
bit.
there again.
And Alpha, great guess. 5x, and it's not enough to knock Noxy out, but he goes into round 10 with under 300 points of health remaining. Look at this. Look at the HP bars right now.
I know.
Alpha has played a storming 10 rounds, barely affected. He's been playing almost in God mode. Noxy trying to make a desperate play here. It could be the right one. Pushing that pace, taking a risk. GC, what do you think?
Yeah, there's very little Noxy can do here, but insta-guess one end of the country. And hang on.
Is it enough? No, Alpha stamping dominance in round 10.
Wow. Yeah, very, very, very good performance from Alpha there. I think both players initially thought it was Germany. Architecture would make sense for Far Eastern France, but Alpha just keeping his composure, getting right on the money with a very, very dominant win.
Alpha looking like El Alpha right now, let me tell you that. He lost like 150 points of health across those 10 rounds.
Yeah, I know.
That
really
wasn't
impressive.
like he scored some massive hit and then only then took a small bit of damage back. No, it was a dominant victory across many rounds.
No, you're right. He just won every round. I mean, Noxy did well to survive all the way to the end there, but Alpha was clearly the more comfortable moving player with those rounds.
Yeah, Alpha very consistent in that first game.
Yeah, architecture here makes sense for North. Very mountainous. And we have Alpha with more eastern guess in the Italian Alps.
And the location splitting the difference between our two players. Noxy just that little bit closer.
Yeah, Noxy with a bit of a hedge there. Alpha maybe thought he had some more eastern vibes. We are in the US again with the I-5.
We've got a high school as well. A lot of road signs there. 2 shield road signs. We've also got a direction to Portland.
Yeah.
Alpha finds it at the same time, slightly after Noxy.
Yeah, the I-5 and a sign to Portland, so very useful information for both players. Both players scanning along the 5 here. Washington plates, Roseburg. Let's see if either player can find this. We did have a state road as well.
Well, 15 seconds left remain on the clock. Both players looking for...
Maybe a difference here. I'm not.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Alpha much further south right now,
Yeah.
I think.
It shouldn't be big now.
Well,
no, yeah.
time's up.
Oh, wow.
And it was actually that must be a very long road.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, the I-5 is a really long road, but that wasn't a Washington state road sign. I thought that was me going mad. But anyway, not too much damage in that round.
not too much at all, but another round win for Noxy. Noxy deciding to keep an electric pace.
Yeah, he goes Balearic, and I might like that. Let's see.
Well, you say that, but then he did shake his head after, and Alpha has found the answer.
That's
2x, 3.6k points of damage to Noxy. Yeah, GC, you were locked in on the screen. I do not blame you for missing it. Noxy made the guess, and then he was like, he wiped his forehead, looked frustrated.
Yeah.
It seemed quite clear he felt he'd suddenly made a mistake, and Alpha capitalized.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, no, Noxy just zoomed straight into the Balearics there and insta-guess, and I assumed he
like
he knew
ultra
it.
confident.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to be kicking himself for that one.
But yeah, no, I like Alpha's guess there as well. I mean, very, very composed to produce such a close guess.
Yeah, Alpha certainly seems completely in the moment, in flow.
Yep, both players in Sweden now.
Yep, we've got Alpha, I think, a bit south of Orebro. Noxy around the center as well.
Noxy's gone a bit more north. Alpha's on that big lake that we saw a couple of weeks ago in Jönköping.
Wow, Alpha again. No, there was quite a distance there. 2.5x. And Noxy is on death's door.
Wow, yeah, Noxy looks devastated there.
Oh yeah, Noxy, you gotta lock back in.
He's taking his headphones off. He's trying to change things up.
Yeah, trying to reset. Just 222 points of life as we go into round 5. Alpha right now in complete control.
He really, really is. We're in Thailand now, though, which is a tricky country. We had this number on the sign. It doesn't look like the right format for a regional phone number, but 054, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Noxy shaking his head. He's frustrated. Noxy, you've got to keep a lid on this.
Yeah.
Got to get your head back in the game.
I'm slightly confused by this number on the sign because that dash between the 0 and the 5 is not normal. But if it were to be a phone number, the 5s are towards the northwestern part of Thailand. So let's see.
Tough country to guess. Alpha is a little bit more north. And it is again an Alpha guess. Noxy is absolutely fuming right now.
Yep. That may well have been a phone number then because I think that would fit where it was. But Alpha, in just 5 rounds, beating Noxy, who's maybe the more favoured no-move player.
Maybe one of the fastest games that at least me and you have seen. Over the course of Wildcards and Open Majors. Come on, Noxy. Rally back into this. You need a reverse sweep now. The toughest thing to do. But it's what you need. It's what has to happen to send you into the grand final. Otherwise, Alpha runs away with it.
Yeah, we hope he can just keep a cool head now, Noxy. He's such a good player, but he's visibly a little bit frustrated.
Drama in our semi-final here. Who gets to go on to that grand final?
We will see. Maybe good information here in Slovakia. Zlate Moravce, apologies for the pronunciation. Oh, it says Nitra there on the bus. That's a very big town in Slovakia. Alpha sends it.
Yeah, Alpha sends it in a city called Nitra.
I think we're in a maybe slightly smaller town near to Nitra because there's this name that I've seen a couple of times.
Well, Noxy is just a little bit further north. We'll see if Noxy can get off with a W. No, he does not. Oh, come on. Come on, Noxy.
Yeah.
I don't want to overplay this, but it's interesting to see. I don't recall this from Noxy on day 1. I could be wrong, and please, anyone in the studio or chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but Noxy was sort of measured, balanced, didn't see huge reactions, again, unless I'm mistaken. But right now, the pressure, the pressure of this occasion getting to Noxy just a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, he stayed very composed in that game against Intimidator. There was a really intense one that went right down to the wire, but clearly he's maybe just struggling a little bit mentally after those 2 losses, particularly the no-move one. I think he felt he probably made a couple of mistakes. but we are in Maine now.
Yeah, back in North America. Alpha, on the flip side, has just remained completely stone cold across the 2 games so far, and just such consistent, accurate guesses.
Noxie finds this main farmhouse sign, which I think Alpha had already seen, so they will both be in the right state.
They are both indeed in the right state of Maine. Noxie opted to go further south, and that is a round win for Noxie.
Yep.
Still, though, head in hands.
It's still head in hands. I want to see him compose himself. Come on, Noxie. I'm not picking a favourite, but I want to see him do something he can be proud of.
We're just illustrating the story of what's happening, GC.
Yeah, yeah.
More rounds like that for Noxie makes this a more competitive affair. It keeps Noxie alive.
Yeah, we have
this same area again.
Yeah, yeah. We've got these Stobie poles which are found in South Australia, and Alpha zoomed exactly into that spot he's already had before.
Alpha has gone straight in. Taking a look at a learning center there, that does prompt Alpha to refine his guess.
He's there.
Find the town. Noxie.
Great.
I'm not sure if Noxie's got the same information, GC.
No, I don't think he's got the info. He'll definitely get South Australia, but very good instincts from Alpha, looking in exactly the right area. But Noxie just going Adelaide.
On the other side of the water, I think that's going to be painful. 2x multi. Oh, not too painful.
Yeah, not too painful, but yeah, not what Noxie wants. I think he just wants to start winning round after round. That's how he gets back into this, I think.
I think that is a fair assessment, GC.
In Japan, where pole plates can be useful, poles themselves can be useful. That T-shaped bar under the transformers can be useful. Let's see what the players can do with it. Maybe somebody finds something a bit more precise, like a road number or a phone code.
Just saw some rare physicality or vocality from Alpha. He said something to himself just about 5 seconds ago. I wonder what it was.
Yeah, no, Noxie's in a good spot here. Wakayama being a prefecture, the 24 National Road and the 310 National Road as well. So we know that Noxie's lining up a good guess, and Alpha not so sure where he is. I mean, his map shows Shikoku,
but his map does not show his marker. Has he not placed it yet? He places it for the first time.
Switched. Wow.
Oh, and the marker, the actual location, I should say, right in the middle.
Good save there from Alpha. The location, I think, just being inside Nara.
3x damage into the halfway point now. Round number 5. Remember, Noxie needs this, needs to win this moving, then needs to win a no move, then needs to win the NMPZ. Yes, he needs the reverse sweep.
Yeah, he needs a reverse sweep. I know there's some meta in India for yellow pole paint. I think, but let's see where this one ends up being.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't actually look like where I thought. Actually, we've got more kind of flat landscape, a bit of red brick. Is that a... Okay, this black and white pole paint is also a meta.
A lot of metas coming to a head here and clashing. 15 seconds left. Which information do you want to use? Which information do you want to roll with? Alpha over Bihar. Looking a bit further. Sudden switch further south.
Alpha's got it. He's found the town there.
3 seconds for Noxie to respond. 3x damage.
Oh.
And oh my, Alpha once again. That is going to be big.
It's very big. Alpha had some good info.
Was so sick the way he switched at the end.
I know. We've seen him do it a couple of times. We had, I think that black and white paint on the pole is a Bihar specific thing.
It was quite a bit further north where he originally zoomed, placed his marker, and then he like just tracked south and went boom. It was like firing a bullet, you know?
Yeah, no, really
bullseye.
Impressive. Right, 8-2, Alagoas locks it in. Could this be his chance? Has Alpha got a phone code here? He does.
He does. Playing out of his mind right now with 3 seconds left, not panicking.
Noxie's praying that Alpha doesn't have this, but He does.
It is a better guess from Noxy. Noxy winning a round back. It's a few points of damage dealt to Alpha, but nonetheless a winning round.
Yeah, Noxy still has a chance to do this.
Oh, for sure. Round 7, 4x,
yeah.
GC.
In a rather large country, but we have a sign here for Chelyabinsk and Kurgan.
Very big country.
Chelyabinsk and Kurgan on the sign.
Oh my god, Noxy's already switched between two massively different locations. Yeah. Alpha was originally looking towards Noxy's original location, then sort of swings more to that central south.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. This should be straightforward with Chelyabinsk and Kurgan on the sign. Both players should be quite close.
They are indeed close to each other. And it's further east, in fact, but two very strong guesses. 4x only making it 60 points of damage. That's how close these two were to each other.
Yeah.
3 rounds left, GC.
3 rounds left for Noxy to do something. He's a few thousand points behind right now.
He is 3,000, over 3,000.
Alpha finding a sign first. I don't see anything that useful on it. Maybe Noxy has something better here. It says Oulu.
Noxy going...
And Jyväskylä. These are big towns in Finland.
Yeah, Noxy considering central south, then max south, closer to Helsinki. Going back again between the two, scratching his head, then goes very central, furthest central he's been, then switches west.
He's getting closer and closer. It took him a second, but he's more or less where I'd expect this to be now.
Alpha also with Oulu on the map.
Yeah. Vasa, Oulu and Jyväskylä all quite big towns in Finland, so we'd expect the players to get quite close.
Both, yeah, a lot of information, both players triangulating their positions. Who's closer? Just about Noxy, but it's a winning round.
Yeah, just about Noxy. He went a little bit close to Vasa there because it was about 120 kilometers away on the sign, so he could have done a bit more damage.
Noxy needs a big country, a tough country, needs to make Alpha stumble, because if this point lead stays past the next round, Alpha will win and head to the grand final. This is round 9 of 10.
Yeah, 2 rounds left for Noxy to do something. Alpha with a 2,200 point lead.
Oh.
Noxy finds a poster. I didn't see if there's anything useful on it.
Road sign.
Yeah.
Alpha taking a look at road signs of his own, both in different locations right now from where they have shot off to on the map. Noxy, I do notice now, has already opened map.
Yeah.
Planted marker down. Alpha hasn't. GC, 15 seconds left.
15 seconds left. I don't think any player is going to find anything useful here. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Noxy, sorry, Alpha has found a road marker. Does he have time to do anything with it with 5 seconds to go?
Alpha with the road marker in the last 10 seconds. Just one remains. Could this be the final round? No! Noxy will send us to round 10.
Yeah, they ended up really close there. Hadn't quite realized how close they were, but yeah.
Noxy sends us to round 10, but GC, this is still a 1.8k lead for Alpha. GC, does Noxy have a chance in this last country?
Yeah, he has a chance. I mean, the lead is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and Noxy sent it.
Sends Japan, takes off the headset, leans back, leaves the
He's
room!
walking away. He doesn't think he can do it. He doesn't think he can do it, and I don't think he can.
No, he will
it's
not.
over.
In fact, Alpha will get it almost on the money and take Noxy out, stamping his authority, showing that he deserves to be in our Open Majors Grand Final.
Yeah, very, very, very strong performance from Alpha. I think Noxy there, I think we had a Kanto poll maybe, and Noxy was just trying to go the most extreme guess possible, something like that. Anyway, yeah, credit to Noxy. He's clearly a bit frustrated.
It's understandable.
Yeah,
Look,
it's understandable.
These are our elite level of competitors, the best of the best, and you know, something that comes with being a competitor is not liking to lose, to put it simply. Some people are good at dealing with it, some people less so. Look, we don't know where Noxy is on that spectrum, but any competitor, flat out, you know, taking a tough loss, especially one match away from a grand final, it's completely understandable that Noxy is feeling it right now. Commiserations to you, Noxy.
Yeah. He's one of
He'll
our
bounce
younger.
back.
Yeah, he'll bounce back. He's one of our younger players. He's got plenty of time to work on his game. Be back next year. I mean, he's already so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alpha, what a comfortable victory in the end. Just very, very good play all round. So good in those moving games. Taking the no-move game too. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, on the flip side, if we are to talk about the positives, yeah, what an amazing performance by Alpha. Just so considered, so accurate, so consistent. Alpha, you've earned your spot in the grand final. That will be it from myself and Rory. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Paula. Nice little breakdown. And now it's our turn. Bloom and Ziggy on the desk. Ziggy, what a blowout.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha moving to the finals. Meanwhile, Noxy leaving the room before the game has even ended. I mean, fair enough that round. He was just like, you know what? There's no room for me to win this here. Alpha with another 3-0 win. He actually won his first game against Cooley, also with a 3-0. So somebody who took 2 3-0s in a tournament. I think he's the only one.
Yeah, I think in this whole weekend, he's the only person who's pulled off 2 3-0s. Super impressive, super dominant. And he just did it against the 1 seed. Noxy was the first seed coming into this Open Major, and Alpha taking him out 3-0. You can see him there on the bracket in the grand finals.
Yeah, Alpha, the first one to move into the finals. Meanwhile, our second will be Jamabi versus Kiwi. Also gonna be hype, but I think we're gonna talk to Alpha very, very soon. I have a few questions because he played amazingly.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's ready right now. Alpha, how are you, man? Oh, impressive 3-0. Is that how you thought it would go?
Thank you. No, not at all. I was very surprised with how it goes. I'm really sad for Noxy because he's my friend, and I mean, I'm really sorry, but yeah, I'm happy to win and to go to the finals.
Yeah, that's a nice point. It's always tough, and it happens a lot in Geoguessr,
Yes.
having to play against your friends like that. And yeah, it was France versus France, but you played well, and I'm sure you won't affect the friendship.
Yeah, I hope so.
Ziggy, you said you had some questions, man.
I mean, my question was whether how close you are with Noxy. I mean, you said you're very close. Like, how does that? Do you train together, or do you just play together? B and BC, like, what do you mean by friendship in Geoguessr?
Yeah, we play a lot together, like in team duels, and we train a lot together, so we share a lot of things. But yeah, as I said, I'm really sad for him.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, nonetheless, a congrats, a very impressive performance, and you're moving on to the finals. You are 1 game away from possibly making it to the World Championship. How do you feel?
Yeah. I'm feeling very excited. I hope I can make it. I know I can do it, so I will do my best.
Yeah, that's an amazing attitude. I love to hear that. Well, man, we're going to let you rest for a little bit. We're going to do the other semifinals. But thank you so much for chatting with us, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Very nice to hear from Alpha after that crazy win.
He was happy and sad at the same time. It is what it is. It does happen in Geoguessr a lot.
Bittersweet. It does tend to happen because of how close-knit this community is. There is so much friendship, and there is so much sharing of the knowledge and the training together. It's super big in Geoguessr, so tough sometimes in esport when you play against your friends, but it is bound to happen. Nonetheless, guys, it's time now to go to episode 4 of Street Smart, and then after that, the next semifinal. We'll see you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm your host, Toby, and I am joined by Team Blue, consisting of Bloom. Wait, where is Bloom? Welcome back, everyone, to Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm your host, Toby, and I'm joined by Team Blue with Jake, Lions, and CG up against the players in Team Red, Foul, and Orlando. Currently, the standings are as follows. Team Blue has got themselves a flawless 6,000 health still to work with. But on the other side, though, Team Red down to half health at 3k. Hopefully, they can turn things around here as we get into round number 4 of this quiz show. This time around, we are working with inverted flags. And now this is not just the same easy peasy as you guys had it in game number 2 where we just flipped things upside down. No, we're talking color inversions here. So my guys, good luck. Have fun. We're going to give you an example just to start things off with so no one's confused. As you can see here, this is what we are working with. And I feel like we need to wait no longer because you all understand what we're working with. Let's get into it. Let's play inverted flags. It's gonna be Team Red, because someone said Australia, but he didn't count the stars. Happens to the best of us. Team Red, off to a good start here with a point to kick things off. We go into round number 2.
Oh no, what have I done?
Oh no, I went the
What
wrong
did we
one.
do here? 2 people had it right, 2 people had it wrong.
Are we allowed to guess again or not?
Oh, yes, you have 3 guesses, and now everyone got it correct. So, you know what? In this case, there's no points given in round number 2. The judge is harsh, but you do have 3 guesses, guys. Just so that you know. And I guess it's going to be up to me to try and tell you when you're wrong. So we'll see how that's going to work. Let's go in to round number 3. It's still 1-0 to Team Red. What do we have here? Okay, I gotta be fast. Only Jake Lyons has it correct so far.
Wait,
I don't have it correct.
Nope.
did I get it?
You have it correct, Foul?
Okay.
And there you go now, Jake. And sorry, now CG has it correct as well. It is going to be Vietnam. And it is Team Blue that wins this one. So a 1-1 score is where we're at now, coming in to round number 4. What do we have here?
Dude, this can be a lot of stuff.
How am I supposed to know which one I wrote? I don't know.
I can tell you that no one so
colors.
far has it correct.
No. Oh. Wait. Oh.
Oh, now Jake has it correct.
Oh, okay.
Did I get it?
Still, no, Jake, you were correct in your first guess.
Well,
no one else got
just
it
count
right.
my first one.
Yep, I'll count your first guess. CT, was that your third guess?
I think that was my second.
Okay, well, no one has it correct still yet.
I don't have it then.
It's like.
There you go. CT got it in his final guess. It was Lithuania.
Oh, Lithuania, bro. Yeah.
No one said it was
totally
gonna be
guessing.
easy.
Like,
It is now 2-1. It can still go either way. Let's see if round number 5 is any easier for you guys. There we go. You gotta think of opposites, guys. What's on the opposite side? What is the opposite of black?
Okay.
No one's got it correct. Go again.
That's not right. Oh.
Outside of a spelling error, Foul got it correct.
Okay.
CG got it correct. Oh, is Jake or Orlando gonna be faster? Who's gonna get the point here? Who's gonna get it? Orlando wrong again. One more guess.
Yeah, I think I have one more as well.
You both have one more. Who's gonna get it?
Try this.
Also incorrect, Jake. And there you go. Points to Orlando and Foul. It is Ireland. You all started by saying Italy as well. Just change one of the colors. Unlucky. But now we have a 2-2 scoreline. This is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. We go in to round number 6. Which country do we have here? Team Blue, quicker on the keys.
Nice.
You guys are typing insanely fast, by the way. 3-2. Team Red, it's on you now. Final round, round number 7. Where are we? Everyone is saying the same, and everyone's incorrect.
Oh, nice. That's a new one. Wait.
Yep. No, wait. Foul got it right. Second time around.
Wait.
Foul. Now it's up to you to word this to Orlando somehow, because Jake and CG seem lost.
What? I have no idea at all.
Is it this?
Wait, Jake is correct.
I don't know. I think I'm
correct.
You have one correct on each team now. It's just Orlando and CG left.
Orlando, it's closer to your country than your first guess.
What?
You have one more guess.
Oh.
Oh no. I should
Nope. You're wrong.
Okay, I don't know.
And means that you guys cannot set up the tie. So CG, even if you don't, do you want to give one last guess, CG? Even
Can I give him a hint now? Can I just say San Jose?
Oh my.
It is, in fact, Costa Rica. Oh, so that's it.
gosh.
Once again, Team Blue stays flawless. This was round number 4. We still have one more round left to play. So see you for round number 5.
Those little episodes are so fun. Hope you are enjoying them. But guys, we are back. It is Bloom and Ziggy here now on the cast. We have made our way over from the desk to bring you guys the last 2 casts of the game. And we're starting off with the second semi-final. It's going to be Luminous Kiwi versus Jamabi. Ziggy, thoughts?
Germany, USA, Bloom, Ziggy. Couldn't have been a better cast for this game, honestly.
True.
Makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
country-wise.
Great point. Got the US caster, got the German caster, and the respectful US and German players.
Yep.
How you feeling?
I mean, how do I feel for Jamabi here?
Oh, you're gonna hard root for Jamabi?
No. I mean, how do I feel about Jamabi having a bit of a break? I mean, Luminous Kiwi already having a game under his belt today and quite the performance, so not feeling too happy maybe because he's playing a bit too well.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. It's time to get the players in and off and rolling. It's game 1, round 1 of the moving.
And we're starting very, very casually here with a Ghana to start it off.
Yep, and both players moving in the same direction, so they should find the same information, but let's see.
Yeah, really, really same movement here, just following the truck in front of them. Jamabi almost catching up with the truck. And he finds a town name or maybe a river name, Adesu.
Kind of looks like Luminous Kiwi might just be placing a plonk in, but he has continued to move. Should be pretty close to each other here on the first round based off of where Jamabi is plonking.
Yeah, just in general, looks like that southern area in Ghana. Very lush green forest. And we actually have a lock, even though it doesn't matter because we were under the 15-second mark. It doesn't make sense to do it, but he did it anyway. Maybe to just... There can be some psychological warfare there, maybe.
True. Maybe Jamabi's gonna think Luminous Kiwi has it, but in the end, both pretty equidistant away from it. Luminous Kiwi just slightly closer. That's 57 points to start us off.
Yeah, as expected, a very slow start.
Very chill, but round 2 looks like a US. Luminous Kiwi might be home here.
I mean, after yesterday, you're kind of the shouter of US rounds when people have gone Canada in the past, so...
True.
We saw both players yesterday, but meanwhile, Bloom shouted out the US. And we do have the state outline there from Georgia, the 73 state highway.
Yeah, it's a really nice find here from Jamabi. Luminous Kiwi yet to find any information that's even close to that helpful. He might have a good vibe of the area, though, nonetheless. South Georgia gun and title pawn. That's going to help him. He knows it's South Georgia now. Jamabi still trying to find that road, and he has the 301 now. So he has the 301 and the 73. He finds the 301 there, and I think he's got a town that lines up nicely. He's looking at stuff that could work, actually.
Yeah, he still needs to find that 73 state highway. He did find the 301, as it pointed out. But meanwhile, we have a Mississippi from Luminous Kiwi.
Wait, Luminous Kiwi's in Mississippi, even with the South Georgia sign. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I mean, the multi's only 1.5 times damage. It's not going to be too bad. Oh, that's pretty bad still, 2,300.
That is pretty bad, especially for the mental, you know, being from the US. I mean, I did see that sign as well on the screen. Jamabi, meanwhile, vibing out after that one, taking a big lead after round 2.
Yeah, really nice there, and love to see Jamabi vibing so hard there after that round. Round 3 now.
Yeah, just a nice Peru here. We did see a lot of metas for Peru. We don't have that black and white striped pole. There we see it on the Luminous Kiwi screen. And we do have a quick zoom by Jamabi on a political poster. Does he know them?
Oh, I would presume he does. He's confidently guessing here far north.
Very far north.
Luminous Kiwi moves farther north here near the end. I was going to say he's quite central, but now they're pretty close to each other. Jamabi is gonna be closer, though, with 2 times multi. That's 656, and Luminous Kiwi already in the yellow.
Yeah, after 3 rounds already below half health, but we go to a bit of a smaller country here. Looks like a Taiwan there with the yellow striped poles. Now the question is, can anyone find any good road numbers? Because they're quite helpful in Taiwan. They usually are regional. And sometimes you can also find the national highway.
Wow, Luminous Kiwi locked in based off of that sign. Hard for us to read exactly what it says there, but I would assume there's some town names on that left green sign he sees. Hopefully he's nearby them, I would presume, because he guessed so quickly. Jamabi opens the map and is actually right nearby. We shouldn't see too many points. Jamabi actually ends up being the one closer on that. Chips away just a little bit more damage and holds a nice lead.
Yeah, Jamabi definitely somebody who has practiced a lot of moving just for the La Ligue, where he is playing with his team. And moving is a big part of that tournament, so definitely something they have to practice a lot. So I do see him as a slight favorite here, although we have seen Luminous TV earlier playing against Jewel. I mean, those were two very, very well played moving games, so shouldn't really say Jamabi should be the favorite here to win.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah, don't want to jinx it. Fair enough. But I was just going to say that as well. I mean, we did just see Luminous Kiwi's ability on the moving up against Jewel. But we'll see what happens here. Luminous Kiwi has locked in first over Jamabi. Jamabi's going down in Sarawak. Wait, this is going to be huge. 3 times multiplier. It is Saba. It is Luminous Kiwi closer. And he's going to make a big bounce back there and take the lead.
Taking lead there, yeah, a lot of oil palm, something you usually see a bit more in Saba, and that's all Luminous Kiwi really used. Especially in combination maybe with the poles, but yeah, Jamabi with the first mistake in this matchup, but he's still in it. We go to Philippines in round number 6, so a lot of information would be available, but wait, he just guessed without anything.
Insta-guess here from Luminous Kiwi. And now you can see he's kind of looking around still after the guess, making sure he still likes it. We don't get to see that, but you can tell he is. Now Jamabi finally opens the map, follows suit pretty far south, but a little bit more of a hedge, kind of for the southern islands as well, but it is just going to be Davao. Wow.
And that might be enough to close out game number 1.
That's it. After Jamabi was so confidently winning, close to flawless, had barely taken any health, and then in 2 rounds, Luminous Kiwi takes it back and wins game 1.
And honestly, that were 2 guesses back-to-back without any information, really. We did see some crazy vibe guesses there, especially in the second one in Philippines. There was no sign on the screen. The only thing he saw was the landscape, a lot of palms. Great guess.
Yeah, really great guess. And now the players do go on to the no-move game mode, which is going to rely more on kind of that vibe type guessing that you're talking about. And if he can pull it off like he was doing in moving, could see Luminous Kiwi pop off here once again, but we'll see. We are on India here on the round 1.
Yeah, definitely something I would add, that it's a bit underrated that you can also vibe guess while moving. A lot of players get caught up looking for signs. Meanwhile, he just guessed it without any signs really. Yeah, we mentioned the India here, but we have 2 completely different guesses. A very, very fast self-guess by Jamabi there, but I also can't make out the language. So it is possible.
Hard for us to make out the language there. Wait.
Big switches here from Jamabi. He's going from max south to max northeast, so that's a pretty big range.
I mean, I do think it should be more the southwest coast. We have more palms and stuff, or lack of pines would not be too far north. And yeah, Jamabi is going to be the one closer there. That's 1,400 points of damage on the round 1.
Again, he's starting off great. He just has to keep up with those guesses, and then he can definitely give a good shot at taking this second game.
Yep, gotta be consistent, gotta stay consistent as far into the game as you can. Round 2, Jamabi's reaction there. I don't know if you saw that, Ziggy, but he did not look very happy about this one.
Yeah, because Luminous Kiwi, known in the community as somebody who's very, very good at Brazil, and this does seem like a Brazil, and we saw a very quick zoom into Acre, Rondonia, so something very, very far away from where it potentially could be. So if Jamabi doesn't get the vibe here and Luminous Kiwi is correct, then we could see like maybe 4,000 points exchanged here.
Definitely possible. Let's see what Jamabi thinks. He drops a crying emote. Oh no, Jamabi. And he's going Marin Yao while Luminous Kiwi's in Rondonia.
Big and a lock, so he's confident.
Oh my, Jamabi switching around.
constantly. He goes back to Marniao in the end, and it is Luminous Kiwi on it. Multi's only 1.5 times damage, but that's still 5,100 points. Jamabi's in the red.
I called 4,000 damage. Actually, in the end, it was 5,000, but he only survived because it's only the second round. So
yeah,
Luminous Kiwi, his strength in Brazil really showing there, and honestly, a very hard round as somebody who's like okay at Brazil, but he's obviously someone who has studied a lot of Brazil, and wow.
And wow, he's confidently in Saba again. You were talking about those oil palms. When you're considering Borneo, Malaysia, and you have this many oil palms, Saba is more commonly going to have that many oil palms. We'll see if Jamabi this time actually goes there. He does, and now they're actually next to each other.
Yep. Very similar area there. Wow. Also just an area with a lot of roads covered, so it's more likely to be there. That's why maybe they kind of both hedged for that. We do see none of them actually guessing on a road, just, you know, vaguely in that area.
Yeah, space Blanc in the area. Just thinking it's somewhere over there. Round 4 here. What are we looking at?
That looks like a Belgium or Netherlands like hiking sign. Initially, I thought we were in the US.
Me
because
too.
Of the road and how it's just like a very straight road. But this type of marker you see a lot in Belgium. And I like the guess by Jamabi. And if Luminous Kiwi, honestly, somebody from Germany has maybe seen it again. We see Jamabi putting some kind of sign up, and Luminous Kiwi might be confused a bit on this, but ends up going Netherlands. I mean, just right on the border there.
Wow. Right on the border. I think it should be actually in Belgium. We're not getting the full zoom in on the exact location, but Jamabi had the country.
I mean, even if, it doesn't really matter. The geographic closeness matters at the end of the day.
Well, we go in around 5, and it looks like the US. Yep, Luminous Kiwi thinking New Mexico.
I was thinking Nevada, like Pahrump.
Yeah.
Wait, he's reading my mind.
That's what you were about to say?
I was about to say
You were
Pahrump.
about to say.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, Jamabi locks it in. Luminous Kiwi still in New Mexico.
Do you get these type of landscape in New Mexico?
I don't know if you do.
I mean, I'm not American, so I can't really judge.
I think Nevada's probably the... Wow, it's actually Death Valley in California.
And
yeah.
will he take the game on this? I think
might.
it's enough.
He does! Jamabi takes the no move on such an impressive US round of all things.
I mean, we saw so many very, very close games earlier, but now we just have the back and forth with big swings, big hits coming in. Love to see that. That's how the game should be.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun. You love the back and forth when you can get it. We're seeing it here. We're back on moving now. The players can move around freely and find whatever information they can within a minute. And we're starting off on Japan. Reset of the health, reset of the multi.
Yeah, we do have a Chubu plate, the roundup plate in Japan off the bat, which is around Nagoya and north of it. We see a very quick zoom in by Kiwi there, and then just guessing.
Yep, locking it in. Jamabi's taking that time, very leisurely, knows he has the 15 seconds. Zooms in at the end. Bit of a space Blanc there. They're pretty close by, though. But Luminous Kiwi will be closer.
He's like, how is he so close? But I think he didn't see the plate. He only saw the pole top, which is actually something you usually see around Osaka. That's why he guessed there. He's actually in the wrong plate region, because that's usually how Geoguessr players divide the country. Meanwhile, we have a very, very north-so-good round, usually with the red car. You see a quite, like, very slight blur at the edge of the screen, which is a bit red, and that's usually very indicative of Surgut region. We do have a river name there, perhaps, but not something you should really scan for in Russia, because they might not be marked or named.
Yeah, good point, good point. Jamabi just moving down the road, and he's looking a little disappointed. He hasn't been able to find a single thing, but finally he comes across a sign here. Does it have helpful information? He's reading it, he's scanning it. Hard for us to read on the board, but it looks like he might be using it here.
Yeah, he's going very, very committed to Salekat, so maybe it says that on the sign. But Luminous Kiwi not very far away, and now they're actually like right on top of each other.
Wow. They are right there, basically just on top. Oh, Jamabi moves just a little bit away. Who has it here? It is Jamabi closer. That's going to be good for him on the round 2. Deal a bit of damage back. Very even game here. Let's go to round 3.
Countdown coming in. We see the screen already. The players are off to find a Kabu partner here in Indonesia. We do have these Indonesian polls, and we see maybe a good sign there for Jamabi. Couldn't quite read it, but didn't seem like a too helpful one. But again, we're in such an urban environment. There's so many signs to choose from. Now you just have to pick a sign, and we see Kabupaten, Barito, Koala.
Oh, yeah.
I have forgotten where that one is, but
hopefully they haven't.
Hopefully they haven't. But here's a different Kabupaten. Here's Kabupaten Batola. So maybe we're on some kind of border.
Yeah, we might be, but nonetheless, they're both going to be in Kalimantan here. What does that sign say here for Jamabi? Doesn't look too helpful. He's putting his hand on his face.
I mean, Barito Koala should be enough to make a decent region guess here, if he remembers where that one is.
Let's see, Luminous Kiwi still moving the Plonk around. Yeah, they're not going to be too far apart once again. So let's see who has it. It's just going to be south of both of them, and they both look so disappointed there. You can see both of their reactions.
Yeah, because both of them have practiced the Kabupatens in Indonesia before, and it's just misremembering or not being clear. And Luminous Kiwi actually starting off at that exact point, and he just moved further west as time progresses, ending up all the way in central Kalimantan. But without further ado, round number 4 looks like a sweet Mexico here. A lot of wooden poles. And again, we're in very urban environment, so again, a lot of signs to choose from. Question is, do you look at every single sign? Do you move on to a bigger intersection maybe? Some things you have to choose. And Gobierno de Coahuila, very good sign.
Wow, yeah, really nice find there from Jamabi. Luminous Kiwi has not found that information, but now Jamabi guessing so quickly, Luminous Kiwi knows, okay, he found something, but he's gonna guess, wow, he's going Tamaulipas.
He's moving very, very far away. Matamoros there.
This is gonna be some points. Okay, Jamabi's not right on it, but he's much closer, and with 2.5 times damage, that's 2,300 points taken off Luminous Kiwi's health bar. Luminous Kiwi less than half health now. Jamabi back to vibing.
Yeah, Jamabi always off to a great start, only that one time getting destroyed later on, but it is looking very, very promising for him. But we're moving on to Russia here. Big country, big points.
Yep. You said it perfectly there, Ziggy. So many points on offer in Russia, as always, and a 3 times multi. We are in round 5, so this could be huge. Jamabi does come across information first.
Very good signs. Ulyanovsk and Kazan, 2 very big towns, and he's going to be right in the middle. This could be very big, even game winning.
It could be. Luminous is not that far away. He's just a bit farther west, but Jamabi on it there, and with 3 times multi, that's a nice hit. Almost 1,300 points. He just continues to extend that lead, make it bigger and bigger, and continue to look poised to take this moving game. Let's see if Luminous can maybe make some sort of comeback like he did in the first, or if Jamabi just takes it.
Yeah, it was honestly impressive to even stay alive there because he didn't have those signs.
Yeah, good point. Good point. He just made a good region guess. We do go on around 6 here. Looks like Spain.
Yeah, does there's some kind of town in there. I didn't quite read that one. We see Sevilla hovered by Jamabi. He just hopes. Okay.
He's hoping. It doesn't look like he necessarily found it, especially based off of his sort of hand movements and things like that. Luminous is gonna zoom in farther west, but also south coast.
Yeah, he has some good signs there available. That's why he was zooming in so far. And actually, Jamabi started off in Sevilla, and it is just in those suburbs.
It is Luminous going to be a little bit closer there, deals 800 points of damage. Jamabi still with a very nice lead, though. We go to round 7 now. And what could this be? Looks
South
like
Africa.
South Africa, yes. Sure does.
Switching the continents here to South Africa. Again, a very urban environment. Something that's very helpful in South Africa would be a phone code here that is not, preferably not a mobile one, because those are not regional, obviously.
Yep.
So they will be looking for those, but we actually have a sign to at least maybe a town name, maybe Diff Lake. Might be our the town we're in.
Yeah, one of the things you do want to look for more in South Africa would be on these green signs if you're going to get a road number, which are super common to have, usually the R road numbers, and they're findable, I would say, for sure.
They're very findable. They are ordered to a certain degree, and some of them are just outside the pattern. So there are a few that are clustered, and then there's some that just fall out of those.
That's why I hesitated to say it's findable, but they are findable,
They are findable for
nonetheless.
sure. I mean, some quicker than others, but we actually have a North Cape pole here, so I think Luminous Kiwi gonna be way closer here. No.
Oh, wow.
I was actually wrong.
No, it's Jamabi, and it's just close to my downtown Bloemfontein. Jamabi takes the movie.
Yeah, he takes it, but I'm actually a bit surprised that that pole usually very indicative of the region north of Pretoria or east, and it ends up being in the middle of the country. Jamabi taking game number 3. That means he has 2 match points to work with, and it's going to be no move NNPZ. And so far, Luminous Kiwi has only won a moving game, but there will be no more moving game to play.
Yep, great point there, Ziggy. It's back to the no move. Let's see what he can do.
He just got to lock in like he did against Jewel.
Yep.
Nothing is over quite yet.
Definitely not. We'll see what they think here. Again, no moving up and down the road. Just the spawn point.
Starting off with a Brazil, I would have said, because that looked like Portuguese.
Yeah, and I like this far south guess actually from Jamabi quite a bit.
We do have wooden poles, which are quite common in...
Wait, Argentina from Luminous.
I'm pretty sure that was Portuguese.
I see the vibe. No, he switches back. Last second he does see the Portuguese. That would have been a tough way to start out. But yep, it is that really far south Brazil. Jamabi holding up a 2?
Yeah, because he did have a very similar location against Lemon, where actually Lemon took the game in the very far southern tip. And he was like, how did Lemon get that one? I have no idea.
That was a crazy... Shout out Lemon. That was a crazy guess.
Yeah, it took me a second to combine the dots there, but I think it's just saying twice in one tournament I'm getting a location on that.
Yep, super far south Brazil. But round 2 here, a very fast France lock-in from Jamabi. Luminous Kiwi follows suit and is a little bit closer. With 1.5 times, that's 652 damage. Pretty nice. Jamabi just about 5,000 health now.
Yeah, first time I think Luminous Kiwi has the better start here. Usually Jamabi just taking the lead in every single game. So definitely good for him.
Yep. A nice start, round 3 now.
Yeah, looks like the US here. We have a guardrail. You do see it a lot in New York and Pennsylvania, is what I heard. So we see a lock by in West Virginia, actually. And Luminous Kiwi hovering my idea of New York. So I do feel like somewhat confirmed here.
Yeah, let's see. It's Pennsylvania. It's right in between them. But yeah, Luminous Kiwi closer. That's 1,100 points of damage. Just continuing to chip away and create this lead.
Yeah, Appalachians can be very hard to reach and guess. I mean, it's obviously hilly every single time. The vegetation is pretty much the same because of the altitude. So definitely one of the hardest regions of the US to reach and guess, especially without a plate visible.
Yeah, great point, Ziggy. Round 4 now. We do have that stubby antenna that you get in Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Ecuador, but yeah, it does seem a little bit more Brazil vibes. Luminous Kiwi has placed his pin down kind of near Rio.
Yeah, not an easy location though for somebody who's trained a lot of Brazil, because I don't think there's any planted at Helping, because they could have all been planted because we're in a very urban area. But he slams it down in Rio.
He's locked in, so pressure's on for Jamabi, and Jamabi's going Colombia. Wait, this is going to be it. 2.5 times multi. Luminous Kiwi has it. He's going to win the no move.
Flawless game number 4, which means Bloom. Game number 5.
Game number 5. NNPZ, Ziggy. Everybody at home, lock in. Semifinal number 2 is going the distance. It's time for no moving, panning, or zooming.
After a quick 3-0 by Alpha, we do go all the way in this semi-final number 2. Alpha is waiting in the final for one of these two contestants, Jamabi or Kiwi. Let's bring it on.
What a dichotomy of semi-finals. The 3-0 to the NNPZ. Such an even game here. And right off the bat, we're starting in Serbia. You do see a .rs there, which is Republic of Serbia.
Actually, it stands for...
What is it?
Republika Srpska.
Okay, all right. If I spoke... Okay. No, fair enough, Ziggy. Fair enough.
Sorry. I just had to...
No, I appreciate you correcting me. Thank you.
I mean, you're correcting the players yesterday. Guys, this is not Canada, this is US, by the way.
True.
But let's not dwell in yesterday's, because we're in a semi-final here, game number 5, so it doesn't get any more hype than this.
No, it does not, Ziggy. And lock in. It looks like we might have a Canada here. Now, Jamabi yet to open the map, so we don't really know what he's thinking. But you saw Luminous Kiwi open the map, and first I think he clicked Ontario and then to New Brunswick.
Yes, because we do have a front plate on that car on the left, and something like Quebec, Alberta, Sask does not have front plate, so you will not consider those places. So for him, it's between Ontario and New Brunswick, and honestly...
Jamabi too?
For me, I would have maybe preferred New Brunswick just because it looks coastal.
kind of does. I see the vibe there for sure. You see Jamabi doing the same thing considering Ontario and New Brunswick. But Luminous Kiwi is going to lock in New Brunswick. Jamabi kind of looks poised to keep it there in Ontario, and it's Manitoba?
Well, I did mention it was a front plate, but honestly, I didn't consider Manitoba at all, even though with the black card it makes a lot of sense, but
wow.
I didn't even think about it.
Crazy location, and it doesn't end up dealing too much damage. And we go to round 3.
And speaking of crazy locations, maybe I just don't see enough of the round here, but this doesn't seem easy. It seems like somewhere in South America. Argentina was my first thought.
Yeah, I like that too. It's quite sandy, which could definitely work. Wow, he's locked in Buenos Aires.
And Jamabi, not sure. He did have a bigger blunder on South America earlier in that game, in the no-move game, and now he has to make a decision. Where's Jamabi going?
He opens the map. He also goes Argentina, and he's very close to Buenos Aires as well. Is he considering moving to Brazil? No, that might have just been a last-second kind of zoom. It's actually going to be Uruguay, though. But what a crazy guess from Luminous Kiwi. It actually picks him up 1,200 points of damage.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone any better for clicking in a big city, and it's just probably a very small town, but nonetheless, geographically, just a good guess. We go to Kenya here, both will get it, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
Both going west here just because it's very green.
Yeah, they're just going to
Standard.
click and go next. Yeah, very green in that sort of eastern pocket there of Kenya. The players recognized it right away. Click and move on.
Yeah, obviously these players will be confident enough to just make a guess right away as we move into what a round.
Okay, and Luminous Kiwi is zooming in on South Ecuador right away, instantly. Is he gonna lock it in? He does already. That is crazy on such a difficult location. Jamabi opens his map and is in Mexico. It's Mexico and Ecuador. Ziggy, this is game.
This is game either way. I do quite like Luminous Kiwi's guess, and it's actually Guatemala.
It's Guatemala, what?
Is it enough though?
With 3 times it is. Jamabi moves on to the finals.
And he cannot believe it. It's like, he guessed Mexico and it's just Guatemala. Nobody getting the country correct there, but again, geographically closer. Nobody getting the right country on the last 2 locations in a row. So yeah, that NMPZ map is not to be, you know.
Yeah, it is not to be messed with. That NMPZ map is so difficult. Yeah, we see them both going Arjan Uru, and then in the end, such a crazy toss-up. You see Luminous Kiwi, he's so confident, you really think, oh, he's gotta know this.
Yes, because I just took his confidence as a confirmation for me, like, yes, I guess it's just Ecuador, because who would just guess Ecuador so confidently, so fast? Because it's so far away from the other possibilities with Colombia or Mexico, or I didn't even consider Guatemala because I didn't see that car blur that he would maybe get. So, yeah, Jamabi in the final.
Jamabi in the final. You got that German representation. I know Ziggy's happy. Wow, what a way for that to go. I love that we made it all the way to NMPZ, and now I cannot wait for this final. But before then, let's send it to the desk for them to break that all down for you.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, it wouldn't be the Geoguessr Super Weekend if we didn't have more NMPC. And what a way to finish this one here once again. There was a lot of hesitation, I feel like, between both these players, you know, just throughout the match. But when Kiwi finally goes insta-commit, it ends up losing in the semi-final. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, especially in the NMPZ and last round, the insta-send in Ecuador got me, because I'm also a bit biased. I am rooting for Jamabi, of course. It's a close friend of me, but he got me scared. He got me very scared because he felt very confident with that guess.
Definitely.
It was quick. It was, I mean, region guessing, Ecuador makes sense. It is dry up there, down there, but still, yeah, I was scared, but luckily for Jamabi, it turned out to be further north. I think it was Guatemala even.
Exactly. Able to make it through now, as you can see here in the bracket, will be going up against Alpha in the Open Major Grand Finals in just a small second. And just to remind everyone, in case you forgot exactly what these guys are playing for, the winner of this next BO5 can not only crown themselves or be crowned the winner of the Open Majors, they will also punch themselves a ticket through to the to the World Championship in Copenhagen in the end of August. And one player that has a chance of doing exactly that is with us right now. Jamabi, my man, breath of relief. How are you feeling after that game?
Oh my god, I'm feeling exhausted. This was such a crazy game. Oh my god. Yes.
quite ahead, but then late game situations come through, and Kiwi kind of strikes back, takes you out in rounds where you seemed like you were coming off to a pretty good beginning. Really, talk me through some of those rounds and how your brain was throughout that entire BO5.
Yeah, so the first moving game I was feeling really good. I was like up 6k to 1k health, and then the Malaysia happened. I had no idea where we were. There was like a kilometer marker, and I tried to read the place names, but it was completely washed out and couldn't read anything. Then I was just panicking. I couldn't see any specific poles, couldn't see a black sticker. I just went Sarawak trying to survive. And then like in the Philly, I didn't see a province, or maybe he saw Wildcard 22. I don't know exactly how he got me to know. So after the moving game, I was a little tilted, but I did basically the same thing to him in the first no move, just multi-merchanting. I don't know, it felt super dry the last US round. I just went with west of Las Vegas trying to pressure him, and it somehow worked out. Then the second... Oh, sorry.
No, you go on.
Okay. The second moving game was... Yeah, I don't know what to say. It was a bit wild. We both didn't find too much info, I feel like, and it just came down to region guessing the South Africa round. The second no move, I was somehow not locked in anymore. I don't know what happened. I just got completely cooked. And the NMPC was just like crazy plonk off. I thought we maybe had Oaxaca pavement, but I think it was a dirt road in the end. I don't know.
I don't even know. Was it Mexico? Was it Guatemala?
I think we were in Guatemala, and I'm not quite sure.
It was Guatemala.
Yeah, exactly.
It was Guatemala. Okay.
Was there pressure on you? Just gonna ask real quick. Was there pressure on you after you saw the guest come in pretty much right away? That, wait, what is he seeing that I'm not? Or were you feeling confident despite the fact that his guest came in so quickly?
I wasn't confident, but I was confident that he also wasn't confident. I just thought he was trying to pressure me because it was such a nondescript round, and yeah, I just had the lucky end for me.
Yeah, I mean,
well played to him.
You already mentioned it, Jamabi. After the first moving game, you said it yourself, you were a bit tilted. But starting off into the second game, no move, you basically started with 850 HP, I think it was, with that big Hondonia plonk from Kiwi. How much did that add to your stress? Were you still able to be locked in? Because, yeah, looking at you now, you're kind of out of breath, so I would imagine that in round 3 you were stressing. How did you deal with that?
Yeah, like I had a good start in the no-move game with India, and then I saw a difficult Brazil location, or at least for me difficult, and I know that Kiwi is insanely good at Brazil, and I already thought, man, like, what is that luck for me? And yeah, I mean, I can't lie, after I saw the Brazil, after I saw the result of the Brazil, I just thought it's over. He's 2-0 up, and like, what can I do? But yeah, I just tried to pressure him afterwards, and it somehow worked out. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, I would believe that you were under pressure. I do believe that you are happy now, Jamabi. Congratulations, you are in the finals.
Exactly. And on that note, I want to ask you lastly, Jamabi, you know you're going up against Alpha now. Any thoughts on that matchup coming up? Where do you see this match going?
Oh, I am very scared of Alpha. He's played insanely well today. Just incredibly consistent, barely making any mistakes. I hope I can somehow pressure him, and yeah, I don't know what exactly my tactic is, but I'll figure something out.
You know what, that's the best you can do. Figure something out, and for you and the people supporting and cheering you on, hopefully things go your way. Congratulations on the semi-final win, Jamabi. Congratulations on making to the final, and best of luck in your match to come.
Can I...
You know what? No,
can I quickly...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to shout out everyone who's been helping me, because I don't know if I get another interview. I want to shout out Jeff. I want to shout out Top Guy for making moving practice with me, Macam for practicing moving with me, Atrocity for practicing best of fives with me, Big F Dog for practicing with me, Topotic, Blue, Gelotus for offering help, Rowan for practicing with me. There's so many amazing people in the community who've helped me, and without them I wouldn't be here. So thank you.
Good to hear. Thank you so much, Jamabi. And once again, congratulations for an incredible game you just played here.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That's Jamabi. And again, great to hear. I mean, the fact that he can shout out so many people goes to show how big a family Geoguessr is, because it really is what it is. You were mentioned by him here as well.
I was about to say those are some big names, and then I hit myself, and then I was like, oh,
but that's what it is. Big names taking to the scene of Geoguessr, and it's absolutely amazing that you all come together to develop the scene as best as you do, because everyone, by working together, will just increase that skill ceiling drastically, and that's why we see it from year on after. The level of play only gets higher. And the best way to portray that, because some of you guys might not know some of the players playing here in the open majors, we want really quickly to give you a look into how the open majors have played a role in the World Championship tournaments over the last couple of years. So in 2023, the open major winner, bearing in mind that the open major in 23 was structured a little differently, the open major winner was Kansas. Now, he went on to becoming the world champion that year. The very next year, the open major winner was MK, who finished in second place at the World Championship last year. So if that's anything to go by, Gelotris, so far, open major champions have a 100% grand final rate in World Championships. I mean, pressure on the shoulders of Alpha or Jamabi? What are you thinking?
I would believe so. I mean, especially looking at that graph. And it's also something where people always say, okay, it's the open major, it's not where the big boys play. But hey, look at that.
The track record talks for itself. It is, nothing short of incredible how far these players can make it. Whether they be big names or not, they're here to play, and they're here to play today. Now, we have the grand final coming up in just a short moment. But before we get there, we need to find out whether it's going to be Team Blue or Team Red that wins the Geoguessr Street Smart Series. So a little break, get a snack, and then we'll be back with the grand final between Jamabi and Alpha in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth and final round of Geoguessr Street Smarts. I'm once again your host, Toby, and I'm joined by Team Blue, consisting of Jake Lyons and Chicago Geographer, and Team Red, consisting of Fao and Orlando. So far, Team Blue has managed to remain flawless through the entire quiz, which means the Team Red is sat now with just 2,000 health left to work with. But fear not, because this is the final game, and therefore those multipliers have been ramping up, so there is still a chance for Team Red to come back and take home the victory here. And what are we playing for, you might ask? Bragging rights. And smiles and laughs. That's all we're playing for in this quiz show. Maybe a hug someday, but we'll see if that's going to come to fruition or not. Nonetheless, let's get this show going. Here in the fifth round, we are playing Picture Guesser. And you might think this is easy. This is what we do for a living. We guess where we are, but it's not that simple this time around. So here's an example for you guys to see. Now, what you see in this image is a location, sure, but that doesn't really matter a whole lot. What you gotta think of is what is on this image that could be a city. There are two sausages. Those sausages are called Frankfurters. Therefore, this location would be Frankfurt. Does that make sense to the players? So it's not so much, you could be stood right next to the Eiffel Tower, but that's not necessarily the location. It is the hint. It can be food, it can be an item, it can be one of many things that hints the correct place for you guys to guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get straight into it. Let's play Picture Guesser. And here we have it. Round number 1. What do we have here? Looks delicious, not gonna lie. But what city are we referring to with this image?
What city?
Guys, you know what? You're taking too long on this one. I'm going to give you 15 seconds, and it's Toby counting in his head, so we're already down to 10, 9,
I
8,
had to do it.
7,
CG, I apologize in advance for my guess.
I'm right there with you, man.
3, 2, 1. Here we have it. Let's see. Okay, so Jake Lyons is in Alaska. Explain
I'm
to
in
me.
Chicken,
Explain to me
Alaska.
your guess, Jake.
I'm in Chicken, Alaska.
Chicken,
There's a town
Alaska
called Chicken
makes
in Alaska.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
Foul, what's behind your guess here? What's the thought process?
I'm like in Chichen Itza.
There you go.
This is kind of similar to Chichen.
Makes sense. Orlando, what sent you to Turkey?
Wait,
no, that's not you. That's CT. You're in Turkey. Sorry, what sent you there?
Well, I knew it was a chicken, but I figured, it looks like a turkey. I'm gonna go Istanbul.
That's a valid reasoning for you. And what about you, Orlando? Why were you in? I guess
didn't have any reasoning.
no reasoning. You just plunk Europe and hope for the best. I can tell you, when I first saw this, I instantly thought of Peking duck.
Okay.
Oh.
It's not chicken.
We were, in fact, in Beijing. So not only were none of you close, none of you were in the right continent. That's foreboding. But nonetheless, somebody must have been closer.
I think Turkey is the closest.
I mean, Turkey is pretty close to Beijing.
Fiji was half in the right continent.
So, and I mean, Jake was right, given
Alaska could be
Yeah, I mean,
close.
it's not too bad. So this might actually be a round one by Team Blue, which means that Foul and Orlando, you are down to 1k health now. Scary times. Let's get into it. Round number 2. What do we have here? Last chance, Foul and Orlando, to get this one right. I'm looking at Jake's reaction immediately and thinking, what are we on here?
I don't know the city of Blind.
City of Blind. Geeky Blinders, though.
Isn't that a place?
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer is up. We'll start with the one that was the furthest away. Jake, explain your reasoning for your location.
I clicked Window Rock, which is the capital of the Navajo Nation.
I respect it.
I'm really having trouble, to be honest.
That's fair.
This round is not my thing.
Second furthest away. Foul. What were you thinking?
Someone said Peaky Blinders.
That was
or whatever
that was the host. That was bait.
Okay. I was I don't know. I went for the UK. So I think it's
Right
safe.
next to Foul was CG. Foul, did I get you as well on this one? Oh, sorry, CG, did I get you as well?
That is exactly why I went there, yes.
Sorry, guys, but you know what? Someone actually 5K'd this. Orlando, my man. What did you think of this round?
It's because, like, here in Brazil, at least, I wasn't sure in English, but we call it, like, a Venetian blind or something. And it would be
It
like,
is
so I went
Venetian
Venice.
blinds. Exactly. Venice was the right answer. And Orlando dunked on that one. Good job, bro. On you keeping Team Red in the game. No flawless scoreline for Team Blue. So let's go into round number 3 and see what we got going there. What do we have for round number 3?
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
This
I've got
one
another
I definitely
problem
know,
on this one.
but I'm not sure how close can I get.
Yeah.
I think I got this one, yeah.
I need to figure out.
Tournament on the line, Foul. What are you thinking?
Okay.
Is it a lime?
I have no idea what this
Okay,
is.
it's a Moscow Mule is the drink name. So
That is correct.
Okay.
But who can get closer to Moscow is the question. The closest to the mark. Wait, it has to be by both of them, because CG is closer.
Goat.
But second place is Orlando. But then third place is Jake. So that means that Team Blue will be the winners. Good job, everyone. Thank you so much for participating. Orlando, I gotta come to you first, man. It's always the losers interview first. What are your thoughts after being dismantled by casters of all people? Casters.
yeah, I mean, it was a really hard match. You know, Jake has a pro quizzer. It was a really hard match from to begin with. But I mean, at least I did my best, you know.
You know, that's all we can do, and I think you did a very, very good job at that. Fao, what about you? Any thoughts of what you went through here?
Yeah, I mean, GG's to Jake and CG. It was tough. I mean, there's so much. It's more pressure, honestly, than the semifinals or whatever. So
we play with different echelons of difficulty. Sometimes it's a 10-second country quiz. Sometimes it's sitting in front of thousands of people in an arena, and it's true. Both can be complicated in each their way. And now, of course, over to our winners. CG, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts here? You get 2 times bragging rights. How are you feeling, my man?
It's great, 2 times bragging rights. I don't know if I've ever had that level of bragging rights in my life, so this is an honor.
Sounds good. And Jake, I mean, you were pre-crowned as the quiz master. Now it turned out to be true. How does it feel to bring that title home and secure it, at least for now?
Feels good. I mean, we got enough bragging rights to split between the 2 of us, and I don't know how I feel about your tone when you said the word casters earlier, though.
That's because I've been hearing that. I've been hearing that for 8 years now. So whenever you get wrecked by a caster, it always stings a little bit.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm happy I was able to deliver, though.
And now, of course, for the winners, the mandatory winner dance. Maybe it becomes an emote in the game at one point. We'll see. 3, 2, 1, guys. Maybe Foul Orlando can boost some beatbox, and then we can get a little
Can I concede my bragging rights?
I'll contribute with this, guys. You just join in whenever you're ready. Winners dance. Let's go celebrate. There we go. Music's on. Thanks, everyone, for playing Street Smart. See you for more games in the future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Open Major Finals. Alpha versus Jamabi. Had to give Jamabi a little break, and what better way to give him a break while getting to watch that last episode of Street Smarts. That was fun.
Yeah, we did see the victory dance there. The question is, who will do the dance after they win? Is it Jamabi or is it Alpha?
Good question. We're going to decide that right now. I cannot wait. What's on the line? A slot in the World Championship. They have made it so far. Weeks of the online portion of the Open Major have led to this. 16 players. And it's boiled down to only 2. It's Alpha and Jamabi. It's France versus Germany. Let's get them off. Let's get them going.
Yep, Alpha slashing through the tournament. 2 3-0s in that one, and I think another 3-1. So he wasn't in the position to play any NMPZ yet. Jamabi, on the other hand, just had that NMPZ game. So
yeah, we'll see if we can get it again. It should be exciting. Alpha coming off that 3-0. Wow, wait. Oh, I was going to say, this looks a little bit like Darwin, and I see Alpha kind of zooming in on Indonesia for a second, so I got a little bit confused, but nope, he's locking it in.
He had me worried for a second because Blackheart does exist in Indonesia as well, so... But he got there. He got there.
He got there in the end, and so does Jamabi. It's going to be a little farther south, but kind of that area in the Northern Territory of Australia. It makes a lot of sense with the look of everything. Just a couple points to start us off, and we're going to head straight on to round 2.
Round 2 seems like a Nigeria from the looks of it, just those houses here. And we do have a state name here, I think Taraba State. It's set on Jamabi's screen from the start. And meanwhile, Alpha is off to moving, even though there was information at the beginning. Meanwhile, Jamabi looking at the borders of Nigeria just to see, wait, which state is this actually?
Finally, Alpha comes across a sign of his own with a couple town names. It doesn't look like he recognizes them, though. Welcome to, what did that say? EB? Can he find that in so little time? It doesn't look like he will. Jamabi might have this on the round 2. Could be a nice start. He is going to be closer by a fair bit. That's going to be a couple 100 points.
Yep, the first bigger points in this matchup go to Jamabi. Once again, off to a decent start. Not just yet 1k points, but nonetheless, almost. As we go into round number 3, what's the country here? Did seem like a Mexico off the start, but now I see a double yellow lines, and I'm not confident anymore.
Alpha is zooming in Mexico and locking it in, too.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he saw there. He just lined up the road and instantly guessed it. We have a very flat place here. The question is, does Jamabi also see maybe mountains east that would might be Alpha to go the western coast.
Yeah, looks like he does. He's in Sinaloa. Timer's up. It's going to be Alpha closer, but two really great guesses.
Yeah, and Alpha just putting the pressure on there, but Jamabi, thankfully, you know, keeping his cool, also close by in Los Mochis.
Very nice stuff. And we go to round 4, and it looks like Colombia. Yeah,
Yep.
big Colombia flag.
Yeah, the flag, the yellow plates. What else do you really want here?
Yeah, can't ask for much better. Now they just need some town names. They're going to need to narrow it down within the country.
I think it said Tolima, which is a state. But meanwhile, Jamabi finds Ibague on a moving truck. The question is, do you trust it? Jamabi did. So that's where he locked it in. Now the question is, does Alpha follow? Because he did have a similar information.
Yeah,
at
he's
least for the
really
state of
close.
Ibague, and he puts it down there as well.
Puts it there too, and it's farther south of both of them. They're on top of each other. That deserves a wave. There it is.
Well, I think Jamabi waved, but there was the animation on his character was there, but it didn't fly up.
We didn't see it. It's okay.
But there was a wave.
He did do it. He did do the wave. Takes us on to round 5. Looks like Peru.
Yeah, because I could see him looking at his keyboard, trying to find that 4 key, which does the animation, and it's usually not something you use a lot in Geoguessr, so you have to kind of double check. But yeah, we are in Peru here. We have tuk-tuks. It looks very dry and mountainous, so Jamabi again with a very far northern guess. And
Wow.
it says Región Cajamarca, so he will be correct on the region here, hopefully.
Yeah, Alpha has not really seen anything. He's looked at a couple signs, but he didn't really look at them too closely. Or maybe he did, because he's right next to Jamabi. Just didn't really look like he had used it. But it would appear he did.
Yeah, no information needed for him yet again. It's kind of like the Mexico one, where he did put the instant guess down. But this time a bit slower. Jamabi actually pushing the pace, but no big points exchanged. And we're kind of even now, going into round number 6. Another Australia here. This time it doesn't look like Darwin.
Yeah. It does feel very coastal, though.
Yeah, this seems like a national park, because we do have a lot of like parking lots, if that makes sense. And that's also looks
Visitor
like
center.
Visitor center.
Good call. Good call, Ziggy. I like it.
It doesn't mean anything, really. National parks are pretty much everywhere in Australia.
Yeah.
Beautiful country.
True. They just need to find the name of the park. So far, nothing. Just fee collection area or something like that. Strictly prohibited. No dogs. That's sad.
Yeah, can't enjoy it with your dog here. But it seems like no like super helpful signs here. We have a Wa by Alpha here. There are a lot of national parks in that southern coast of Wa. The question is, could it maybe be southern Australia?
Ooh,
There's
mountain
a big
over
mountain,
there.
and we have a pretty confident zoom there by Alpha, so he might have it.
He might. Jamabi's nearby, though. Let's see. Timer's up, and Alpha is the one on it. 776 meters away, the 4997. That's 2,000 points of damage, Ziggy.
I mean, that could have been the game right there. Jamabi just barely getting into Wada in the last few seconds.
Yeah.
Keeping himself just about alive as we go into round 7. Seems like in Indonesia, information off the spawn.
Wow. Alpha. Wait. Alpha see. Alpha just locked it in, and he's in South Sulawesi while Jamabi's in West Nusa Tenggara.
It says Sumbawa. Jamabi should be correct here. It says Sumbawa, and Alpha, I don't know if he sneezed or if he just was disgusted by his guess there, because I do think Jamabi should be on it here.
Yeah, it looks like he is. Jamabi, very nice. What did Alpha see? I'm so confused. He takes the game on that.
I think what happened is he saw a roof instantly, and maybe it reminded him of the South Sulawesi roof. It's very, very common and usually very, very precise. But this time it misled him. He was too confident with his insta-guessing.
Yeah, I really don't think he saw any signs. I think you're right about that roof call, and I think it was really just architecture clues like that that made him make his guess, and it was wrong. Jamabi took the time, found the information, very nice use of the signs, staying calm, and he does it after Alpha had a nice lead.
Yeah, he had a good run with his like quick guesses and also guesses without information in Mexico and Peru. Jamabi never really doing that. Jamabi only guessing either when he is forced to by Alpha or after he found good information. But right there was information off the spawn, and Alpha not taking that singular second to look at the sign loses him. Game number 1. That means Jamabi 1-0 up, going into a nice Poland round to start off our no-move game. Yellow sign there. Good meta to know that's Poland.
Yep, and it looks like they're both kind of just going to do that central hedge. You even see Jamabi reacting to it. Kind of the classic, quite a hard country to region guess. A lot of it looks very similar. So you see both players just clicking in the middle and going on to the next. Round 2.
Yeah, also a country that can look very generic if there is no meta available, but it seems like there is a Kanto pole top right there, which is kind of like a very sharp top. And it seems like both are kind of looking at every single pole, just making sure, but I am quite confident this should be somewhere around Tokyo where Kanto is, and that plate also confirms it being silver-ish. But we do have a zoom that looked a bit weird, but he ends up in the right region, I think, so...
Yeah, they're both just going to be there. Jamabi holds the flawless, just barely, deals 90 more points of damage, and we go to round 3. Some quick ones to start off the second game.
Yeah, I think for these players, no real challenge in those locations, so kind of just quickly send those ones. As we have a Turkey location here.
Shout out Gelotris.
Shout out. With a few houses spanned that just looked they were copy-pasted there.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. What do you think? I know you've got some training on Turkey from Gelotris. What are your thoughts here on this one?
Yeah, so I don't want to make any bad calls here. We do have a lot of tiled roof, actually. So my first guess was further east, like Gaziantep, maybe. But now I'm thinking, could we maybe be further west? But I really like the general region around, like Kahramanmaraş. Something like that.
Wait, Alpha's just central. Okay, the guesses are both pretty good there. Gelotris won't have to crash out about that. It's close. Couple 100 points there. Jamabi does still hold the flawless. And we go to round 4.
Yeah, definitely good for the mental, taking not only game number 1, but also the start of game 2. As we go into, it seems like US. It looks very, very American here.
Yep.
Now the question is, can anybody make out those card plates? One is a bit visible, but doesn't seem like a super recognizable one, like, for instance, the New York one, which is completely yellow. That just seemed very white.
Yeah, you do want to find those plates if you can, but sort of a difficult one, I would say. Sort of in the, yeah, Pennsylvania was just going to be a shout I was going to make. Alpha kind of zooming in there. I like Pennsylvania or somewhere sort of in the New England vibe.
Whoa, Jamabi, did you see that? He actually hovered about Oregon. He was like switching between the two, so he's considering it because there are a few like taller pines there, but not usually the ones you see in Oregon. So I do think this like New England, especially as you mentioned with the houses.
The houses feel very New England
those
here.
white like board. And he's with a crying emote from Jamabi here, but he doesn't seem to switch.
Okay, he's in Pennsylvania and New York from Alpha, even though the plate wasn't yellow, but it is that Ohio actually in the end? It's right on that border, Ohio and Pennsylvania. Jamabi is closer, and that's a very nice hit. Now, Jamabi with a very big lead here. As we go
it didn't look very far away from each other, but that ended up being a pretty decent hit there for him. But still, on the flawless as we go to this beautiful car, actually. Usually it is found near Dublin, but also in London a lot. So we do see a quick guess by Alpha, just being like, you know what, this is the UK, we see yellow backplate. And in the UK, usually it's London. So I do think Jamabi will follow.
Yep, looks like he does. This is just going to be one of those rounds where all we do is rack up the multiplier.
Oh no, Jamabi.
Oh, 6. He loses the flawless. Ziggy.
Can he recover from that one?
I don't know if he can.
I am not quite sure there.
I think he will. Basically, still flawless now on the round 6. Yeah, the multiplier now 3.5 times damage.
Yeah, seems like we're moving to Eastern Europe. That looks like a Bulgarian pulse without any hooks on it, but still looked pretty recognizable. And we see a quick lock this time by Jamabi. I do think he's in the right country. Alpha, meanwhile, taking his time. Doesn't seem too sure here, maybe because those hooks are missing on that pole.
But he is still going to go Bulgaria, and once again, very close guesses from our two players, just farther west of the both of them. But Jamabi closer once again, still only taking 6 points of damage so far in this no-move game.
Yeah, after those 6 points, he didn't want to take even more damage, and we are going back to Turkey this time. Definitely looks like around the area of Konya here, with these very dry, flat fields. I hope I'm not wrong with that call, but I am quite confident.
I love the confidence, and I must say, Alpha's locking in nowhere near where you said. Jamabi is considering Konya and exactly where Alpha is.
I like the Konya guess by Jamabi here. This could be his second game if he is correct, and he...
Wow! He
is. He does it. 4 times multi. He takes it. Great shout, Ziggy. And Jamabi, you both got that Gelotris training, and it paid off.
Gotta learn your turkey right there. It pays off 2 turkey rounds in this game, and Jamabi closer on both of those. So maybe another shout out to Gelotris if he wins it. He is so close to it. 2-0 up for Jamabi. Turkey to seal the deal. And as you said, only 6 points of damage dealt. And we're going back to moving this time though. So a quick change of pace.
Yep, quick change of pace. Would be quite interesting if Alpha, after 3-0ing Noxie in the semis, gets 3-0'd. I hope I'm not jinxing it. I'm currently knocking on wood.
There's no wood here.
I'm looking for it, but I can't find any. It's okay. Regardless, it's moving. I hope we get to NMPZ. Of course, we want the content. So let's see what they can do here. Alpha needs the comeback, but health has been reset. Multis have been reset, and we're on moving.
Yeah, this time a big country to start off round 1, even though there are no multipliers here. We should be in Russia. A lot of Cyrillic signs here. And abundance of signs, but none of them really having a town name or a helpful phone code.
Yep, really no good information.
Oh, there is a phone code on that. It says 83. That should be somewhere around that area, I think, if that says 83. I think it says 8342, something like that.
Wait, and Alpha's in St. Petersburg. This could be massive. Oh, it is up by St. Petersburg. Alpha deals 1,600 points of damage.
And Jamabi with the sign, they're saying 883, because 81 would have been the area Alpha is in. So I don't know what it says on the sign. If it was 81, Jamabi, don't complain because you were in the wrong phone code area. But if it was actually 83, then Jamabi is correct. Complaining there. But let's move on to round number 2. A lot of damage, actually. We haven't even mentioned that 1.6k.
Oh, that's what I did. That was crazy. It's so much damage, and we're just on the round 2. Alpha now sitting in a really nice spot here on round 2. Let's see if he's coming across a sign here. The N4 and the R36 in South Africa. Those should be very findable.
Yeah, Imalaheni is a very big town east of Pretoria, and that he instantly zooms into. Quick, confident guess, and I don't think Jamabi will reach the sign he went to, because he did move south, and we see Jamabi moving north.
Yep.
So you will have to make a guess based off the landscape.
Let's see, he's pretty far away. Yeah, really nice from Alpha there. Good find on the sign, and used it very well, very quickly, and Jamabi already on less than half health going into round 3.
But again, we did see a quick guess on Indonesia in the last game, which lost him the game. This time, he will take a good look on those signs.
Yep.
Looking there instantly, I can't quite make out what it says. I don't think it was anything helpful, because otherwise one of them would have at least opened the map.
Yep, great point. They're just going to keep looking for more information. Now, they are both moving south, but I think Alpha already moved past this sign that Jamabi is using.
Yeah, I think it says...
Oh, no, he didn't. Now he comes across it.
It says Sambas, which he instantly recognizes. This is also the sign Alpha has, so he does have the same information. So if he reached that Sambas, then he will definitely know where it is.
Yep, he gets it. He's even taking all the time possible in case he needs to narrow that guess down even further, but he doesn't. He leaves it there, and they're on top of each other. It's just on the coast.
A bit of a side average, maybe. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Could have been very big for him if Alpha didn't find any information.
We go to round 4 on Russia. Big country, big points. We started on Russia, and even with no multis, we saw the type of damage that can be dealt on a Russia round. Now the multiplier is 2.5 times damage. This could be big, Ziggy. What are we thinking?
Yeah, we did have an instant zoom onto the antenna. It seems to have a blurred one, so there are a few areas you would consider here. Surgut, obviously, it doesn't really look like Surgut. We have a big dry hill. Another possibility would be something like Sakhalin. I'm not quite sure if it is, and there's also an area near Novosibirsk or Irkutsk. And if I forgot something, Finbar will let me know.
True.
Later, and guess shame me.
Well, let's see where it ends up being. Already only have 15 seconds left. Neither player coming across a sign that seemed helpful at all, so it's going to come down to a region guess. Going to have to play it almost like a no-move game in the end. Less than 10 seconds left. Neither player has opened the map. They're taking that last 360 pan. They end up zooming close to each other, but on opposite sides of Lake Baikal. Who has it here? Timer's up. It's Alpha? What is that? Ziggy Alpha with an insane guess. He wins. Moving.
That is a complete switch up from him there. As I mentioned, one of the areas north of Irkutsk, I called that one.
Yeah,
definitely
you
one of the
did.
areas you have to consider there. But I don't know how he did that, but he lined up the right down there in the end. So a completely different moving game there by him, really just taking his time, and it worked out. So maybe something to consider for the future. We are done with the moving games though. Jamabi, only 2, game points left, but I think it's well possible for him.
Yeah, really anyone can do it now. It's very clear that Alpha has calmed down a bit. He was guessing too quickly, I think, in especially that first moving game, but it would appear he's calmed down. He's taking his time now, and we saw it there. Very impressive moving. We're back to no move. Jamabi starting us off in Peru a little bit closer. That's 202 points of damage.
Yeah, both instantly spotting that writing on the walls with that Trujillo, so both kind of guessing in the mountainous part, obviously, because we were not in the town itself, but just the region.
Round 2 now, Romania, quick zoom and send, and Alpha's in Hungary.
I do like Romania more just because of how the landscape looks here, and I think the road lines are a bit too thick to be the ones in Hungary.
Is Alpha gonna keep it there? He does, and it will be Romania. I was gonna say Alpha has calmed down, and he was taking his time to use the whole 15 seconds to consider, but even in the end, he stayed there in Hungary, and that's a massive hit on the round 2. Jamabi now with a great lead here. Alpha 3,800 points.
Yeah, you said Alpha taking his time, though. He couldn't take any more time than 15 seconds extra. That was like 17 seconds total. As we go into this round, a pretty nondescript location, no car, and just a dirt road through the forest.
Yeah, Alpha has opened the map, zoomed in on South Serbia.
Yeah, obviously Serbia, one of those countries in not in Germany, in Europe, that has no antenna. You do see Jamabi also considering it, but also Italy is something you can consider because there's a lot of Italy without antenna.
Wait, Alpha zoomed in on Kentucky right now.
I mean, it is not impossible to be the US, but just the cracked pavement would make me believe it's not. This type of road would be very rare. I do not believe he will switch.
I don't think he will either. Jamabi has now locked in on Serbia. Alpha, goes back over. It's actually Turkey. Is Geoguessr crashing out upstairs, Ziggy?
I mean, I didn't even consider Turkey. It looked very weird.
Yeah, that was a weird one. We'll have to hear from Geoguessr on that later.
We saw just Jamabi being like, I'm sorry, Geoguessr, because he did put his hands together praying that Geoguessr will be not too mad after he saw that one, but not an easy one. I didn't even consider Turkey, but yeah.
Yeah, difficult one, but they both had the same vibe there. It would have been absolutely devastating if Alpha had moved to the US, but he never even moved the pin. Just a light consideration. We do move on to round 4 here. It looks like Argentina. Jamabi has placed the pin and locked it in. Alpha has a pin nearby.
A lot more north here. We have a big discrepancy in guesses.
Wow, wait, that's actually massive. Jamabi with 2.5 times multi. Is that enough?
Is that it?
Ziggy, it is. Jamabi is going to the World Championship.
Germany is getting a second representative aside Lenly.
Wow, that just snuck up on us on an Argentina. I mean, Argentina is such a big country, and right there, you can see how lethal those big countries are. Jamabi with an insane guess with so little information and had to be kind of somewhere on that western side of Argentina, but Jamabi closer in the end. You can see how happy he looks. The celebration is so beautiful to see. Jamabi, congrats. You have done it. You have taken the last slot in the World Championship from the Open Major.
Yeah, deserved to win. Such a nice guy, Jamabi. I love to see it. Not only because I'm German, I'm telling you, this guy is actually a really, really humble and nice guy. Trust me when I say that.
Yes, he sure is. Happy to see that for him. Alpha put up an amazing fight as well, but I would say overall in that match, Jamabi seemed more dominant. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think overall, if Alpha went back, he wouldn't have made that mistake on Indonesia, because I think just giving the first game away just like that was such a big blunder. And after just seeing the location again, he'll be like, wait, there was a sign just saying Sumbawa from the spawn. He'll be like, bruh.
Yeah, bruh. But, it is what it is. To play at the top level, you can't let the nerves get to you, and that might have been what it was in the end there, but Jamabi was able to hold the calm and take an amazing dub. What a day it has been, Ziggy.
What a weekend.
What a weekend it has
been. Guys, I've been Bloom and Ziggy closing out the cast for you. Thank you so much for tuning in this weekend, and let's head back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, boys. Great casting of this grand final of the Open Major. And yes, as you can see it here, Jamabi will be your Open Major winner, punching his ticket through to the World Championship in Copenhagen in the last weekend of August. And what a fashion for him to do so in Gelotris.
What a legend. Jamabi, the #1. Let's go, my guy. I mean, not that easy. I mean, I was rooting for him, but Alpha didn't make it easy at all. It was a very, very tough match. I mean, Jamabi was expecting it going into the game, that it is going to be tough. He saw Alpha playing strong throughout the whole tournament.
For sure.
And he really had to play his A game, and he did.
And you know what? Now we have him here joining us once again. It's only been what feels like 15 minutes since last we spoke. My man, Jamabi. Deep breath. You are going to Copenhagen to fight against some of the best Geoguessr players in the world in August. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. I just feel so great. It just all went, it all went perfectly. I don't know. I can't describe it. It's all overwhelming and
coming in.
It's so stressful. So happy.
Coming into this weekend, was there a thought in your head that was like, I'm gonna take that spot, this is mine for the taking, or were you just a one game at the let me rephrase, at which point did you realize, wait, I might actually be able to get this championship?
Not until I was 2-0 up against Alpha right now. I went in with the expectation to get a single game of Lemon. Then like the Manuelsen, he was one of the favorites, and it all was like, I don't know, I don't want to take credits. It was a lot with his internet problems. I rewatched the no-move game, and he had a lot of trouble just zooming in and everything. It might have gone completely different. And then the game against Kiwi, I feel like I just got lucky. I merged at him, and the NMPZ, it was just luck. And Alpha was looking so scary. And when I was 2-0 up now against Alpha, I was like, surely I can't lose 3 games in a row now. And then the moving game happened, and I'm so sorry, Finbar, if you're still watching. That road is on Laudable Russia, and I missed it in moving, but it is what it is.
You know what? You missed one in moving, but there was a guy that I was sat next to on a couch, very proud of you in the round prior in Turkey. Gilo, is anything you want to talk about in that one?
I mean, we had 2 rounds, but for 1 round, I don't blame you at all. I mean, that was a super tricky round. We were just in a dirt road. Who's gonna get Turkey there? I don't blame you, but the Kushir guest, Jamabi, I saw you there. I know how you got it. And yeah, overall...
The daily challenge. The Jello just daily challenge.
The Jello daily challenge. Yeah, I've talked about that.
All because of you.
Thank you. I'm happy I could help out. But it was not only 1 round, Jamabi. You played well throughout the whole games. And it was just very little mistakes. Don't look back at those. Look at your great guesses. You did deserve the win.
Thank you.
Now I want to hear from you now, Jamabi. You have made it through to the World Championship. What's the plan for you? Maybe there was summer vacation planned over the next couple of weeks. Maybe you thought July was going to be chill. What's going to happen with you from today until you're in Copenhagen at the end of August? What's it looking like?
I will definitely step up my moving game. I don't know what seed I'm gonna be, but I expect a very difficult opponent, like potentially Blinky or something if I'm 15th seed. So I'll step up my moving. I'll learn some other languages like Bengali, which I just didn't do, and US area codes and all that stuff. It will be stressful, but I'll get it done somehow.
You know, we're looking forward to see what the result of it is going to be. I almost took it away from you in the previous interviews. I want to give you a chance to do it on your own here now. Any shout-outs to fans, viewers out there you want to do as the champion of the 2024 Open Major?
I just want to thank everyone for rooting for me, especially the people I've practiced with. I also promised Dallon that I'll shout out Chumlicott, so shout out to Chumlicott. And yeah, shout out Dallon and Finbar rooting for me in the watch parties. Shoutouts to my family watching at home. Shoutouts to Michel if you're still watching. And yeah, I'm just so happy. And yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Take a breather, go celebrate. You have 2 months to prepare to get into the best of shape you possibly can to take on the competition, the World Championship, Jamabi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
There we have it, the champion of the 2025 Open Major, Jamabi. We saw the graphic earlier, what the Open Major champions of years past have been able to accomplish over the last 3 years. Kansas won the World Championship. MK got second place. Where do you, Geoguessr, a friend and mentor, Turkey mentor of Jamabi, see his chances here in this 2025 World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, as Jamabi already was saying in the interview, he could have a hard seeding. I think it is very dependent on that, especially getting off the first games is very important, especially in a tournament format where you want to get the ball rolling while you are in the tournament. So I think if he gets it, as I already said, rolling into the next rounds, he could get more confident if he puts on the grind into learning more moving stuff. I think he has pretty good chances.
Definitely do. But as we know the competition really doesn't get any more fierce than what he's running into. Don't get me wrong, this was a very tough competition in and of its own, but the level is only getting that much higher once we hit World Championship Geoguessr. Now let's take a look at the bracket and exactly how this weekend came to a close. There you have it, 3-1 tournament victory by Jamabi over Alpha. Incredible performance here in the end as we round off this 30 best of 5s super weekend of Geoguessr.
What a weekend. I mean, we expected to be a long weekend, but at the same time we are always so invested into these games because they are so intense. And if you are watching the games and like root along these players, you don't even realize how fast the time passed.
Exactly. 30 best of 5s down, 2 players sent through to the World Championship. Just 1 spot remains, and that will be claimed in the Copenhagen Wildcard on August 9th. So until then, go play some more Geoguessr, and we will see you all in Copenhagen.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
Luna de amor, ¿dónde vas? Que me robas la calma.
All they want is Sheba.